Welcome to SQL Full Course by Intellipaat. In recent years, SQL has become one of the most in-demand skills in the tech industry. Companies are producing huge amounts of data, and in order to manage all the data, NoSQL or big data tools are used such as Hadoop or Cassandra. So why are we focusing on SQL? Well, SQL is like a stepping stone to understanding those frameworks we talked about. SQL or structured query language is the backbone of database management system. It is also used by leading companies like Google, Amazon, Netflix and Facebook to handle massive amount of data every day. The demand for SQL professional is growing rapidly, from analyzing data trends to automating tasks and even powering web applications. SQL has countless applications, and the best part, it's one of the easiest programming languages to learn and apply. Gone are the days when data management was just for specialists. Today, whether you are a developer or a data professional, knowing SQL gives you an edge. In fact, SQL is often referred to as universal language of data. To help you get started, we at Intellipaat have created this free SQL course. This course is designed by the top industry experts who have decades of experience working around SQL and databases. Whether you're a beginner or someone who wants to refresh your knowledge, this course is for you. By the end of this course, you will have a strong foundation in SQL, from understanding the basics like queries and commands to writing advanced SQL scripts. And to make things more exciting, we have included a hands-on project at the end of the course. This project will help you apply what you have learned in real-world scenario. So you will not only know SQL in theory, but also how to use it practically. Now let me quickly walk you through the agenda for the course. First, we begin with understanding of what is SQL. Alongside, we will explore its importance in business intelligence. Moving further, we will dive into the architecture of SQL, covering its component and how they manage data operation. This will be followed by the basic commands and constraints in SQL. Next, we will focus on querying database table, working with null values and ordering query results. Alongside, we will introduce aggregating data, followed by joins and window functions. Further, we will discuss subqueries and conditional statement for handling complex scenarios. Then we will move to advanced operations, starting with stored procedure, followed by loops, cursors, triggers, enabling automation and dynamic queries. Next, we have exception and error handling. Following this, we will cover temporary table, including hash and double hash tables. Alongside, we will discuss views for simplifying queries and maintaining security, which leads us to the topic of SQL security setup for protecting sensitive information. Next, we will dive into transaction concepts like commit and rollback for maintaining data integrity. Further, we will explore indexes and pivot function. Finally, we will conclude with a hands-on session and SQL interview questions to prepare you for real-world scenarios. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So without wasting any more time, let's take up the very first topic on our list.
What is SQL? SQL is a database programming language for retrieving and managing data in relational databases. SQL is an acronym for Structured Query Language. The Relational Database Management System (RDBMS) standard language is SQL. SQL is the standard database language used by all relational database management systems such as MySQL, MS Access, Oracle, Sybase, Informis, Postgres and SQL Server. They also use a variety of dialects like TSQL is used by MS SQL Server, PLSQL is used by Oracle, JetSQL is used by MS Access. This query language was adopted by as an ANSI standard in 1986 and an ISO standard in 1987. It is the most important query language to learn if you want to work in the field of data science. SQL is used by big companies like Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn to store data in the backend. So now let's see, what is the significance of SQL? A computer programming language is a set of explicit instructions for accomplishing specific operations on computers or equipment. We can use precise algorithms to control the behavior and output of a computer using a programming language. SQL is one such programming language used by the computer. This helps computer and machines to process vast amounts of complicated data more efficiently and effectively. That is why SQL is beneficial to business, particularly in the development of system database management services. So let's see, what are the different applications of SQL? As previously said, SQL is one of the most extensively used database query languages. Some of the applications are: the users can gain access to data stored in relational database management systems using SQL. Users can use SQL to describe the data. SQL also allows users to define and manipulate the data in a database. It allows SQL modules, libraries, and pre-compilers to be embedded within other languages. The users can have the ability to build and delete database and tables. It also allows users to build database views, stored procedures, and functions. Permissions for tables, methods, and views can be set by the users with SQL. So let's see, what are the salary expectancy of SQL enthusiasts? From startups to established companies, the job market looks good for SQL enthusiasts, and it is expected to grow exponentially in the coming years. SQL programmers or developers have good opportunities in all the geographies. Also, after obtaining a certification in SQL, the average salary hike expected is around 40 to 50%. So that's all about SQL.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Wherever you see data nowadays, there is SQL. And now, there is no place where there is no data. Correct? There is no place where there is no data now. I'll tell you, if you are developing a website, if you are developing a web application, now your user is giving an input, user is booking orders, user is filling the form. Backend, what is there? To store that information, what user is giving, what is there in the backend? Database. To store that data, you need a database. So whatever input a user gives, that gets stored into the database based on the input that he gives. That is coming to web application and its usage, there also data is required. In business intelligence, what is the roots of your data scientist, machine learning, data analyst? There's the roots, business intelligence. If you know business intelligence, then you will see that everything is data there. So we will start this discussion with an idea to understand what are these different roles, first of all. Okay. So many times people ask me, what's the usage of SQL in data scientist job role? How much should I know it? Whether I can learn SQL or no. So first, let's understand the scope of SQL. In data science, data analytics, business analytics, how much SQL is used on a day-to-day basis. We'll see that. In order to understand that, you should be knowing what is business intelligence, first of all. So we'll start with the definition called business intelligence. If you understand this, guys, trust me, you are already in that field. If you understand what is business intelligence, you're already in that field. Say you are a data analyst, say you're a data scientist, say you're a business analyst. Everyone will start their journey from this business intelligence fundamentals only. Some people will think business intelligence is just visualization. Some people will think just business intelligence is just data storage. Some people will think business intelligence is just data processing. It's not your mistake, because all these three combine to form business intelligence. All these three areas combine to form business intelligence. So in next 30 minutes, I'll be showing you what your career will look like in data analytics and business intelligence. Because after this 15-20 minutes, you take any topic, you will be able to relate why am I doing this. Everyone wants to know that, right? If I'm getting into a data career, I should be knowing what I have in this. What are the tools that I should learn? How will I work in the company? Everyone should be knowing that. So I'll give you that clarity in next 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, in order to do that, I just want you to help me to doing a task. What is the task? Forget about SQL, forget about Power BI, forget about visualization, forget about data science, everything. Forget. Let's do a simple task which everyone can do. The task is purchase a smartphone. Is there anyone here who doesn't not use a smartphone? Nowadays, everyone uses a smartphone, right? Everyone uses a smartphone. Now, when I ask you, how did you purchase your phone? How did you purchase your phone? Anyone here who will tell? Okay, Arif. One day suddenly I thought to take a phone. I went to a shop. There were four phones kept in the shelf. I didn't see. Okay, I just told, give me the first one. I gave the money and bought it. Anyone here who will tell like this? No one. No one will say like this. Because you're purchasing means you are spending some money, you are buying a product. So, what you did before purchasing a smartphone, you listed down the requirements, correct? If you are using for gaming purpose, if you are using for any purpose, you will list down the requirements. Requirement A could be anything. It could be the RAM, processor, it could be display, it could be brand, it could be brand, it could be screen size. Correct, guys? Many specifications. You will list down. First step will start from this only, guys. Without a requirements, or without my knowing my need, I will not go and purchase anything. Let it be even a pen. Without my need, whether I want a what kind of pen, gel pen or balling pen, okay, whatever it is. Without my requirement, I'll not go and purchase even a pen. So everything that we purchase, we set up requirements first. With that requirements, nowadays, the internet is an open book where you'll get anything to know. Internet is an open book where you'll get anything what you want. So first source of information, what you go and check is what? YouTube. There what you'll see? Review videos you'll see, correct? Review videos. We'll see a number of review videos. Accurate, exactly. Which are the right videos, not random videos. We'll see only the genuine persons. Next, I'll go to various websites. People in India, Amazon, Flipkart, people in the States, Walmart, Costco, various parts of the world. I'll go to that to see the specification, to compare the prices, everything. And from internet also, we'll see like GSM Arena to see the specifications and all. Chroma. Not only that, even I'll speak to my family and friends. Okay, guys? Do you talk to your family and friends? Okay, which should I take? These are my requirements. Do give some suggestions. We talk to them. And last but not the least, my previous phone experience. Correct? My previous phone experience. So, to purchase any product in my life, from phone to home, we'll do this. Agree, everyone? And how my human brain is working behind. How my human brain is working behind the scene. Have a look. I'll just draw a diagram. Tell me whether everyone's human brain think in the same direction or no, or same way or no. So how my human brain is working here? Data collection. When I'm reading it, when I'm consuming the data, I'm collecting the data. And when after collecting the data, what I do? I clean and combine the information based on my need. My human brain is doing this. In the backend scene, my human brain is doing this all process. And all these are like mixed. So now, after I clean and combine that information, I'll store this information in my human brain memory, correct? How much I can store, for how long I can store, that's individual capacity. Okay, store the information. Then what I do, once I collect all that information, I'll sit quiet for some time. I will start thinking. Once you have all the information that you required, you will start thinking, or you will analyze. You will do analysis. Then you will take a decision. Yes. Then you will take a decision. Now I want this phone. Correct? Is the diagram correct? How a human brain think, at least in purchasing anything. At least if you want to purchase anything, take any decision. Is this how every human brain works? Everyone knows this. But only the thing is, we never try to put this in the diagram. We never try to put this in the diagram. Today I'm putting this in the diagram. Okay. And why do you do this entire process? Why do you do this entire process? Because you are spending some money. You want the best product for your money spent. You want to purchase the best product. Basically, you want the best outcome, correct? Best outcome in the present based on the data what I collected, correct? Now, when you want to purchase a phone, when you want to purchase anything in your personal life, you do this entire process. Think about the companies. Think about the companies who are spending millions and billions of dollars in launching new products, giving new services. They are doing without any expectation of the profit, without expectation of any revenue. Are they doing it? No, in the caps, correct? They want business. They want business. They want to earn money, correct? So now every day they are involved in making decisions. Every day they will think about reducing the production cost. Okay, how can I reduce my cost? How can I increase my profit? Every day they are thinking about it. How can I get new customers? How can I increase my business? How they will do this? Is there someone sitting telling that, do this, do that, do that? No, guys. Businesses also follow a structured process to do that with the help of data. With the help of data, they do this process. And the same process, what they implement is called business intelligence, is equivalent to what you have implemented here for yourself. This is called the same diagram companies implement, and they call it as a business intelligence process. Now I'll write the technical terms here. Think it's an Amazon company or online store, e-commerce company, whatever it is. These are called operational systems. What do we mean by operational systems? The system which are used to run the business on a daily basis. Correct? Example, you have a web application which is used to build book orders. The web application is connected to what in the backend? SQL server, correct? Whatever information you feed into that web application, you book an order, it will go into web application. And some information in the company is generated internally in the form of Excel files, in the form of CSV files that people will generate. And some will be homegrown applications, and the data source would be cloud. In the cloud, it could be Azure, it could be AWS, various services provided by them. Some data could be sensors, IoT data. Get guys? Don't you think to run a business based on the type of business you are running, you need all these things? You need one or more things from this. And this is just to run the business. And what are all these systems doing? Aren't they capturing the data either from the real world events or from the people or internally generated data like employee count, employee salaries, which employee is capable of doing what in what department, or how many employees I have, all those things. Internal data like costs, manufacturing cost, discounts, decision, promotions, all those things. Aren't these all sources of data? These are called operational systems, which will help the business to run on a daily basis. Then what I do, at one end it's operational systems, at one end it's a decision support systems. At one end it's a decision support systems. Support systems. Now the journey of operational system till decision support system has various steps in between. Guys, this discussion is just not for SQL, for anything that you want to learn in this data analytics world. This you will remember, this 30 minutes you'll remember for your entire career. Trust me. This will give you a path. What I'm learning, what should I learn, how much should I learn? So operational system to decision support system. Here is an engine called this process. In the various company, we know this orange box with a popular term called what? ETL, where I extract, transform, and load. Have you heard about the term called ETL? ETL process. I'm extracting the data from operational sources, cleaning it, and combining it. And which are the tools which are popular in the industry now to do this job for you? You have many tools. SQL, right? Your coding there. You have Informatica. You have Talent. And everyone's favorite nowadays, Python. Correct? You do this. Power Query. Yes, this is what I like. So these are the tools which will do me ETL operations. Once I do ETL operation, then I store this information where? What is that place called? Human brain? No, it's not human brain. It's a physical system where I store the data that is called database, which is a version of data warehouse. Data warehouse or data lake. Correct? Which is again SQL server, which is nothing but Snowflake, which is popular nowadays. Once you have the data available in your data store, which is nothing but warehouse, then the tools like Power BI, Tableau, Click, SQL again, Python comes into picture to visualize that information in a user-friendly manner so that your end users can understand that. Then you deliver this report to your managers, business experts, or stakeholders to consume the dashboard and take strategic decisions on which direction they want to drive the business. This is my entire career of 15 years. This is how business model operates. Don't you think? Before getting into domain, if you get this information, then you'll be in a very good state to shape your career in this domain. If you know the right path, that's the reason I'm telling it. I know if you know the direction in which you are going, then the speed of heading in that direction will be faster compared to a person who doesn't know a direction and he is just walking. Correct, guys? If you know the direction, then you can walk fast. If you don't know the direction, then definitely you can't walk fast. People are from various backgrounds. Some people are completely new in the industry. Some people are looking for a new role. Some people are having experience in the industry but in different domain. Some people are having experience in the same domain, but they are trying to add another feather to their skills. So in this part, everyone has something to learn. Now tell me, in this process, tell me any stage where you will find SQL. Arif, hold on. Where you will find SQL, rather than asking that, tell where you will not find the SQL. Correct? SQL is everywhere, guys. Don't you think SQL is everywhere? In order to capture the input that is required from the user, you need SQL. In order to store the data, you need SQL. In order to process that information, clean the data, transform the data, play with the data, move data from one table to other table, change the format of the data, anything that you want to do, you need again SQL. With the help of procedures, functions, all those things, you need SQL to do that. Once you have the data in the data warehouse, then you need again SQL to run the reports. So every stage of BI process needs SQL. In decision part, why do I need SQL there? They are consumers of SQL output. The output you generated from the database, you give it to them. Based on that, they will take decision. Decision makers will not come and sit on SQL and they write their code. If they have to make the code, then why am I here? Why my job is there? So they are interested in taking decision based on what insights I give. Now some people are asking, if all these things are important, whatever you have written here, or some parts are important? Guys, I'll divide this entire process into three main areas. Have a look. One area is this. Another area is this. Finally, the third area is this. Arif, why have you drawn 3 boxes in this entire process and 3 boxes are overlapping? Did you observe that? Why these 3 boxes I have drawn? So the person who works on the blue box, yes, you are right. The person who works on the blue box, he is called as a data engineer. The person who works on the red box, he is a data analyst. And the person who works on the brown box is a business analyst. Now it got cleared. Many people might be thinking data science is altogether a different thing. Data science is where machine learning comes. I'll tell you that also. So now the business problems are so big, the data that I handle is so big in the real world that this entire process is divided into 3 different job roles. The person who is mainly involved in pulling the data from operational systems and then pushing it to the data warehouse with the right transformations, with the right transformation technique based on the business standards, is a data engineer. The data analyst is a person who is a bridge between technology and the business. Data analyst is like a link of everything. Data analyst is a techno-functional role who should be knowing technology as well. He should be knowing business as well. So data analyst is a person who is closely plugged with your managers, business experts, and stakeholders to understand what vision they have for the company, what they want to see, in what direction they want to drive the company. He will understand from them. Then based on that, he will provide digital solutions to the business with working with the data engineer. So most of my career I have spent here in the data analyst role. Now people will ask, Arif, where is data scientist? I know this is business intelligence you are telling, but where is data scientist sitting here? Correct? Because everyone wants to become a data scientist. Yes, this is a little bit harder truth. People directly aim for a data scientist role. In one way, it is true, but understand the base work that you have to do behind that. You should be knowing business intelligence process first, how the data is handled in the company, how the data is processed, how the data is stored. Then only you can become an efficient data scientist. Without knowing your business model, without knowing what is the need of the business, you can't become a data scientist. Now, once you have the data, I will generate a new path here from this data. One side, the data is consumed for dashboards, and another side's data is consumed for machine learning. The same data, what you have in the data warehouse, the same data is consumed for machine learning, where you will design your machine learning algorithms. You will do data science related things there with the help of Python and everything. Does that make sense now? How the things are connected? Which is the fundamental? BI process, purchasing a mobile phone. That is the fundamental. Power BI, Tableau, Click, SQL, they will help you to take the decisions of present. Today what I want to do, today what I have to do in order to make my business drive in the right direction. Machine learning will tell if this happened in the past, for past 1 year, 2 year, 10 years, if this happened, based on that, I will I'll feed into a machine learning algorithm, and it will develop a model for me saying that, and if this is what happened in your past, and this is the direction in which your business is going. I build a model. This is a model which is nothing but y is equal to a plus b plus c x square something. This is a model, right? It's mathematical model only. Machine learning is what? What is machine learning? Machine learning is what? You are building models. Model is nothing but mathematical formula of the real world scenario that happened. Everything happens in the world is not random. There should be a model based on it. If you know the model, what is the benefit? Guys, if you work on data science and if you develop a model, what's the benefit? You can predict the future. You can predict the future with accuracy percentages. That's what data scientists do. Now, people will ask, Arif, do I have to learn all the tools? No, guys. You need not learn everything. Which is the most important skill in this entire process? SQL. If you start learning SQL, you are already in the domain. After that, either you be a data engineer or you be a data analyst, you need SQL. Okay, if you want to become a data analyst, learn SQL along with learn Power BI and Tableau. You are a data analyst. Okay, if you want to become a data engineer, you are really passionate about cleaning the data, transforming the data, moving the data from one system to other systems, then learn SQL and learn Informatica, learn talent and learn Python. You will become a data engineer. If you want to become a data scientist, learn SQL, learn Python, learn machine learning, then you'll become a data scientist. But all the three roles need SQL expertise. All the three roles need SQL expertise or no? This is what I wanted to convey. Correct? What I'm learning, what I want to do next. If I learn SQL, what are the next steps? How should I prepare myself now? All those things are really important. Correct? So now, with that knowledge, we will start learning SQL. For analysts, no, it's SQL, it's Power BI, it's Tableau, along with your business fundamentals, which you will be taught when you join your company. Because every business works differently, right? Insurance business is a different animal. Manufacturing is a different animal. Medicinal is different. Banking is different. Every business is different. So data analyst job is not only learning SQL. What query to write, what table to fetch the data from, how to build a chart. He can do this only if he know a business. Correct? If you don't know the business, you can't do it. Correct? Now, when you learn these individual topics, you will dig in deeper rather than just sitting and learning. Okay, what you are teaching? Okay, you're writing a code. I'm writing it. Okay. No, I have just taught you these things just not to sit ideally in the session. Whenever you go and learn anything new out there, you will go that with a purpose now, which many of you didn't have before this 1 hour of session. Now, whenever someone teaches you Power BI, you know why Power BI I'm learning. Whenever teaches you Python, you will learn why Python I'm learning. You'll be knowing that beforehand. In that case, you can ask him right questions. So that's the purpose, guys. I can go into depth of data machine learning, guys. Then what's the use of doing that in SQL? Correct? And again, you'll get diverted. So ask the right questions to the right trainer now. Everyone agree with this? This gave you a direction. Okay, what questions I should ask to whom? Perfect. So do you have SSMS? SSMS? Search for SSMS and just check whether you're getting this interface or no. Now, SSMS stands for what? SQL Server Management Studio. Correct? It's a DBMS tool, Database Management System. Correct? Now, how the SQL Server is organized? Let's learn a little bit on that. So let me just come here. So SQL will have two components. One is server and another is a client or management tool. I call it as a client, or I call it as a management tool also, management software also. Just search SQL, guys. Just search SQL in the Windows search window, you'll come up. So how to add a shortcut? Why are you worrying about it? Just search SSMS and it will show. One is server first, and then you install SSMS. So how it works? So you send a request to server, and server will respond back to you as a response. So yes, it will work like this. You request something and you get a response. Correct? Now it seems like how we talk to someone else, right? If I'm talking to you, I'm sending you some information with the help of my language, with the help of my words. You will understand that and you will respond back. That's how it will work. Server and a client. Now, when we are talking, we need a language. Correct? When server and client is talking, even they need a language. And that language itself is called SQL. Structured Query Language. Correct? Like how you and me, we are talking. We use English language, Hindi language, Kannada language, or any language, so that both of the person can understand it. Similarly, there is a language which server understands and a management tool understand. That is SQL language. How a server is structured? We'll see that first. How a server is structured. A database server will have multiple components inside it. See, it will have multiple databases. It will have multiple databases. Database DB1. It could be DB2. It could be DB3. Yes. One server may have multiple databases. And each database will have tables, 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 and relationship between the tables. Each table will have rows and columns. And the set of tables which are connected to each other with relationship is called what? Anyone have any idea? Schema. If the tables are related to each other with a relationship, primary key, foreign key, like that, we call it as a schema. We are going to see this on SQL Server now. But is the hierarchy clear to everyone? You'll have a server. In server, you can create multiple databases. In each database, you can create tables, and tables have rows and columns. Okay. So now I'll go to my SSMS tool. This blank screen I'll have. This is an SSMS. I can connect to a server now. On the top left, I have a connect option. My server is database engine. Okay, I'll select to database engine. Now, for some people, you will see something written here, and for some people, you will see blank. Correct? For some people, something will be written. For some people, something there will be blank. Okay, if it is blank, drop down here. You will see some names of the server. If you don't see that, click on browse for more. Click on refresh here. It will show you the server names. Workbench, the name Workbench is given to MySQL server. Every different product have different name. Oracle will, they call this SSMS tool as a SQL developer tool. They call it as SQL developer. Oracle people will call SQL developer. MySQL people will call Workbench. And Microsoft SQL people, they will call as SSMS. Based on the product, based on the company, the name will change. Can you install iOS app in Android or vice versa? No, right? So SSMS only for Microsoft, SQL developer only for Oracle, MySQL Workbench only for MySQL database. Interoperability is not still there. So I'll just click on connect database. Still I'm connecting to a server. See, based on this diagram, I'm still in this process. Connecting. Establish a link, handshake. After that, we'll create our database. Don't worry. We are here to learn SQL. That means without creating database, how can we learn SQL? We'll be doing that. So I'll click on browse for more. Database engine. I'll select this. Click on OK. Connect. When I hit connect, on the left-hand side, it is showing me a big list. Databases, security, server objects, replication, polybase, many things. But my interest is here. Only databases. There, only that area I'll be exploring. Other part are administrator, database admin people will work. I'm not an admin. I'm a developer. Correct? I'm a developer. I'll not care about the other areas. Developer, I'll just concentrate on databases. Security means how to add new users, how to grant them access, all those things. But no, that's not a developer will work on. That's altogether different animal. Next, expand the databases. So many databases I can see at my end. You will see blank. You will see no database, correct? It's blank for you. It is blank because you don't have any databases. But I'll be working on SQL from past 10, 14 years. I have multiple databases. I delete every 2 months, 3 months, I delete the databases. Otherwise, doing more than 200 trainings would have been like so many databases. Now, if you want to create a new database, fresh database, a new database, right click on the databases here on the top, the name databases, right click on it. New database option will be here. Right click on new database. And I will give database name here. I'll give a database name like SQL training Intellipaat SQL training. I'll just give a number of B26. I'll just tell B26. I'll just give a name here. I didn't do anything else. I just gave that name. Once I write the name, I'll just click on OK. Don't click on add, just click on OK. Once you click on OK, you will see this database in this list. The process is same. For online compiler also, process is same. There is no difference. For online also, it is same. There is no difference, guys. Wherever I find the differences, there I'll highlight it, but no difference. But what I recommend, guys, I'm not telling I'm not telling that don't use the online editor, but I strongly encourage you guys to install SSMS and SQL Server on your machine. I strongly encourage. That doesn't mean you can't work on the online, because in online, sometimes you cannot save your work. Anyone who is here, who is working on something and you don't want to save your work so that you can refer in future? Definitely there is no one, right? If I'm learning something, definitely, then I expect that to be saved. Online compilers doesn't provide you that. You can work on it, but you may not be able to save your work there. That's the reason I strongly encourage arrange a laptop or a PC to learn this. If you don't have one, which is supporting Microsoft SQL Server, and work on it. Okay, this is for your betterment, I'm telling. Choice is yours after that. So rows, data, logs. So that's internally used by SQL Server. That is an admin object, administrator object. So whenever you do some operations, based on that, the logs will get stored there. That is taken care by admin. As a developer, I'm not worried about that part. So I'll just show one more time what I did. On the databases word, the word database, right click on it, click on new database. The word databases, give a name. And then click on OK. And you should be seeing the database name here. Okay. Now, when I have created this database, I will expand this database. Click on plus. Can everyone see under this SQL, you have many other things? You have database diagrams, tables, views, external resources. Many different things will be available in the database. Now, Arif, where will I write the queries? Where will I write the queries? Okay, I'll just right click on the database name. I will right click on the database name and I see a new query there. Can you also see when you right click on the database name, new query, click on it, a query will open. Query window will open. This is my playground. For entire SQL, this is my playground. And the database in which you are and the database name should always be same. Please remember this, guys. Many times what happens, people who write SQL query, they tell me, Arif, my query is not working. My query is not working. Because what happens, the database name here may be different than what database you have. Many times that happens. So this is one checkpoint that you have to always confirm. Whatever database you are connecting or you are working on, the same database name should populate on the top. Otherwise, your queries will not work. It's like you created your tables here and you are running your query here. Do you expect the output? Do you really expect the output? You have created your content somewhere else and you are searching somewhere else. No, right? So always have that understanding. Every time your query will not work or it is showing that Okay, table. So sometimes what happens? Have a look. I'll expand the tables. I don't see any tables here. I don't see any tables. If I write a query, select star from table, if the table is not there in this list, do you expect that table to give any output? Definitely no. Or if that's wrong, you can't expect. So you have to follow that thing, guys. Many times till today also, I'll be writing some query. By mistakenly, this database name and this database name will not match. This database name would be anything from here. Many times happens every day. At least once that mistake happens with me. Every day once. So I'm giving you suggestion there and the first day itself to be aware of that. Next, I don't have any tables. In the database, I don't have any tables. So let's create a table. But Arif, I don't know language. I don't know SQL language. Like in English, we have A, B, C, D. In SQL, I don't know the A, B, C, D also. Which are the commands that I should use? Which are the commands that I should use? I'll show. Which are the commands available in SQL? I'll show that now. Okay, can you see this? You have various categories of SQL commands. So now SQL will basically have DDL commands, DML commands, DCL commands, and TCL commands. To name this properly, DDL stands for Data Definition Language. DML stands for Data Manipulation. See, I always forget the spelling of this manipulation language. But why should I worry about it? Manipulation language. DCL is for Data Control Language. And finally, TCL is the Transaction Control Language. Make a note of these all things. Make a note at your end. Then, now people will ask, Arif, what is DDL? I don't know. What is DML? I don't know. What is DCL? I don't know. What is TCL? I don't know. Correct? Remember this, the flow in which I'm explaining what these commands does. Remember that. Suppose you got an idea. Okay, I want a database. Guys, everything starts with an idea, right? Yes, same. Same here. You got an idea to create a database. Okay. You got an idea, then create. Create. Define. Correct? So if you got an idea to create something, then create it. That is definition language. You're defining the database, structure, architect, skeleton. Anything which deals with the skeleton of your database. Like create the table, alter the table. Alter means remove a column from the table, add a column from the table, drop, remove the table, truncate the table. Okay, delete and recreate the table. Skeleton. I'm dealing with the skeleton here, not with the actual data, but just with the skeleton. Is called DDL. DML means actual data. Once you have the skeleton, next is what? You have to populate the data, right? Once you have bones, next is to populate the muscles on top of it. Muscles can increase or decrease, like the data. Agree? Insert, update, delete. Insert means add some data. Delete means remove some data. Update means change some data. Guys, does it make sense? Difference between DDL and DML? DDL means everything which deals with the structure. DML means which deals with the actual data itself. Once you have the structure, once you have the data, next is what? Security. Think, guys, you are working in a company. Will you give access for your data to do anything to everyone in your company? That's the most dangerous thing, right? That's the most dangerous thing, Arif. Anyone XYZ person can come and delete the table and go. You can't do anything. Anyone XYZ person will come and update the table and go. You can't do anything. So what you should do in that case? What you have to do? Proper privileges should be given to proper group of people. Sounds like a dialogue from that KGF movie, right? Powerful people make powerful places, or powerful people come from powerful places. Just kidding. So proper accesses should be given to the right people. Example, insert, update, delete should be given access to only to the developers, not the end users. End users, they are just select query. They should be able to just read the data. For some people, I will give only select. Some people I'll give insert, update, delete. Some people I'll give create, alter, drop. Basically, these are the admin people who will be able to do. These are developers. And these are users. Agree? Everyone agree with this? So right level of accesses should be given to the people. So grant and revoke statements will take care about it. Grant and revoke statements will take. And guys, these are very important. I hope you are making notes of all these things. These questions will be asked many times in the interviews. Then TCL is undo, redo, all those things. Harry, what do you mean by undo, redo? Suppose you are executing some commands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 commands. Then later you realized, oh, something went wrong. You're doing insert, update, delete on the tables, insert, update, delete on the tables. Continuously you're modifying the data in the tables, right? At some point of time, you realize that, oh, Arif, I don't know where I missed. My data is wrong now. You want to go to the initial state? Definitely, I want to go to the initial state. At that time, I will hit a rollback command. Rollback will erase all your recent steps that you did. Once you say that, okay, Arif, I'm confident my data is correct, remove all the buffer steps, commit. Then all the intermediate steps will get deleted. Final data is finalized. Sounds good till here? This is the ABCD of SQL. This is ABCD. Using this ABCD, we'll be creating statements. We'll be creating sentences. We'll be creating paragraphs. You might be thinking, Arif, is it an SQL class or a grammar class? TCL means whenever you do some mistake. Whenever you do some mistake, you want to undo the changes, right? If you are writing something with pencil, you can erase and you can rewrite it. But something written with pen, can you erase and rewrite? No, right? So writing with pen is nothing but commit. You can't undo that. Writing with pencil is rollback. You can do. Nice example to remember. It's like analogy, guys. Sometimes some analogy is funny, but they will help you to remember something. Then it's good. Correct? Save point means intermediate. 5 steps you did. After that, you add a save. Example, you are going to trekking in the jungle. You are going to trekking in a jungle. And what do you do after you go 100 meters, 100 feet? What do you do? You'll find some trees where you can break some branches, or on the trees, you will add some chalk points so that you don't forget the path. Or if you miss something, you come to that checkpoint. That is called save point. The name is written as save print there. It is save point. Understood? So after you write 4 or 5 commands, then you realize that, okay, I don't want to lose this state. I'm guarantee that till this point I have done correct. Otherwise, what will happen, guys? You write 10 commands. If you write 10 commands, then if you have not saved anything in between, then if you hit rollback, all the 10 commands will get erased. Yes or no, friends? Now, after that you realize, no, Arif, 5 commands are correct. I don't want to erase those 5 commands. Then what you should do, after 5 commands, you should add save point, and then you can write the next command. Then you can jump back to that save point so that only partially the steps will get erased. The other steps will be there. Jungle example, remember that. Truncate means yes. Truncate means drop the table and recreate the table. Two things is happening inside truncate. First, the table is dropped and then table is recreated. And if why? It's faster to remove entire data from the table rather than deleting row by row using the delete command. Many times people will object here. They tell that, Arif, why truncate and delete are there? They are doing the same job. Delete will delete everything from the table row by row. But truncate, what it does? Drop the table. I don't care. Drop the table and recreate the table. Result is same. Result is same. But which is faster? Truncate is faster. This is a very interesting question you'll be asked in the interviews. What is the difference between truncate and delete? Okay. Delete will delete the records row by row in the table, which may be time consuming. Truncate will drop the table and recreate the table for you. That's the reason it is sitting in DDL rather than DML. It is sitting in DDL. Why? It is deleting the data, not the structure of the table. That's the reason it is sitting in truncate, because it is doing two DDL operations inside it. Okay, now let me come here. Drop means structure and data both will get deleted. Truncate means only data will get deleted. Okay, which is the first command that I have to write? Create. Create table countries. Open the bracket. Next line, close the bracket and with a semicolon. And within this bracket, add your column names. Country ID. The data type of that is integer, comma, country code. And guys, indentation is very important. What I'm writing here, always follow the indentation. It is very important for you to track down the code later. Char of 2. Country name varchar of 20. Now there might be few questions coming in your mind. Arif, integer, I know that is a number. What is difference between char and varchar? Correct. Char is fixed size allocated to a data. Varchar is a variable size. Fixed size means two places data. Whether you use it or don't use it, space is allocated, no one will occupy that space. Like in your classroom, your desk is fixed. If you don't go to class, no one will sit there. It is empty. Even if the students are there, they will stand or they will sit on the other desk, but no one will occupy that space. Characters. Char of 2. SQL Server is not case sensitive. Varchar means, guys, based on the explanation that I gave to char, can you explain me varchar now? If you are not occupying, then I will occupy. The size is not fixed. Okay, Arif, I'm storing there. Now, I have given the space 20 maximum, but out of which I have used just 4. That means 16 spaces are vacant, right? Then Mahesh come and sit there. That is varchar. If I tell char of 20, then Arif will be 4 characters, then 16 characters will be blank. Whoever come and whoever not come, I don't care. That will be blank. It is not case sensitive. Don't worry. Nothing is case sensitive here. In MS SQL Server, Oracle Server is case sensitive. Microsoft SQL Server is not case sensitive. I'm reiterating that. Don't worry about that. Depends. Sometimes phone number, it's 10 size, fixed, right? Can you have a phone number less than 10 digits or greater than 10 digits? No, right? So always we go with that. If the size is fixed, like gender, M and F, do you need varchar for that? Or char of 1 is enough? Enough, right? Then why you are simply wasting the space? So be very mindful. Whenever you create any data types like this, be very mindful with that. So that does it answer all the questions on char and varchar? Simple, right? So think about that. So how to execute this, Arif? I will select this command. Whichever command you want to execute, you have to always select that command. Char, use char, Renu. Char and the fixed size. Okay. Whichever command you are trying to execute, always select that command and then hit execute on the top. Command completed successfully. That means your command passed through without any errors. And if it passed through without any errors, and it's a create table command, that table should show in the tables list. Create this and tell me if the table is showing in the tables list or no. Always you have to select the command and then hit on execute on the top. Some people will say, Arif, I created the table, but it is not available here. Why? Because for me also it is not available. See, right click the tables and hit refresh. Then it will show, because the cache memory, sometimes the cache memory is not refreshed. That's the reason you are not able to see the name of the table. Now, if I refresh it, I will see the table here already there now. Guys, the table is there. Now, if the table is already created, what do you expect if I execute this one more time? Or if you are trying to create a duplicate table, SQL will not allow that. So I'm telling you one very important suggestion for which you will remember me for all the time of your SQL learning. Whenever you hit an error, always read the error, guys. 99% of the new developers ignore this suggestion. That's the reason they will struggle in the initial days. Yes, this is the comment what I'm giving after teaching more than 200 batches. Yes. 90% of the developers, initial learning developers, they will ignore the errors. Error came? Okay, error. Why should I waste my time to read the error, they will tell. If you read the error, you'll get to know the result. Why it is getting error. Always have habit of reading an error. Guys, sounds good? If you read this error, it's clearly telling that object name country is already there. Okay, see that database there. Okay, then for sure there will be an error only. So it's not only you, it's like everyone who is initially learning SQL. Trust me, guys, whenever you hit any error, always read the error. Even every day I'll be doing few errors in the session. Exactly. That means you are not typing the same code as mine. You are missing a comma, you are missing a bracket, anything. See, if I miss a bracket here, it will show red. That means if something is wrong in your syntax. If I execute this, it will throw again error. Incorrect syntax near country code. It is telling Syed, country code, before country code, you have an error here. What is the error? What is the error, my friend? Comma. So guys, when the solution is written on the screen, I expect everyone to be writing the right code. Because syntax error are the kind of errors which when you analyze them, only then you will understand. Semicolon is at the end of every command. At end of every command ending semicolon. Bracket is a standard syntax of the data type to use bracket. Semicolon is used at the every command end. Okay, it's finished. That tells that the command is ended there. Digit, see, character, alphabets, integer, numbers. If you tell characters, that is ABCD. You're telling digit, so you can't use integer. Sorry, you can't use character. Okay. Always save your SQL script. File, save. See, hit on save, and then give a name for your SQL Intellipaat B26. give a name for your SQL file so that when you come next time tomorrow, you can open the same script again. File, save, and then give a name and save it. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
If I try to create this table one more time, see the table is there. If I try to execute the table script one more time, what will be the error, guys? Or it will lead to an error, or it will not throw an error. Error. Why? Why it will throw an error? Already exists because table is already there. You cannot create it. If I try to execute, it will ask me connect to your server. You have not connected. Okay, I'll click on connect, and then drop down, select your database. Then it will say, and if you cannot create it, it's already there. Char is a fixed length, where char is a variable length. Okay, let's continue to insert the data in the table. Just give me 1 sec. I'll just open some reference script just for some understanding. Okay, have a look. This is how I enter the data in the table. Insert into countries, which table you want to insert, and the sequence of the columns: country ID, country code, country name. And in the same sequence, you have to pass the values. This is how you insert the data in the table. So have a look. I will insert this, execute. It will say that 1 row affected. How can I see the data in the table now? If I inserted the data in the table, how can I see? Which command do you think I have to write? Select star. What do you mean by star? Star means show everything from countries. If I select this line, execute, I will see 1 line. That's nice. Now people will ask, Arif, can I insert the data in the different order? Okay, suppose think I don't know the order of this. Can I create my own order? I can shuffle it. See, I can cut it and I can reshuffle the column sequence. I can reshuffle the column sequence like this. Country code is within quotes. Every character should get within quotes. And I will say IN India, and number, country name is United States, not United States. I'll say India within quotes. Every string value should go inside single quotes. Numbers need not have single quotes. Now this one, I'll make it as 0, 2. Correct, guys? The sequence here is different and sequence here is different, but the way you insert the data should be in the same sequence what you are mentioning here. I'll select this line, execute, 1 row affected. I'll execute this line. Now I'll see 2. See, even though I have inserted IN first, it has exactly gone in the second column. India second, it got in the third column. At last I have inserted the number, even then it got in the first. Understood, guys? It's because what happens in the real world, I don't know, because here I have just 3 columns. In the real world, tables will have 10, 15, 20 columns. So you don't know the sequence of the columns, right? In what sequence the columns are created in the table, you don't know. That's the reason it's the best method to write the column names, whichever you know, whichever sequence you know, and in the same sequence you pass. The rest of the things SQL will take care. Now people will ask, Arif, what if I want to pass any null value? Means I don't know the country code. So can I pass only two values? Remove this. I'll just say Canada and I'll just mention as 3. So what will happen in this case? Any idea, guys? What will happen in this case? It will be null. Exactly. Null. In which column? Null. In which column null it will populate? Country code. Not third column. Which column you are not writing? That column, my friend. See, country code, it will not populate because you are not passing any value to country code. Now people will say, Arif, I want to manually pass. Automatically it will pass the null values. But if you want to manually pass the null values, you can just mention as null. I'll say United Kingdom. I'll say 0, 4. So this is another way to pass. So manually I'm passing the null value here. Either don't mention the column name, it will get inserted null, or if you want to manually pass it, you can pass it. Both are okay. Now see, I have 4 different lines in the table, 4 different styles of inserting the table data in the table. And guys, whenever you execute any command, you have to select that line and then you only have to execute. Otherwise, what will happen? It will start executing from top to bottom, everything. And now we know that in the line number 2 to line number 7, a script which is already executed is available. So it will throw an error. So always select a line before you execute. Now people will ask, Arif, like line numbers like you, we don't have. Correct? Line numbers is easy to identify which line we are executing. We don't have the line number. How many of you guys have line number and how many you don't have a line number? No, right? So in order to enable the line number, go to Tools, Options. Under Tools, Options, Text Editor. In the list of menu, Text Editor, Transact SQL, line number. This you enable, line number will come. Yes. In Tools, Options, in Options, Transact SQL, and SQL line number. In Text Editor, Transact SQL. It will not change anything, guys. Line numbers will not change anything. It's good to see and identify which line we are working on. There's a benefit. I always have line numbers. Okay, so have you really saved the file? If you have saved it, click on File. Here it will show the file name that you have saved. It will show the file. So you can create a new script, right click on the database, click on New Query, and start typing from the top. You can do that, right? You'll feel like when I'm doing, you'll feel like it's very simple. Arif, whatever you are writing, it's very simple. But when you try to write it right, that's where you'll feel difficulty. When I'm doing, it looks very easy. But when you are doing on your own, you'll not be able to write even one line. In order to overcome that, you have to regularly practice. There is no substitute for learning SQL other than practice. Make this note. Okay, so I'll just move it here and I'll try to execute. See, truncated. Now people will say, Arif, country code, country name, and country ID is same. Then why also it's not getting executed? Arif, read the error, read the error, read the error. Read the error. Okay, it's telling your values will get truncated. When you see this error, what I should do? I should see the column, size, data type defined, 2 characters. Now you are entering 3 characters. Remove it. I'll say Middle East, ME. I'll select this line, execute, successful. Now the data will be there. That means the learning here is, if we don't pass the values in the right sequence, your data will not get inserted. If you pass more than the storage capacity of a column, then also data will not get inserted. Correct, guys? I'll take another 1 to 2 minutes, finish this everything. Then we'll go and learn update, delete, truncate, drop, all those commands we'll learn. If you want to see the result, you have to write this command. Select star from table name. This one, select star from countries you write. Okay, now insert done. Now suddenly I realized that I have not entered the value for country code in line number 3 for Canada. Tell me guys, which command do you think I should use in order to make that null as CA, not insert? Come back to PDF. Okay, it's DDL command. It's DDL. What is DDL? Go back to your basics. Go back to your basics. DDL is structure, which modify the structure, not the data in the table. So alter cannot be used. It should be update. Good. Update countries. So which column value you want to set? Country code. Type country code. Country code. You have to tell set. Before that, you have to tell set. Set. There is a keyword. Or if people will ask, why set? Why not something else? That's a syntax. Country code equals CA. Now, if I execute this line, what do you think will happen to my table? It will update CA in all the rows. But do I want to update all the rows? Or I want to update only one row? Only one row I want to update, right? Which is line number 3. So how will I tell SQL that I want to update that on only one line? That is where your condition will come, where country ID equals 3. Now what it will do, SQL will go and look for the country ID 3. It will find it here, and there in that particular line only, it will update CA. So if I execute this line, execute, it will show 2 rows affected. Let's see why 2 rows got affected. See, CA here and CA here. Because, why guys? Because country ID is same for both the values. It's not my mistake. It's not my mistake. The way data is there, based on that it has updated. But that is the update statement. How we update. Now, where clause can be used with the select statement also. See, I'll just copy this where clause here and I will paste it here. So what will be the output if I run this command now? If I run line number 21, what will be the output? Will it show all the rows from the table, or it will show only that rows where the condition is matching? Where the condition is matching like this. So that means where clause I can use in update also, I can use in select also. Have a look. If I remove this and execute this, it will show all. When you know select, when you know insert, when you know update, let's learn delete also. Delete from countries where this. What do you expect after I execute this command? Only 2 IDs will get deleted. Execute. 2 rows affected. Select star from countries. Only those records will get deleted. Now, if rather than delete, if I write truncate table countries, What will be the result of this? It will delete everything from the table, but the structure will be there. Structure will still be there, or it will not be there. Structure will still be there. So now have a look. Command completed. Select star from countries. Nothing. Now Arif, truncate means I understood that it will delete all the rows. But what will drop do? Drop table countries. What this will do? What this will do now? It will delete the data as well as structure both. If I execute this, now tell me guys, will this command get executed? Line number 21, will it get executed after line number 29? No. Why? Arif, you have dropped the table, then it is not existing. See, if I refresh this scheme, if I hit refresh, then I will not see the table there in the list. See, table is not there. The result of this command is the table got vanished from here. The result of this command is the table got vanished. If I execute this now, invalid. Now don't think that why it's showing invalid. I created it because you have dropped it. That's the reason it's not available. Now tell me the difference between delete, truncate and drop for sure question in the interviews. For sure question in the interviews. Delete, truncate and drop. What delete does, what truncate does, and what drop does. Delete is used to remove one or more rows from the table based on a condition. Tick. Done. Truncate is used to delete all the rows from the table. Internally, truncate works like it will drop the table and recreate the table. Done. Drop table will delete the table as well as structure. So that is the difference. Okay. Now, one day my user came and asked me, Arif, I want to insert USA. I want to change this to USA. I want to change that to USA. Okay, change and tell me. I said, no, it's not possible. Why? Why it's not possible to change that to USA? Because Arif, your size of the column is 2 and you are trying to insert as 3. In order to do that, what should I do? I have to drop the table, recreate the table with 3 and then insert it. That thing comes to my mind. But I cannot drop the table because data is already there in the table. In the real world also, whenever you work on a project, hundreds, thousands, millions of rows will be there in the table. So you cannot go and randomly drop the table and recreate the table if you want to change the data type or add a new column, delete a column. You have to change it, keeping the data in the table. So which command? Alter command. Alter table countries. Alter column. Which column I want to alter? Country code. What should be my new data type? Char of 3. Now, if I execute this line, it says done. Now I'll refresh the tables just to see whether my update is done or no. I'll refresh the table, expand columns. Correct? That means my command is successful. Try. After this, try to update your data. Say USA, country ID is 1, and then you will see select star from countries. You will see now USA. Without dropping the table or without deleting the data, I altered it. Now people will say, Arif, can I make it to 2 again? Can I make it to 2 again? Can I alter it to make it to 2 again? Let's see some common sense. Because someone is already sitting in that column which is having 3 characters and you are telling make it as 2. It shall not allow, na? Someone is already sitting which is larger than that space, then I can't delete the data from the table. Then how can you expect the alter should get small? So now a room has capacity of 2 people and you already pushed 5 people in that room. And now you want to shrinken the room. Will it allow? Will it allow you to shrink the room? That's what is happening. If you get this error, that means it will give an error this. That means you can't execute that command. It's because there is some data already in the table which is larger than that size. Now alter command cannot be just used only to modify the column. It can be used to add new columns also. Add. No need to write the column. I'll add latitude. And I'll say decimal. I'll say 7, 5, comma. I'll say again longitude 7, 5. If I execute this, command executed successfully, refresh your table, columns, 2 additional columns came up. After executing this command, 2 additional columns came up. Now people will ask, Ari, what is meant by 7, 5? What do you mean by that? I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is the length out of which 5 is how many decimal points. So the result is 12.3456. Make a note of this. What is a decimal number? Everyone knows what is a decimal number, right? Fractional numbers, which has 1.2, 3.5, 3.25, 6.8972. Correct? The dot defines where I want to put the dot. So the 5 is telling that after point how much precision you want. After 2 digits, how many precision you want. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 digits. Precision is 5. If I make it as 2, only 12.34 will be visible. Correct? That's how I define decimal numbers. Okay. Now, if you observe here, if I execute this command one more time and see the data in the table, can you see duplicate entries got in the table? 1, 1, 2 times the entire row is duplicate. That means currently I'm not able to restrict the data in the table. Correct? I'm not able to restrict the data in the tables. So how can I restrict the data in the table to a specific pattern? Have a look. So what I'm trying to do here, friends, I'm creating another table. Same as I created above, I'm creating another table. But what is the difference this time? I'm creating a table name called department. Department number as an integer. Department name is a varchar of 20. Location is a varchar of 10. Okay. But why am I writing this thing here? Primary key. What is that keyword doing? That was not there earlier when I have written my first table. It's a constraint. So have a look. I'll just execute this command. So I executed this table and now refresh your schema and see I have department table as well. Perfect. This table got created. Now I'll just bring the data, insert line here. Now I'll try to insert line number this. Now people will say suddenly, Arif, no, this will not execute. Because earlier how you inserted the data is you mentioned all the column names here, then you inserted the data. But the highlighted part you don't have. Guys, do you think that is mandatory to mention the column names? If you are passing each and every value, in the table, then it's not mandatory. Like department number, department name, location, in the right sequence I'm passing, then mentioning the column names is not mandatory. But it's same. There is no difference. It's same only. But only thing is, it's not mandatory if you are passing all the values and in the right sequence. But in the real world, 10 columns, 20 columns, 30 columns will be there. At that time, will you remember the right sequence? Can you remember the right sequence? Not possible at all. Not possible. So in that case, I use the other method. Okay. Line number 44, I'm trying to execute. One row affected. I'll see the data in the table. Select star from department. I'll execute this line. Don't do, just pay attention. I'll give you time to do. Execute. One line is there. If I try to execute the same line now, what will happen? Just observe. Read the error. The error says violation of primary key constraint. Or if you are violating the constraint's job is to prevent duplicate values in the table. And 40, what I was trying to insert is a duplicate value. Similarly, 20 got executed. Second time when you try to execute 20, it will not allow. If I try to execute this, it will not allow. So when I do select star from department, it will show 4 records. Now, Arif, if I try to add a null instead of 10, will it allow? Because primary key ensures that it is unique plus not null. See, you cannot even insert null values. I have written a comment here, not null plus unique. So whatever value you enter, Devesh, it shouldn't be duplicate. It should be unique. It should be unique only. You add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever value you want, but it should be unique and it cannot be null. That is a primary key constraint. Okay, everyone, have a look at my screen. If I execute this line number 66, I'm having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 columns. Okay. Inserted, one row inserted in the table. If I see the data inside this table, select star from EMP, I see one line. Fantastic. If I try to execute the same line again, will it allow me to insert that same value again? If not, why? If I try to execute the same value again, it will give me an error. Next, if I try to insert the next value by giving Alan name as null, I'm not giving name, but primary key I'm giving. Primary key I'm giving, that is unique, and the name I'm giving null. Do you think will it allow me to insert this data in the table again? Because you have told that your ename should not accept null. If I try to insert this value, insert failed. No, if you can't do that, you have to insert a value. Now insert this value. Fantastic. Done. Next, third line I'm inserting, but salary I'll give negative. Will it get inserted? If not, why? Yes, I have mentioned a constraint that is check salary should be greater than 0. If I try to insert it, it will clearly throw an error saying that check constraint failure. It will not allow me to insert negative values. So I have to insert positive values. I get inserted. 3 constraints done. Now till here I will insert all the records. Now I'll come here to this line. How many values I'm inserting there in the table in that line? Except clerk, I'm entering every value. I'm not just entering the clerk value there. The job value I'm not inserting. Now if I don't insert anything on a particular column on a row, what will be the value here in this table? Will it show null or it will show something? It will show clerk. Why? Why clerk? I'm not passing any value, right? I'm not passing any value. Then why it will populate? Arif, you have mentioned default constraint here. If I execute this line and then see select star from EMP, you will see Adam's clerk job. Arif, that's nice. Okay, now the fun part. Till here I have inserted. This department number, I will change it to 50. Now I'll try to insert this data. Employee number is unique. Name is there. salary is positive, department number is 50. I don't see any challenge at all. Everything is as per defined. But who will say it will not get inserted and why? You'll be able to insert. Okay, let's see. If I execute this line, it thrown an error. Why error? Okay, if I execute this, error. Why? Before I explain this, I want to ask one question. Suppose you have a office building that you go to office or you go to college. In your college, you have 4 departments. Your mechanical engineering, civil engineering, computer science engineering, and electronics engineering you have. Now the security is very strict in the college. Clearly, instructions has been given to security people that no one who does not belong to college, they shouldn't enter. College administration has become very strict. Security people have been given instruction that whoever are not belonging to college, they shouldn't enter the college. And you have 4 departments: mechanical engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering, electronics engineering, and computer science engineering. Now, security people is asking for everyone which department do a student belong. Some people came and say, I am from mechanical, enter. I am from electronics, enter. Someone comes and say, I am from electrical department. What do you think the gatekeeper will do? Why he will not allow? Select star from department. 10, 20, 30, 40. Do you see 50 here? I am trying to enter 50. Understood? Why it is not allowing? In parent table, that value is not there. And that is told here. Department number, constraint foreign key, refer to department table, department number. So what department table here, this value, before it allow you to insert in the employee table, it will go to the department table and check. I'm entering 50 there. Should I enter or shouldn't I enter? So what is the response that I got from the department table? Hey, that person doesn't belong to the department. Don't allow him to enter. They will say. Department table will say that that person does not belong to any of the department available in department table. So don't allow him to be inserted in the employee table. That's called the primary key and foreign key concept. So your department table has become a foreign key now. Department table has become a foreign key, which is referring to other table. If that value is there in that table, then only it will allow me to insert this value here. Otherwise, it will not allow. Is this college department example made it clear? One more example you want? Okay, we'll take one more example. People who go for a job, the same security will be there for you. I'll tell IPL. Now, in IPL, before the match toss starts, you have to give player list of 11 people. Correct? Guys, before the toss happens, captain should give the list of 11 people, right? Who will be playing the match. So now suddenly, if the 13th person or 15th person come to the ground to bat or to ball, will the umpire allow him? Why? Why umpire will not allow him? He is not in the list of that 11 people. Don't allow him. 50 is not in the playing 4. 50 is not in the playing 4. Which are the playing 4? 10, 20, 30, 40. That is a primary key, foreign key concept. I'll make it as 20 again. Now it will insert. I'll insert this again. It's a name. Whatever name, you give your name there. It's a name I'm giving to the constraint. Select star from EMP. 14 records got inserted in the table. It's a constraint name. Constraint. Restrictions. Criteria. It's a name of the criteria. What I'm giving. You can give any name. That's a syntax. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay, let's start discussion with the functions. What are functions, guys? To be specific, system defined functions. Function is an object in SQL Server which takes some input from you. Yes, it's predefined code which takes an input from you and gives you an output. Example, why do I need this? Example, if I say select upper of my name. What I'm telling here, select upper of Arif. What this function will give me? It will change my name into uppercase. See, I'll just connect it to the database. See, it connected my name to the, converted my name to the uppercase. So what it did, it took an input. It took an input from me in the form of a string and it applied the formula of upper on top of it. Arif, why you are passing Arif there? Can't you pass directly a column from the table? Okay. Upper of ename from emp. So what this command will do now? It will convert all the employee names into uppercase letters. All the employee names into uppercase letters it will convert. See, if I execute this, it will give me all the employee names in uppercase. Correct? Now, similarly, you have many other functions that I'll be showing you a list. You have left function, which will give first number of characters. For example, I want ename, comma 3. What do you think this function will do? First 3 letters of all the names. See, I'm getting first 3 letters. Okay, if I change this to right, what it will give? Last 3 letters. Perfect. So basically, I can do string manipulations, correct? In short, I can do string manipulations. And similarly, can you do number manipulations also? Numbers manipulation, okay. Give hike to your employees by 10%, okay. Select ename, comma, salary multiplied by 1.1. What I did here in this part, I multiplied 1.1. That means what? Existing salary multiplied by 1.1. That means 10% hike I gave, right? So that means I can do number manipulations also. I can do string manipulations. I can do number manipulations also. That's an interesting, right? Interesting topic where I can use functions and I can do many types of manipulation. I can split my columns, I can merge my columns, or I can extract some part of my columns. If the string, I can do that. Similarly, Arif, if I give you a date, can you show me which year it is? Select year of get date. What do you think this output will give me? Okay, forget about get date, year first. Let's do just get date. What is the output I'm getting there? Today's date, right? Now, if someone comes and asks me, Arif, I want to see year of today's date. Okay, type year of today's date. Execute 2024. Say, are you seeing the beauty of these functions? These functions will help you to write many types of SQL queries. So learning these functions are very, very important. Okay. If I execute this, it is showing me 9. So M1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is the position of this? 9. That means index is starting from 1. Why right and left is not in the pink color is because right and left are having a dual purpose. They can be used as a join also. Correct? In SQL, we have joins, left join, right join, inner join. Left and right both you will not see as pink. So that's the reason. Depends on where you use it. So whenever you write SQL queries, guys, you will use functions a lot. It's like start from 4th characters and till the end. Because I don't know. Arif Kaladgi has 11 characters. And Rishabh, you have 7 characters. Correct? From there till the end, whatever it is. I just want everything after that. That's the reason I have written length. Because in the real world, the size of the names will change, right? Why do we use substring? Substring is used to find out sometime in between. So substring means I don't want the entire string. I just want, it's like I can extract any part of the name. Once again, first I'll take substring. Substring is sometimes I want to find out from 4th position to 5th position, from 10th position to 15th position name. Entire name I don't want. I have a pattern. In between that, I have something interesting input that I have to extract from the center of the string. At that time, substrings are used. Only why I am writing length here, guys? Why I have replaced length? Only this is changing. Why? Why I have replaced 5 with length? Because if I use 5, it will not give me complete name from here. But sometimes people will ask, Arif, I want complete name after the 4th character. At that time, Rishabh has different number of letters in the name. Akriti has different number in the name. Making sense? So that's the reason I use length. So what is the function of length, guys? len. It will give number of characters. Okay. So now floor. It will give me 1. 1 means I got rid of the decimal part. It has rounded off the number to the previous less integer. Ceiling is opposite of floor. Ceiling is opposite of floor. It will go to 4. See, it is rounding off to the next higher integer. Round will round to the 2 decimal point, 3.560. Yes, 3.510. Self-explanatory. How we round? If its number is 5 or greater than that, it will round to the next number. If it is less than 5, then it will round to the previous number. So if you see, there it is rounding to the next number and rounding the previous number. Okay, so now it will just give first 5 characters, APR. So now if I say get of 10, I'll give 10. See, it's just truncating. It is just truncating your string name. Nothing much. These are all very basic functions that we are learning. As you proceed further, you will learn advanced functions also. If I say, if I write this function. So if I write this, the output will be different. Can you see this? Does it make sense? So whenever you use convert function to convert date type to character type. So when you use left function, so left function is applied only to character types, not on the date types. So internally, your date is get converted to a varchar. How restrict get date to return only date and not time? Get date is always date time. If you want to get this, just in the line number 99 you see, change that varchar to date. You'll get only date. But get date data type is date time. If you want to get only the date part, not the time part, convert that from one data type to another data type. So if I execute this, guys, now I'll add one more. I'll just add one more. Have a look. I'll just add one more. That will be month. Okay, it's month name. It's already there. I'll add month. Let it be like this. So if I execute this entire thing, so see, the year of get date is 2024. For me is 4th of April still, correct? So month April, day is 4, day of year is 94, and weekday is Thursday. Okay, so now have a look here, guys. I did something interesting here. What I'm trying to achieve, see, sometimes what happens, you will have the full name given to you, and you are asked to extract first name and last name. How will you do that? See, if Arif Kaladgi full name is given to you, so how will you extract first name and last name? See, I have done an exercise here. If Arif Kaladgi name is given, then first name is extracted by using left function of this till char index of space. Isn't it correct? Line number 117 is correct, guys, to get the first name. So if I execute this line, I will get Arif. Then how will you get second name, second part, last name? You should use substring because last name is starting from the middle of the string, and the starting point would be char index of space, and the ending part would be, it will differ from for everyone. So last name would be like this. So just to show an example, I'll change this to Pankaj Mittal. I'll just replace everywhere his name here. But if this is coming from table, you can just write the column name there. See? Now if I execute this part, now Arif was 4 characters. Pankaj is 6 characters. Then also this formula will work, right? Then also this formula will work. Because Arif, you are not getting 4 characters. You are getting based on the space. You'll get Pankaj. And the last name, it is also searching for space. It is also searching for space and then giving that till the end. Pankaj Mittal. So what I want everyone to do now, instead of Pankaj Mittal here, you write your own first name and last name and then test. You'll understand by yourself. You add your own first name and last name and then execute both the commands. Then you'll understand. Okay. How to put the name in variable to avoid typing multiple times. Declare name ename varchar of 20 equals Arif Kaladki. I'm using set. Okay, hold on. At the rate. Now, rather than using every place, that I can use this. Correct? Now, if I execute this, I'll get both the outputs, Arif and Kaladki both. And now, whatever name you want, you can add it here. I'll take Pankaj Mittal. It's the same. I got it. First name and last name. If I change it to Vidita Shah, I got first name and last name. Correct? So declare is a keyword if you want to declare a variable. So variables where you learn when you learn functions. Okay, let me open some slides. Okay, hope everyone can see my screen. What is a select statement? Select statement is nothing but instructing the database to retrieve information from table as per requirement. What is a select statement? It is instruction given to a database table to give information based on my requirement. And my requirement could be where, filter, group, combine, having, filter the groups, order, sort. So what do we call these where, group by, having, order by? A general name, what do we give for them? Clauses. Clauses is nothing but condition. I am getting the data from the table, but not the entire data. Based on the criteria, based on the clauses, based on the conditions, I want the data in a specific format that are called clauses. Make a note of this. All these various clauses we are going to learn that a SQL developer will use every day, these clauses. Correct? Okay. Now, whenever you want to get all the records from the table, which displays all the columns and all the rows, you write select star from employee. Correct, guys? If you write select star from EMP, that will give all the records from employee. If you want to display only specific columns, but all the rows, you should write queries like this. Here, am I filtering the rows here, or I'm just displaying the selected columns? Only selected columns I'm displaying, but all the rows. Now, conditional retrieval of rows. What I have to do if I want to get only specific rows, not all the rows? Where clause. Number of rows to be retrieved are restricted as per the condition. We have done that exercise, correct? Delete using where clause, select using where clause. We have done that. That is what we are going to learn. Where clause is case sensitive, but not in SQL Server. In SQL Server, where clause is not case sensitive. But if you go to Oracle Server, RF in small letter is not equal to RF in capital letter. But in Microsoft SQL Server, it treats us both as same. But it's a good habit for us to consider it as a case sensitive. The thumbs rule says that consider even the server supports or doesn't support, consider it as a case sensitive. What's the benefit, guys? When you move your code from one type of tool to another type of tool, then you need not worry at that time. Am I making sense? Okay. Now, I have written a simple query there. Can you quickly write that query and tell me how many rows you got the output? Basically, what this query is telling me, I am trying to display all the employee names and their salaries, but whose salary is greater than 1,000 only. If the salary of a person is less than 1,000 or even equal to 1,000, I will not display his name. Correct, guys? That is what the objective of that query. 12 rows. Correct, everyone? Okay. List the details of employees who have joined before end of September 1981. Now, in the real world, you will get questions like this. Now, can you tell me what I should write in the where clause here? In the where clause, what should I write here to answer this query? In the orders table, you have hire date. The query will look like this. The date field I have written differently. You have to write as per your table format. And the date format on my screen, intentionally I have written in the different format so that you understand that you have to write the format as per your database format. The next query. Okay. In operator. Sometime the question, what I get it like this. List the name of the employees whose employee number are 7369, 7521, 7839, and 7788. But here, I cannot write equals. Okay, guys? Where EMP number equals. I can't write because I have a list. List is given already for me. I want to get the details of the employees based on that list. And the solution looks like this. I have given 5 names, 5 numbers in the query. Yeah, and the question is 4. That's totally fine. Depends on how many you added. Now, sometimes what happens? The question will be like this. Now, is the list of the salaries given, or the upper limit and lower limit only is given? In the next question, only upper limit and lower limit is given, right? List of salary is not given, correct? At this time, how will you write? The hint is between. You should write between. Clear this till this part, friends? Now, like operator. Why like operator is used? Whenever we work with characters, guys, whenever we work with characters, sometimes I don't know the full name to search. Happens, right? In the real world. Sometimes I don't know the full name to search. I need to search for some keywords or patterns. How can I search? With the help of like operator and percentage symbol. If someone comes and asks you a question like this, what answer do you have? Equal to, you can't search with equal to. You have to use like operator. Yes, percentage. Like, yes, percentage. What does that percentage says? Percentage says that the names should start with S, and the percentage indicates that any number of character, anything after yes. Anything after yes. Try, friends. First, we made our basics strong. Okay, what is database? Tables, different types of commands, constraints, functions. Now we are writing the real world problems. The questions how the users will ask you. Correct? So all that fundamentals that you built, you are applying here now. Okay, next question. List the name of the employees whose name end with yes. What changes will you do in the query? End with yes. It should be percentage yes. Anything before yes. Something is there, something is not there, I don't care. If someone comes and asks, or if I don't care whether it is starting or ending, at least it should there in the name. Then what will you write? Contains yes. Does it make sense? How do we search for wildcard? Okay. What is the next type of question? Arithmetic operations. How can I write arithmetic operations in SQL? Okay. Arithmetic operations and pseudo columns. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Arithmetic operations. Sometimes I have to do some mathematical calculations in my queries. How can I do that? Example, list employee names, salary, allowance, PF, and net salary. Now, tell me, how many of these columns are available? Only 2, which is name, salary. But if you're asking me to display allowance, PF, and net salary also, how can I display that? Correct? How can I display that? Like this. Correct? Isn't it? The columns that you see here are what? Pseudo columns with a P, which are not available in the table, but I am creating that by doing some math. That is what? The next. So these are pseudo columns, right? The one which I've highlighted. Every part that I've asked here, name, salary, allowance, PF, and net salary. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct? That was asked, and I'm displaying those. Now people are asking, how will you give the name? Because when you execute this, no column name is coming to you. That is where column aliases will come into picture. That is where column alias name. Can you see that? I have written as allowance, I have written as PF, I have written as deductions. Now the query look very much structured. So the idea here is to do some math using the column and also give the names to the derived columns. Okay, people want me to write this. Okay, I'll write it. Here we go. The way I will execute this query is this. Is it something different from what you see on the PPT and what you are seeing here? I'm showing you PPT so that you can write at your speed. So if you read the question as well as the answer, it will make sense to you rather than just seeing the answer. Now people will say, when I write this query, right? People will ask, where is the question? I did not understand the question. People will ask. Correct? This is my 200 trainings experience. I'm telling. I can do this because as these are basic queries, I'm showing that in a PPT. And after that, again, you'll come back to practical because when you go to joins, when you go to subqueries, at that time, again, practical is required. Again, at that time, I have to write and show you. Then only you'll understand. There are two things to learn: analytical thinking and the practical approach. Let's go to next query. Now a question. What is the problem? List the name of the employees who are more than 2 years old in the organization, which means that show me the employees whose experience is greater than 2 years. I would write a query like this. See, I'm getting an error. Now, how will I find that? Where year of get date is what? Minus year of hire date you are doing, Arif. If I'm executing here, it is telling, Arif, there is a mistake here, minus. Why? Minus. It's just copy paste mistake. There is nothing mistake there. So that means each and every employee of my organization is having greater than more than 2 years of experience. If I change it to 40, then I'll say 12 employees whose experience is. Now we understood why we learned functions before writing SQL. Functions is an application here in the queries. The data, if it is showing everything, doesn't mean that it is wrong. That means your data is, all the rows are passed through. That also will make sense. Sometimes you don't get any data in the output. That doesn't mean that your query is wrong. That is the fun part of SQL. If your query is wrong, then also you'll get output. If your query is correct, then also you'll get an output. Sometimes if your query is wrong, then also you'll not get an output. Sometimes being your query correct, then also you'll not get an output. Okay, you know other ways to do that. You know other ways. If you want exactly a year, okay, don't do year. Just do get date minus hire date is greater than 365 multiplied by 2. Okay, run this. You'll get exactly day count. Now see, it's telling Arif date type, date time are incompatible. Okay, use convert to date, comma, get date. Operand data type is invalid to subtract operand. Okay, now see, it's telling, or if you can't subtract like this, then how we can do this? If you want to get at the day level, I'll tell you a nice way to do this. I'll use date diff function. Date diff in terms of day, I want from hire date to get date. Now you go ahead and change this number to whatever you want till the day level precision you'll get. Now people will ask, what is a date diff function? Exactly. Date diff function is used to subtract 2 days and give the dates in this format. Correct? See, convert date time to get date you are doing. -2 you are doing. So are you subtracting years from that? It's not years, right? It's just date you are doing. But I want 2 years of experience. The earlier query was at the year precision, and this is at the day precision. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Now, a question I got is, list different jobs available in the organization. How will you write this query? Basically, people will try to write this query. Correct? Now people will say, Arif, if you execute this query, select job from employee, I'll get 14. In my case, I have added 2 records additional. Hold on. So people will say, Arif, if I execute the query, what you have mentioned, I will get 14 records, but many of those are duplicate. Do you really want to see duplicate? No, I don't want to see duplicate. So what I usually do, I write distinct. In Oracle, it is unique. And in Microsoft SQL Server, it is distinct. Distinct of job from employee. What did the distinct operator do, or distinct class do here? It suppressed all the duplicate values and shown only one value. If your data has null values, then distinct will not show nulls. Distinct will not show nulls. Have a look. Distinct of commission. Can you see? Only one it is showing. It will not show multiple values. But in the table, you have many null values. Okay, next. Working with null values. Null values are not zeros. They are inapplicable or unknown values. They cannot be used with relational, logical, arithmetic operators. Yes, you can't compare null with 0. You can't compare null with any other thing. Null cannot be compared with anything. Then Arif, if null cannot be compared with anything, then how will you filter the rows from the table if you want to find out null values? For that, you have to use special operator, which is is. I-S. You can't write equal to that. Example, if someone asks you, list the name of the employee who are not liable for commission. Who are not liable for commission. How will you write this? Using that hint. So I write like this. Select ename from employee where commission is null, or I have written, because I want to get the 0 values also. I have to get the 0 values also. I have written or. So there are 11 records in my table where you will find commission equal to null, equal to arrays is null, or commission equal to 0. So that's how you write queries to find out null values in the table. So I'll show the PPT. I have executed that and I'm showing the PPT. Okay, if I go to the next question, list the name of the employee with the designation who does not report to anybody. Okay, so this is the solution. So that's how you find null values in the table. Next, ordering the data. Ordering means sort, either ascending or descending. So list the name of the employees with salary in ascending order of their salary. Order by Sal. By default, why people will ask, Arif, why you are not writing ascending here? Order by Sal I'm writing here. Why not ascending or why not descending I'm mentioning there? The default sort order is ascending. Yes. If you want to sort it in ascending, you have to queue ascending. Descending. By default, if you don't write any sort order, it will give the result in the same direction. Now, on the same way, if I ask you to write a query for this, list employee names and hire date in the order who joined latest. So what would be the sort order here? And based on which column? Order by hire date descending. See? This is how you sort the data. Now, can I sort based on multiple columns? People will ask this question. So have a look. People will ask, Arif, I want to sort based on job and salary both. Sorry, job and salary. Okay. Select e-name, comma, job, comma, sal from EMP, order by sal, job, sorry, comma, sal. Let's see what will be the result. Can you see here? Analyst, clerk, manager, president, sorted in ascending order both. Now people will ask, Arif, can I sort one column in ascending, one column is descending? You can do that. So, ASC, sal, DESC. This also is possible. Both the columns in opposite direction you can do. Isn't it nice? How we can sort? Let's go to the next topic. Group by. Aggregating data using group activities. When I say aggregating the data, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by when I say aggregating the data? Basically, when you say aggregating, either you are doing sum, you're doing max, you're doing minimum, you are doing maximum. There are aggregate functions which will help you to summarize the data. So that activities I want to do in the table. Basically, you have two types of group categories in a table. Arif, when you say a default group, which is nothing but a single group representing all the rows. Example, in employee table is a group of all the employees, right? Nice. Employee table is a group of all the employees. Can I say like that? Yes, it is. It is a group of all the employees. So it is called a default group. A group which contains all the records in the table is called a default group. Then what is a custom group, Arif? If I ask you to divide the people in the employee table based on their department, then you will tell that entire group got split into multiple groups. If I ask you, group the people in the table based on their job, then you will say, Arif, now you have a small set of peoples with multiple groups belonging to each job. That is called custom groups. We'll be seeing both of these. Now, visual example is this. Customer table example here, where you have CNAME, CNAME, rating. If someone comes and asks you, show me the maximum rating in the table, so you should write a query like this. Select max of rating from customers. And is this a default group? Am I dividing the table into any condition? I'm not dividing based on any condition. That means it's a default group. Similarly, can you write a query, seeing this query, which will show max of salary from the table employee? Correct? Select max of sal from employee. You'll write like this. Select max of sal from EMP. If I execute this, 5,000. Similarly, people will say, Arif, can I do min? Okay, change that max to min. Arif, can I do average? Change it to AVG, average. It's possible. Max, min. Okay, Arif, show me total salary from the employee. Okay, then I'll tell sum of salary. So these are all aggregate functions. So which are the functions? Aggregate functions available in SQL. These are the aggregate functions available. Count, sum, average, max, min. I can write a query like this for you. I can write min of ename. It'll give Adams, which will start from A, first character. If I change it to max, it will give word, which has W, W is the last character. For min and max, it will work. But for average, so all these things you should try, then you'll understand. Okay, so now help me solve some questions here. Determine total number of employees in the organization. Count of EMP number from EMP, right? You're good. How many jobs are available in the organization? How many jobs are available in the organization? Which aggregate function will you use? And on what column will you apply? I will write a query like this. Count distinct job. If you write count of job, then it will give you 14 because it is not suppressing the duplicate values. Next question is determine total payable salary of salesman category. The query will look like this. Nice. Okay. Last question. List average salary and number of employees in department number 20. I want to see two values now, not only one value. Here we go. Right. Perfect. Now, this was all about the default group, which consider all the record set in the query and give only one out. Sometimes you have to do custom grouping where you want multiple outputs in the query based on a split inside the table. This is achieved by segregating rows into smaller groups. So far, I was not segregating them. I was just taking the entire record set and I was giving the value. But now it's the time to segregate. Example, department number 10, department number 20, department number 30. Now, I have divided the entire table into small groups. If you see 10, 20, and 30, output is like this. Now, am I expecting one output or am I expecting number of outputs equal to number of departments? Definitely, number of outputs equal to number of departments. Custom group. The query will look like this. Group by, I will write there. Select department number, comma, sum of sal from employee, group by department number. That is where group by will come. Earlier, whatever queries I have written, there was no need of group by because that was a default group. But here we need a group by. Right? We'll do a few examples based on this. Can you help me write solution for this? List the department number and number of employees in each department. Select department number, comma, count of EMP number. Now, list average monthly salary for each job within each department. Now, why each job within each department? And if how many group by you want here? Group by first department number and then also job. Because I think that different department pays clerk differently. In some department, clerk is getting more salary, and some department, clerk is getting less salary. Similarly, in some department, manager is getting higher salary. In some department, manager is getting lesser salary. So you can do multiple group by. Here we go. By default. Okay. Now have a look. I'm writing another line here. Order by one. What do you mean by order by one? Why you are writing order by one there? What will happen if I change order by 2? What will happen if I change order by 3? Try it and tell me what the order by 1, 2, 3 is trying to say. So it is trying to sort based on the column getting displayed. Department number, it is getting sorted based on the department number. Okay, now think about the next question. Conditional retrieval of groups. So you have seen so far conditional retrieval of rows with a where clause. Now here I want to retrieve the groups based on a condition. I have written a query like this. I have written a query like this. Select department, average salary. This one. And I will write along with that count of EMP number as well. I have 3, 6, and 5. And if this is correct. Now the requirement is I want to display only the groups, only the department who have 5 or more people. How will you do that? Where clause? Are people will tell me where clause? But where clause will not work. Where clause will work only when you want to filter the individual rows of a table. But here, is it filtering the rows or filtering the groups? Here the requirement is not to filter the rows. Here the requirement is filter the groups. That is where you will see having subclause. Conditional retrieval of groups can be achieved by having subclause, followed by group by clause. The condition specified in having will determine group to be retrieved from the total groups. Example. List average salary of a department employing more than 5 people. Here we go. Solution will look like this. Where you are writing having count of star. You can change that to count of EMP number also. It's filtering the groups. So now whenever you want to filter the rows, individual records, you use where clause. But I want to filter this output. I want to filter this output. How can I write? I can't write where. See, I can't write where. Where count of EMP number greater than 5. I can't write like this because where clause should always be written before the group by, and also it cannot be used with aggregate function. If you want to use aggregate function, you have to use having. If your employee number is count of star means number of rows. It doesn't mean number of employee. In my case, employee number is unique in the table. That means number of rows equal to number of employees, can I say? Being employee number as a primary key. Can I say that? Employee number is a primary key, which I know that it cannot be duplicated and it cannot be null. So that means each and every row will have a unique employee number. Now you do count of star, which will give you count of employees. You do count of EMP number, which will give you again count of employees. Sounds good, everyone? The next part of the learning, joins. Not every time the information that you want is available in one table. Sometimes the data is available in multiple tables. To display EMP number, ename, and dname. Tell me, guys, EMP number and ename and dname are present in which tables? As per your table, EMP number, ename is present in an employee table, dname is present in department table. All the three are present in same table, or dname is present in different table? Dname is in different table array. Correct. I have to bring this here. This is how it should work. 3 columns should come from one table and one more column should come from another table. So this is called joins. The way we write this, like this. You are seeing the syntax. So it is displaying all the employees and their department name. See, even I'll write this. Even I will write this now. Please pay attention how I will write. Select EMP number, comma, ename, comma, DEPT number, comma, dname from EMP left join DEPT on. A condition should be written where DPT number equals DAPT number. Is the query correct? Arif, query is correct. Now I'll try to execute this. I'm getting an error saying that ambiguous column name. Why? It should be EMP number. It should be department number, not EMP number. Why it is showing that error? Because SQL is getting confused. Arif, you are trying to join employee table with department table, and department number is present in both the tables now. Department number column is present in both the tables. Now SQL is asking you, I don't know which table you are referring to. When you say department number, which table you are referring to? Okay, I'll go and tell, take it from EMP dot department number. Now I'll say DEPT dot department number. Execute. Oh, Arif, one more column is there. Here I'll say EMP dot department number. I got the result. So what is the learning from this that I got? Arif, when your join condition consists of 2 columns which are having same name, then you should be using table name in front of it. Correct, everyone? This is an important learning. Now I'll extend the same learning. I will extend the same learning and tell you something more interesting. Now, Arif, I like it. EMP number, department table you are appending. But sometimes in the real world, what happens? The table names are so big. Table names are very big. And the common column between the tables are many. 5 column, 10 columns will be there. Sometimes the table names will be like big as these tables. See, some tables will be big as this. See, department group number, product category, product subcategory, fact internet sales, product inventory, research sales. It will be like big as these. Now, sometimes what happens, the table names are so big that it is doable, but it is very much time consuming sometimes. Everyone agree with this? I can write fact internet sales dot department number, fact internet sales dot department number. In table list also, I can write all those table names I will mention. It is doable. But is it not time consuming, guys? In the real world, writing the full table name as a prefix to column name. I'm not telling it is not doable, it is doable, but very much time consuming. Now, how will you overcome this? How will you overcome? I will say alias your table name only. EMP as E, left join, department as D. See, I have alias the table only directly. And then rather than using EMP, I'll write E. Rather than using department, I'll write D and write E. Not only for that columns, for all the columns, I'll write that prefix. Now, don't you think the query look much organized and easy to understand which column in the list is coming from which table, along with eliminating the aliases? So this is called table aliasing. Very beautiful concept. Every query that you see when you go to the job, every query you will see will be using table aliases. Don't you think table aliasing very handy when it comes to writing your queries efficiently and also telling which column is coming from which table? Even though this column is unique, right? Even though EMP number, E name, and D name is unique, why am I writing E dot EMP number, E dot E name? I'm writing it so that we will understand from which table these columns are coming from. So that someone reads the query, he will be able to quickly pick it up. Oh, these columns are coming from this table. So it is for understanding purpose, for readability purpose, we write it, and that's the best practice. Even though the column is unique or not unique, it's good to write it. Okay, now people will ask, Arif, what if I want to join more than 2 tables? Right? Sometimes there is a requirement that you have to join more than 3 tables. 2 tables. How? For this, I have another table. I'll just quickly load. Where is my another table that I want to load, which is this one. Okay, now I'm loading another table here, which is salary grade table. Salary grade table. Can you tell me how many columns are there in this table? 3 columns. One is grade, lowest sal, and highest sal. I will create this table and I will insert these records. Insert into values A, B, C, D, E. I'll insert this. Now I will see what's the data in the table. Select star from this. Execute. So there are 5 grades based on their salary. So if the employee salary range between lowest sal and highest sal, you should have A. If the employee salary is between 1001,999, it should be like that. Now one fine day a user asked me, Arif, your query is good till here. You have written your query to do 2 table joins. Now this is your result, what you are seeing. Now along with these, I want to see the employee's salary. Employee salary. Okay. I said, you can do it. I got salary also. But he didn't stop there. He asked me, Arif, show me the salary grade also. So what should I do now? Which is already having a 2 table join. Can I do more than 2 table joins? Yes, for sure you can do. How? So to this result, you have to join another table. To result of this result should be like this only. This, you don't touch this result. This result should be like this only. Next, immediately next line, you type again left join. Left join you are doing to which table? You are doing to employee table, department table, or the result of the previous join. Option 1, 2, or 3. You are doing left join to employee table, department table, or the result of previous query. You're doing join to where? Result. You're doing result. You're not doing left join to 1. You are doing result of previous join. Always the subsequent join statements will be done on top of the previous join. You join 10 times. Every join will be done on previous join. Make a note of this. Every join that you do will be done on the previous result. In my case, which is the previous result? The highlighted red box, isn't it the previous result? Yes, Arif, that is the previous result, which is getting executed here. See? Now to top of this result, you do job grades JG on E dot sal between JG dot lowest sal and JG dot highest sal. Now I execute this query, it will work. But Arif, where you are showing the grade? Okay, add a grade column, comma. Now add JG dot grade. Isn't it in its simplest form? How to do more than 2 table join? If you want to do another join on top of it, come here and type left join again and write your condition. Add the columns. Okay, you want to do another join? Run left join. Now every line that I'm writing a new join, guys, is it being applied to the main employee table or it is getting applied to the join result of the previous line? One more time, can you tell me? If every new join is getting applied to the previous join or the first table? Previous join. Exactly. Keep that in mind. So that's how you write multiple joins. You do 5, 10, 15, 20, you write it. Any number of joins you write. That is possible. Fair enough? For second join, I'm matching using the between clause. On, I have written, right? On is there. See? On is here. How the between clause work? How the between clause work? The same way this join also will work. It will go and search the 2 values, sal, and it will check between lowest sal and highest sal and corresponding A, B, C, D, it will display. So are we clear how we write multiple table joins also? 3, 4, 5, 6. It's so easy. Only thing, you have to keep on cascading the joins. Then we will do self join. After that, we will say left join, right join, inner join, and outer join. So far good? Okay, now to find out who works for whom. Here, Martin 7654, whose employee number is Martin. Correct, everyone? To whom does he report? He reports to an employee whose employee number is 7698. Right? That is what the concept here. Employee number 7654. His name is Martin. He is reporting to a person whose employee number is 7698. And coincidentally, this 7698 also is an employee of the same table who is Blake. So that means, can I say Martin reports to Blake? Can I tell like this? Like this result I want to display for every employee. Is it possible? Arif, definitely it is possible. But how? Arif, but the joining condition is present in the same table here. The joining condition is present in the same table. So you have to create two copies of the same table. Here you have to create two copies of same table. Here fact is that who and whom both are present in the same table. So the comparative factor in join condition are emp.manager, emp.emp number. To avoid the ambiguity, we need to create alias of table twice. That is called self join. The query will look like this. What am I doing here? I am taking copy of employee as E1 and I'm taking copy of employee as E2. And I am displaying E1 employee name, E2 employee name, one as the employee, one as the manager. And I have to compare this values with these values to populate the names. That is E1.manager, E2.employee number. Many times in the real world scenarios, you'll find this situation where you have to create a join with the same table because you have different level of information available in the tables. Different level of information showing in the same table. Guys, concept at least you understood. What is a self join? Once you write the query, you'll understand how to write it. Select E1 dot ename as employee, comma E2 dot ename, because I want to see names, as manager. Inner join from EMP as E1, inner join EMP as E2 on E1 dot mgr equals E2 dot emp number. Same table, creating a duplicate copy of it to see the result. Here we go. Employee, this one. See, Martin reporting to Blake. Try. If I give it as a left join, then you will see King also. That is what you will learn now. How that if I add left, how it is changing. If I add inner, what is changing. If I add outer, what it is changing. All those things we will learn. Okay, now let's do some fun. Guys, please pay attention. You need not write anything here. Just paste. Pay attention. Don't write anything, just pay attention of what I am showing. Everyone should see my screen. Guys, what this command will do? Alter table, drop constraint, fk underscore department number. What this command will do? It will drop the foreign key constraint from the table so that I can enter any department number even if it is not part of the department table. Correct? See, if I currently go and try to insert this, it will throw an error. Or if no, you can't insert it because foreign key constraint is there. I'll drop the constraint only. Now, I will insert two records, Arif and Suresh, who belongs to department number 50 and department number 60. Till here it is clear. Now, I'm doing select star from EMP, select star from department number. Let's do some analysis. How many departments are there in employee table? 10, 20, 30, 50, 60. In department table, 10, 20, 30, 40. Employee table has 5 departments and department table has 4 departments. Okay, tell me which is the department number which is available in the employee table, which is not present in department table, 50 and 60, which is exclusively present in the left table with employee table. Similarly, here 40 is a department number which is exclusively available in the department table only and not available in the employee table. And which are the department numbers which are available in both the tables? This is clear to everyone. In employee table, you have 10, 20, 30, 50, 60. Perfect. In department table, you have 10, 20, 30, 40. 50, 60 is a department number in the employee table which doesn't have any record in the department table. Vice versa, if 40 is a department number which is not available anything in the employee table. Fantastic. Now, let's play the game. I am doing a EMP number, E name, department number, D name. And I'm doing an inner join based on the department number. Same query. What we have written earlier, same query. I execute. How many department number I got the output? 10. Okay, I'll write it right. 10, 20, 30. Why not 40? Why not 50? Why not 60? Why only I got 10, 20, 30? And that is happening because inner join. Inner join. Inner join is limiting the number of values in the result based on the common records in the both the tables is called inner join. Inner join. Now, I will write left join. I'll execute the same query again. 10, 20, 30, 50, 60. I got 50, 60 also. Why? If I got 50, 60 also, why not 40? And why do I see null here in the department name? Arif, that's the left join. Left join will give all the values from the left table and the matching values from the right table. As department number 40 is available only in the right table and not in the left table, I am skipping that value. Correct? Now tell me, if I make, instead of left join, if I make a right join, 50, 60 will go away and 40 will come? Yes. But null is telling, because why? Because you are taking from employee table. Take it from department table. Now you will see 40. Oh, Arif, that's cool. That's nice. Now, if I change it to full outer join, then I will see all the records irrespective of coming from which table. Here I will write E dot department number also. This is inner join. This is left join. And this is right join. Just by changing one word, I'm getting 3 different outputs. If you want to see this in a Venn diagram, it will look like this. This is EMP table. This is department table. Here the commons are 10, 20, 30. Here it is 50, 60. Here it is 40. Correct, everyone? This is how the Venn diagram you should read. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Let me quickly run these solutions for you one by one. We created 3 tables: salespeople, customer, and orders. Executed. Connect. Executed. So now these tables are available here for me. See? Execute. All these 3 tables are available. So what I'll do, just for my convenience, I'll just copy this script and I will paste it here and I'll execute in a new tab, basically to just see them separately. Right click, new vertical tab group, so that I can see my solution as well as queries side by side. Isn't it a nice way? Have the data side by side to see the output. So I just write that on another query, right click on that window, move to vertical group, new vertical group. That's it. Okay, let's see solution one by one. So this is my orders table. This is my customer table. This is my salesperson table. What is the first question, friends? First question was, write a query that selects highest rating in each city. Select city, max of rating from customer group by city. Berlin, London, Rome, San Jose. In this table, maximum rating is available here. Write a query that selects each customer's smallest order. Select CNUM, comma, min of amount from orders group by CNUM. Each customer's smallest order. Correct? I can use join here. I can write from orders O. I'll say inner join customer C on O dot CNUM equals C dot CNUM. Isn't it nice? Now I can rename CNAME to CNAME. I got the name now. It should be group by now. Group by CNAME. CNAME. Execute. Correct. Next, write a query that counts all orders for October 10th, 990, means 1990. I'll just execute this. I see zero orders. Why it is giving zero, guys? Any idea why it is giving zero? There are no orders for that day in that particular year. So many times what happens? People get confused. If I'm not getting output, I'm not getting okay, because there is no data. That's the reason you're not getting output. Okay. Next query that I have written is write a query that counts number of different cities in customer. Simple, right? Select count of distinct city from customer. 4 different cities, which is nothing but London, Rome, San Jose, Berlin. Some places you need join and some places you don't need join. Write a query that counts number of salespeople registering orders each day. Each day, how many salespeople are registering order and how many salespeople are, so that you get an idea how many salespeople are not registering any orders. So on third, 4 people registered order. On fourth, 2 people. Fifth, 2 people. Sixth, 2 people. Good so far? Then I'll show 2 more. After that, I'll give you the solutions. Write a query that selects largest order taken by each salesperson on each date. Select O date, SNUM, max of amount from orders, group by O date, comma, SNUM. Next is modify the above query to display only the orders amount greater than 3,000 combined orders. Nice. Then last query what I have done is write a query that selects first customer in alphabetical order whose name begins with G. Whose name begins with G. So I've written a query like this. So let's continue with the next concept called window functions. Anyone heard about what are called window functions? First we'll see window functions, then we'll go for the subqueries. Window functions are good. What are window functions? Any idea? Which functions are called as window functions? Rank, dense underscore rank, row number. These are called window functions. What is the benefit of using these window functions? We'll see. Suppose you have a query here. If someone says to you, write a query to show EMP number, e-name, salary, and rank of the employee based on the salary. What do you mean by rank? What do we mean by rank? Based on the position, based on the value, their position I'm displaying. That's called rank. Okay, let me show you that. Select EMP number, comma, e-name, comma, sal. I'll mention as rank of rank over order by sal descending as rank of sal. from EMP. Let's execute this and see what will be the result. Can you see this? Every person got a rank in front of his name now. 1, 2, 2, 3 not there. Okay, let it be. We'll see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9, 12, 12, 14. Ranking has been assigned. Now people will say, Arif, why that rank is getting missed? Because any number which is shared by 2 people, automatically the next number will be skipped. Arif, that's nice. That means, can I, rather than skipping it, can I continuously assign that values? Okay. Rank underscore dense. Dense underscore rank. Dense underscore rank. Now if I execute this, you'll see numbers will continue. Now you'll say, people, if this is descending order, so can I make it as ascending order? Just change this to ASC, ASC, ascending order. Now here also the rank will repeat. Here also the rank will repeat, but the numbers will not be skipped. Now people will say, and if I don't want the rank to skip, it should continuously find the number one after the other based on the data load sequence. Okay. I'll say row number. So what is the difference between rank, dense rank, and row number, friends? You'll see all the 3 values here. Now based on the sales, based on the salary, I'm ranking it 1. 2 people have same ranking, same salary, so I'm giving same rank. And immediately I'm skipping the 3rd value here. See, rank 3 is not there. That is just rank function. The property of rank is it will skip the value. Wherever it find a same value, it will skip the next value and go to the next. Some people say that, and if I don't want to skip the next value, I want to calculate the next value. Then you go for dense rank. 2 will be same, but it will be 3, not 4. But people will say again, and if 2 also should be separate, 2 and 3. Now, question is, value is same. How can I separate them? There should be any condition, right? To separate them, to give one as 2 and this as 3. Otherwise, it will become partiality. Why you are doing partiality between Ford and Spot? Then we decided based on the data load order, in which sequence you have entered the data in the table. Based on that, you allocate the number. So 2 and 3, I got it. Now it makes sense. Now people will ask, Arif, this looks really nice, but can you give rank between the department number now? Within the department number, I want the ranking. Arif, that's nice. Within the department number, I want to get the ranking. So I take rank over same. I just write one keyword here. Partition by department number. What addition thing that I write along with this? Only this part I have written, right? Correct? Only that part I have written. Now I'll execute and see. Can you see this? 1, 2, 3, department number 10. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, department number 20. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and 1. Don't you see that ranks are repeating after every department? So that's the beauty of partition by. Partition. That's the beauty of partition by function. How window functions are different than normal functions? See, window functions are compared with the other values. See, normal function will calculate the value based on the same row. But window functions go to the other lines and compare this value with this value, this value with this value, this value with this value. Inter-record functions they will compare. That's the difference. Other functions, they don't care what's there in the other rows. But Window functions are the ones which really care about what's there in the other rows and compare that value with its value. How you decide rank as 1? Because you have compared with the other row values, then only you decided it as 1. Whereas seal function, year function, they don't go and check the year of other rows, only that. Everyone clear with the window functions? Okay, let's go to the next topic called subqueries. Shall we go and see next topic, subqueries? What do you mean by subqueries? Suppose we want to find total orders that Motika has booked. Is it possible for you to get this answer from the orders table? And if I can get it, but I don't know the Motika's yes num, because I filter the table based on yes num, correct? I can filter the orders table based on yes num. I can't filter based on yes name. So first what I have to do, I have to write this query. Select yes num from salespeople where yes name is Motika. I have to write this query. Once I write this query, I get the output 1004. Once I get this output, next I have to execute this query. That's how I should write it. But why you are writing two queries? Why you are writing two queries? Can't you write that in a single query? Is it not possible? Yes, it is possible. How? By subqueries. Placing queries inside another query. I can write this query like this. Select star from orders where snum equals select snum from salespeople where sname equals Motika. I can execute this together. I can execute this together. See, there is only one order given for Motika. This is called subqueries. One query, the inner query will give an output. Okay, so let's go to a little bit of understanding about this concept. Here, if you see, in order to evaluate outer query, SQL first have to evaluate inner query. That's what people were asking. It will search salespeople table where S name equals Motika, and it will extract the yes num value of that particular row, and then it will pass it to the outer query. Naturally, the inner query should result only one column. Example, what do you mean by the statement? Yes num, comma, S name. I can't write it like this. I can't write a query like this. See, some people will what they'll do. I am expecting in the outer query only one value, and you are giving two values. That will not match. So this query will not work. Only one expression can be specified in the select list when the subquery is used. So I cannot use this. So that is what I'm telling the statement here. As well as the data type should match. In inner query, you are generating a number, and in outer query, you are expecting a character. That will not work. Subqueries that produces multiple rows. Yes, totally fine. If the subquery produces multiple rows in the inner query, then it's fine. I can write in operator. Rather than using equals, I can write in. For example, if I have multiple yes num for Motika, rather than giving equals, I can give in. That will handle. See, that will handle that. So to be on the safer side, if you think that your inner query will give more than one rows as the output, and you don't want your query to break with equal symbol, then replace it with in. Data type should be same. And operators like between, like should not be used in the subqueries. No, that will not work. Okay. Let's see the solutions, friends. And then we'll execute one by one to see them. Here we go. So the first question was, write a query to display all orders credited to the same salesperson who serviced customer 2008. But I don't know who is the salesperson who serviced customer 2008 here. I will write this query So there is only one. I have written it here in just to ensure if it is more than one customer salesperson servicing them, then can be taken care. So I want to see the orders. Good job. Yes. Second query solution. Write a query to find all orders that are greater than the average of October 4th. I don't know, first of all, what is the average sales of October 4th? First, I'll find average sales of October 4th. This one. Then I'll write this entire query to show that. Now, can you try this query with the help of joins? If anyone can try this later as an exercise, just to know whether it is possible or not. Some people asked, how is it different from join? Yes. Let's try to solve this using a join. I want you to try it just to know whether it is possible or not. Last question that I have given is here. Write a query to find all orders attributed to the same salespeople who all are living in London. But I don't know who are the salesperson who are living in London. I'll just run this query. I know that 1001 and 1004 are the salespeople who is living in London, who are living in London, because there might be one or more. I don't know. And then I want to see all orders credited. So this way, I can write the subqueries. Okay, now a question was given to me like this. Write a query to display employee details whose salary is greater than the company's average. But I don't know the average salary of the entire company. Okay, do select average salary from EMP, which is this, and then pass this to the same table. Pass this to the same table to find out average salary people who are greater than the average. This query making sense? Write a query to display employee details whose salary is greater than the average of the company's salary. Means take salary of everyone, average it out, and who is getting more than average. I can get from this. This query is straightforward, like you read other queries. But if I ask you a query like this, if I ask you a query like this, what will you do in that case? Write a query to display employee details whose salary is greater than not the company's average. Not the company's average. It's their department's average. Only their department average. There is a difference between line number 337 and 341, right? Read 337 and 341 and tell me whether they are actually different or no. Here the comparison factor is not the average of the employee table. Average of the employee, but department number of the employee. So if I take this same query and type it, I have to write a where condition. Where department number. Then how will you tell department number? How will you tell department number? Department number should be the employee's department number, not 10, 20, and 30. But how will you decide in the query? That is where correlated subqueries will come into picture. That is where correlated subqueries. I don't want to pass any number hard-coded, Dipendra. No hard coding of the numbers. Because when I run this query, it should give me the values for everyone. 10, department number 10 also, department number 20 also, department number 30 also. But in your query, you're just trying to say for department number 20. But I don't want. I want everyone. That is where correlated subqueries will come. I'll do as EMP as outer table. I'll give table name as outer table. and I'll say as inner table. I've given alias names here. In the where clause, I will say where inner table dot department number equals outer table dot department number. Arif, this seems interesting. So what you are trying to do now, in the query dynamically, you are taking one employee, and in the second query, you are running that query only for the department number of that employee. You are not running this query for the entire table. Correct, guys? The inner query, I'm not running for the entire table. I'm running only for the department number of the employee number I'm executing on the outer table. That means the inner query is dependent on outer query. Here, you cannot execute inner query separately. Here, you cannot execute inner query separately. See, if I try to execute this, it will give me an error. Arif, where is outer table? Outer table is from outer query. So you have to execute this entire query at once. Isn't it nice? Correlated queries will not work in that fashion. So correlated subqueries will create two copies of the same table. It will take the first row. It will run the query on the entire table once. It will take the second row. It will run this entire table once. It will take the third row. It will run the entire table once. So totally 1 plus n number of times the table is searched. So how many times in the subquery nested this one correlated subqueries, how many times the table is searched? Every one line in outer query, entire inner query is run once. If you have 14 records, 14 plus 1 time the table is searched. If you have 1000 records, 1000 plus 1 time the table is searched. If you have 1 lakh records, 1 lakh plus 1 time the table is searched. Correct? That's what the purpose of correlated subqueries, right? Because inner query is dependent on outer query. So inner query give one value to the outer query give one value to the inner query, like 7839. Now then the inner query will take the department number of 7839, which is 10, and run this query on the entire table. So for one line, one entire table. Next line 7902, this will get passed to the salary of this will get passed to the inner query department number, and using that department number 20, the inner query will run once. Am I making sense? So that means every one value in the outer query, entire table is run once in the inner query. That means n plus 1 times the table is searched. But whereas nested subquery, it's not like that. One time the inner query, one time the outer query. Only 2 times. So seeing this, n plus 1 times the table is searched, do you think that subqueries, correlated subqueries are good in terms of performance, or they are really very bad in terms of performance? They're really very bad. Usually not good. They're not good. Performance will slow down. Yes. So what is the difference between nested subquery and correlated subquery? Simple in one line. Nested subquery is a type of subquery where inner query will execute first. The output of inner query is given to the outer query, and outer query will use that output and executes it. That's it. Whereas correlated subqueries, every line in the outer query is passed an input to the inner query. Inner query will use that input and executes that on the entire table, and then return back to the outer query. This will continue till the end of the table. Correlated subqueries. We always try to avoid correlated subqueries in the real world. How to display average salary in the first select statement? Here is a right. Average salary is here. Select average of salary. This is average salary. And then execute this entire thing. Then average salary. How to display the average salary? You can't display that. You can't display using subquery method. In below query, no, you can't display. But the next method, what I'm going to teach you, there you can display average salary also. Okay. Now I was telling about an alternative method to overcome the performance issue in this solution. But first understand the problem here. What is the problem? Every new line that I'm executing in the outer query, the inner query is executed once. Correct? That is the problem actually. Everyone agree with this problem? Every new line in the outer query that I'm executing, inner query is executing once. That's the problem to give us the bottleneck on the performance. Somehow, if I store the output of the inner query somewhere, if I store the output of the inner query somewhere and then refer to that output and run the outer query, that will solve my problem. If I somehow store the inner query's output so that I need not run the inner query multiple times. Now the actual problem is every one line in the outer query, inner query is executing once. So in order to overcome that, if I can somehow store the output of the inner query somewhere in the table and then use it further. But people will say, okay, Arif, create a table and store the output there. But I don't want to store that table permanently. I don't want. What's the use of that table to store permanently? I don't want to store that table permanently. That is where concept of common table expressions comes into picture. Common table expression comes into picture where temporary tables can be created and stored within the scope of the query. Common table expressions, which is called as CTE. How we write this? With department average sal as select department number, comma, average of sal as average sal from EMP group by DPT number. Correct? This is the inner query. Now if I run this inner query, whether I'll get the output that I'm expecting, perfect. 10, 20, 30, 50, 60. Now using this inner query, I will write my outer query like this in temporary table like this with, I'll write my outer query select star from EMP as E, inner join department average sal. Arif, where is the department average sal? Here. As D average sal, DAS on EMP dot, sorry, E dot department number equals DAS dot department number where E dot sal greater than D dot DAS dot sal. People were asking, why can't we solve this using joins? Yes, you can solve with the joins, but you have to store that output somewhere first. Then you can solve with the joins. Is it making sense now? If I execute this, I will get the same output as earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Run this query. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I solve that issue with the correlated subqueries here? By creating this temporary table once, storing that in a temporary memory, joining my EMP table with this table, and writing a condition. This. Isn't it awesome? Really? Arif, on the fly, you can create temporary tables and then you can use them, and automatically they get dropped after your query execution done. I need not worry about storing that temporary table somewhere. That is called with clause. Alias name I have given. Alias name as. Alias name for department average salary. Slowly, word by word, line by line, you write. Then you'll understand. So, if someone asks which one will you prefer, whether you prefer correlated subqueries or common table expressions, what will be your answer? You can explain in 2-3 minutes, right? Now, what happens in correlated subqueries, and to avoid that, why do you use CTEs? Now you are in better state to explain that. This is what is needed. I'll explain one more time if you want. So you have it here only. So if you see here, you have in the employee table, you have 16 records, department number 10, 20, 30, 50, and 60. In department table, you have 40 also. 50 and 60 is not there in department table. See, in the same way, 40 is not available in the employee table. 10, 20, 30 are common available in both the tables. If I write a join statement and just change it to inner, and if you execute this, you will see only 10, 20, and 30. Where is 40? Where is 50 and 60? Because they are not present in both the tables. That is the reason you are not able to see them. So similarly, if I go for left, you will see 50 and 60, but you will not see 40 because 40 is available in the department table, not in the employee table. Because that's the fundamental of left join. Left will give all the records in the left table except the records in the right table which are not matching. The reverse of left is right. You'll give all the records from the right table and the matching record from the left table, and the records excluding is 50 and 60 because that is not available in the right table. Full outer join is where you will see all the records irrespective of whether they are there in the left table, they are not there in the left table, you'll get it. But if the value is not matching, it will populate null. Perfect. Okay. Can I give one question? Use CTE to display list of managers from the employee table who has at least one person reporting to them. I want the managers' names who have at least one person reporting to them. What is this query? Inner query. Manager with reporting. Okay, so what you're trying to do here, EMP number. Why are you taking EMP number? I would take, rather than this, I would take MGR count of EMP number. Count of EMP number from employee. And I would say group by A dot MGR. Correct? Now I have the number. I don't have the name. I have the number. Now, when you know the number and the people, number of people reporting to them, then what you should do? Select star from EMP, where EMP number in, or what? I'll do select star from EMP a inner join mgr with reporting as m on a dot emp number equals m dot mgr. See, reading wise should be interesting. As people start reading from top to bottom, right, they should feel connected. So first what I did, I tried to find out the number of all managers who have at least one person who is reporting to them, then join them to see the entire result. So what is this? No column name was specified. You have to specify the column name as CT. Execute. See. So these are the managers who have number of people reporting to them. I can see the number of people reporting to them also. Correct?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Now, let me just expand this. Tables. We have countries, department, job grades. You have table called select star from EMP. What do we mean by conditional statements? Guys, any idea? When do you use conditional statements in SQL? To execute code based on a condition. So now there are two types of conditional statement that we should remember. One is case when used within a query, within a single query, or you can say used in select statement, and also outside select statements. Outside select statements. Let me remove this. Otherwise, people will get confused. Used in select statement and also outside select statement. One more type of conditional statement you have is if else. Used only outside the select statements to check conditions we'll be using it. Sounds good? We'll be doing an example. Just by seeing that it will not help, but we'll be seeing an example. But keep this in mind. Many times people, not only people, even I having experience in working on SQL from so many years, I get confused and I use if else within a select statement. First we will see case when, and then we will see the if else. Sounds good? We'll start. We'll start with a question. What is the question? The question that I have is write a query to display employee name, job, and promotion eligible. I want to display 3 columns. The logic for promotion eligible is if experience is greater than 40 and then 40, then the output should be yes, or the output should be no. Very, very basic conditional statements within a query. So now people will say, Arif, where is your promotion? Where is your promotion eligible? You don't have any column such. Okay, we'll try to write this statement now. Select ename, comma, job, comma. Third statement, how will you write? Case when. We can write like this. Case when date diff in terms of year from which date? Higher date, comma, get date is greater than or equal to 40. Then you have to write. Then the output is yes. Again, you can write when. You can write multiple times like this when less than 40, then no. And you have to write what? And as you have to give a column name for this. The column name is promotion eligible from EMP. Execute. Can you see that output? So Scott, he is not eligible for promotion because he has not completed 40 years in the company still. And Adams also is not able to get promoted. So you can write this. Case when. Yes, it should always have an end, guys. It should always have end. Within that, n number of when you can add. You can even tell if you have only 2 conditions, guys. If you have only 2 conditions, you don't need to write the when condition. So you can just directly write else no. This also will work. I want to add another column that is experience years. Okay, go ahead, add it. What's wrong? You have date diff. You have date diff here. Paste it here as experience. What's wrong in adding that as experience? You can write it. 37, no. 37, no. Rest all are greater than 40. Okay, the question that I want you to write is employee tier. I want to display same way. I want you to display EMP name, ename, job, and experience. Along with that, I want you to display employee tier, which tier that employee belongs to, and the tier decided based on the employee. 0 to 20, tier 3, tier 4, 21 to 30, tier 3, 31 to 40, it is tier 2, and then 40 and above, 40 and above, tier 1. Can you write this? I can say 0 to 20, or you can say less than 20. Less than 20. To be specific, 20 to 29, 30 to 39. Will you try? Based on the experience, yes. Employed here, experience. I'll write experience. Where you have multiple conditions. So the concept is same, but the conditions will be more. Here we go. So what is given here is case when date div less than 20, tier 4 different conditions, correct? Now if I execute the same, ename this is not emp name. And it will display based on this. Now everyone is tier 1, only 2 people are in tier 2. That means it's working, correct? Now people say that if every time writing this big expression is difficult, correct? That is making my query bulky and looks big, correct? People suggested either use variable or experience or age is like a very common scenario, right? Can't we create a function for that, saying experience and then use it, correct? Create a function and store it. And based on that, we can use. So how to create a function? User defined function, because you don't have a function which will tell experience. I want an output like experience of higher date. That's it. I want to write like this, experience of higher date. The output should be years of experience directly. Will it be nice if I can design that so that in future, whenever whoever is writing this query, so he need not use date div, year of higher date, comma, get date. He did not use that. Will it be nice, friends? So that is called user defined functions. That is called user defined functions. And how to write user defined functions? Create function emp experience as the name of the function, or you can just use exp experience at the rate higher date, an input parameter. I'll start marking here. This will be an input parameter that we always pass. Start making your notes here, guys. Always function should always have an input parameter and a output returns. Return type. And a function should always begin and end with proper statement of begin and end. Within that, all your code should be written. This is a structure of writing functions. Is the structure clear? It should always have an input and always should have returns, integer, character, whatever it is. It should have that. And then always should have begin and end statement. And within that begin and end statement, you should write all your expression. So your create function and then function name within the brackets input parameter, and then returns integer. It could be character, it could be table also, it could be anything, whatever you want to see as a return type. It should be there. In general, this is a fixed structure. This should be there. Without this, your function will not work. This should be written. And within begin and statement, whatever you write, that is your function logic. And a function should always return statement here. Sounds good? So what is the mandatory part of the function? This. At the rate you can write as v higher date. Okay, to create, so not have any confusion. You can give different name, whatever name you want to give, but that will be the value that you'll be passing there. Okay, and I'll write v experience, and return v experience. Does that clear the confusion? You thought that it's an higher date directly field name I'm adding there. No, it's a variable. It's a input parameter and also acting as a variable. The use of this is like you have year function, month function, other functions. I am creating a logic to create a function, user defined function. User defined functions. Year function take date field and give in the return to you the year of that date. Correct? Here, this function will use date field and give you the experience of that person in return. Do you have any function in SQL internally stored which will take input as a date and give experience as the output? No. So to simplify my code, rather than using date, def, year, higher date, I want to use a shortened form. Here, this is a basic example that we are doing. So whenever function execute, it has to return something, right? Whenever you call a function, it has to return something output. See, input output. Function accepts input and returns output. He is accepting an input in this variable and returning output in using this variable. Now, let me execute this first. If I execute this part, it says that command completed successfully. Function must and should return only one value. It cannot return more than one value. It can return either integer, either it can return a character, but not more than one. It can accept more than one value as an input, but not. Here, we had it is a variable. That's the way you can declare within the functions. So once you execute your function, it will show completed successfully. But what happened internally? If you go and see in my programmability, inside functions, scalar function, you will see that function has been stored there. Because these are the concepts you learn once and you apply a number of times. Perfect. Now, how will I use it? Now have a look. I'll just get rid of this. I don't want this. I'll just write dbo dot emp underscore experience pass higher date. That's it. I'm using this. I'm using it here. I'm using it here. What is this? I'm using it here. I'm using it here. I'm using it here. And I'm using it here. Now see, if I execute this, isn't it really very cool? And this function has become an independent object of my database now, which I can use anywhere. One advantage. Another is my code has become so much readable now, so that any person can read it. Rather than reading that date, diff, big formulas, I can read it like this. Correct? Don't you think functions are really very beneficial in order to store the logic so that you need not remember it every time, and also reuse multiple times? How this function is defined, this is how I defined it, right? The best practice is DBO. Similarly, I want you to create a function for employee tier. Once you do this, I want you to create a function for employee tier so that I need not write this big expression. Employee tier experience, I'm writing it, right? So directly tier I can use rather than using case when. Can I use directly tier? Can I create directly a tier function? We can't do it directly. Now, Arif, let's do something interesting. Rather than using experience as a function, let's create tier only as a function. How? Take this entire thing here. And now the return type would be what? I'll create a new function altogether for that. I'll create a new function altogether rather than modifying that existing function. I can use it. And I will take this logic here and I'll just add it here. See, I'm not doing anything new. I'm just extending that code. Rather than returning a integer, I will return what? I'll return what? Tier. It should be character. And now one more variable I need. When I have variable, I have one more variable. One more variable will be what? @ v tier. And that will be character. And now I'll say set @ v tier equals case. And now rather than writing this everything, I can write @ v experience. And I don't want to use as. And that's it. And the name of the should be emp tier. Now, directly if you pass a date, the return will be what? Rather than experience, it will give you what? Tier. And now I'll execute this, then I'll show you what will happen. Execute. Successfully completed. Now, I did not write even this big expression. What will be my query? What will be my query? Rather than writing this entire thing, I'll write dbo dot emp underscore tier and then higher date. As I'm right here. Now execute. Why is showing star, 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 star? Just think. What could be the reason? Have I written my function correct? Exactly, you are correct. So your expression is wrong here because see, you are returning a bigger length character and you have defined a smaller length character here. So you can say varchar of 10. That was a mismatch. And now Arif, do I need to create a function by dropping it? No need. Create or alter function. Or again, just write alter function. Rather than writing clear or, I'll just write alter function. Execute. Done. Execute this query now. I'll get the return. Okay, what am I getting here? Return again as experience. No, Arif, what you are doing? Returns what? V tier. These all mistakes intentionally I'm doing so that you understand not every time getting an output says that it is the right answer. Guys, are you understanding that? Not, see, the function is working perfectly fine, but rather than returning V tier, I'm returning V experience. Then do you expect it to work? Do we expect it to work as required? Definitely no. So you have to pass the right parameter as the return. Alter the function again. and then execute, and I'm getting T here. Why? Because VT here is what? Varchar of 10. Now you didn't create it properly. See, all the dots should be connected correctly. Then only the function will work. You define something as a return type, you use something, you store it in something, and you return something. No, it will not work. Now all the issues should get resolved, and I should get the clean output as I wanted. Just imagine now. First, we have written such a big query. With the help of functions, we stored this logic somewhere in the place, and then my query is just one line because I had created that earlier. If you're doing it for the first time, you have to write create. Function is already created, you are modifying it, you have to use alter. You are not sure whether it's created or not created, then you can write create or alter. Makes sense, right? Logically makes sense. And I did so many mistakes here so that you guys will understand. Whatever you are using here should match here, should match here also. Otherwise, you are doing something, you are passing something, and you are returning something. That will not work, right? Now, the larger the code, it's more prone to do errors. I did so many mistakes. That was just to demonstrate, but so many mistakes I did. And I did logical mistakes. I didn't do syntax mistakes, correct? Everyone? I did logical mistakes. Logical mistakes means output was there, but output was incorrect. So all these things you should be noting down. So everyone have understood why to use functions, to simplify our code, to create reusable codes, to make our codes look simpler and smaller, and other people to understand how it can be. Procedures can be used inside the functions. You can use functions inside the functions. Totally fine. Not an issue. Example, have a look. dbo dot emp underscore experience at the rate v higher date. Okay. I'm using function inside a function and executing a query. Did that affect the output? Nivedita? You have the answer. I nested function inside a function. Yes, you can do that. Just the thing you have to try. The declare command will have only one semicolon at the end of the declare. You can declare multiple variables inside a declare statement, like select statement when you write, create table statement when you write. You don't write semicolon after every column, right? You write semicolon only at the end of the columns list. Making sense? Sometimes entire code will look good, only we don't pay attention to commas and brackets. That happens, but you have to overcome all those things with practice. Okay, so what I want to create now, a function. Here an example will be if else. Create a function to calculate commission hike. Create a function to calculate commission hike. If the employee's commission is null or 0, then commission will be, then it's 200. Else it should be commission 10% hike, else 10% hike in commission. I'll tell you. I'll show you the output, what I'm expecting. Can you see this? I've written a query also for you. But what is a function? I'm not showing it still. I'm showing the output so that it will make sense to you. Then I'll show the logic. If you see here, commission is null. I'm showing as a new commission. I'll say as new commission post hike. New commission 200, 200. As soon as it sees a 300, it will do 10% of that. As soon as it sees a value, it will do 10%. A value, 10%. If no, then 200. Even if it's 0, then it will do 200 only. Because 0 or null I'm comparing. Is the question clear? And the output, what is expected is clear? Then how am I doing this? How am I doing this? I'm doing it in a different style. Have a look. This is my function. This part is still the same. Correct, guys? This part is still the same. No changes in that. There is a basic architecture of a function that will not change. Only the part that will keep on changing is between that begin and end, whatever you write, it will change. So what am I doing? I am creating a commission variable float because I want to store it somewhere, right? After manipulating, I want to store it somewhere. Then I'm loading from the query for that employee number, what I'm passing here as an input. Now people will say, Arif, why are you not passing commission directly? Why you're not passing commission directly? Okay, you can pass commission also, but I'm doing it in a different style. One more thing, guys. Keep in mind, everyone will have different style of writing the function. That doesn't mean that yours is correct and mine is wrong, or mine is correct, yours is wrong. You are getting the right answer as per the expectation, then your solution is correct. Someone else may also get the same result using the different methodology. You can't say that his code is wrong. That code also will be correct. That's the reason I'm showing you two different style here. Two different style. Now, I'm taking an employee number as an input. You can take commission also as input. Then your function will become very much small. Have a look. Because I wanted to show you if else concept. That's the reason I have taken this method. Now have a look. If I'm just after taking the input from a select query, directly I'm loading that here in the commission variable. Now I'm writing if this condition is true, then execute this part. Else this condition is true, execute this part. If else, if condition is true, execute this, else execute this. And then come out of the if statement and send the return. Is it making sense? The syntax of if else is different from what we write case, but it's simple. So I'll show the below query also so that you can try and check the result. Here we go. So I'll indent it properly so that people will not get confused. If condition satisfied, then only to enter the loop. You can write another condition there. If multiple time. If else, both. I have written just if or if else. It should be if. When you close an end, when you close it, it's done. Now, many times what happens, a function can even return a table also. You might be surprised to know that a function can return a table as well. How? See this function. See this function? What I have designed. I'll just take this and I'll add it here so that when I give you the script, the question will be in front of it. Okay, this location sequence. So what is this function doing? I have only one statement. So I'll not write begin and end. So guys, if your function has only one line, then you don't need a begin and end statement. Nice, right? Simple. So it's creating a function which will return the table out of this query by applying a predefined filter. Have a look what it will do. I'll create a function created successfully. Now, rather than writing select star from table where clause, I can just use this. Can you see this? I can pass 30 here directly. Can you see that? Is it returning full table, Priyanka? Or it is returning only the table which is saved in the output of my function? It's not giving the full table, right? So sometimes what happens, I want to return the table. So this is called table valued function. You have scalar functions and you have table valued functions. See, table valued function will appear here in this list. There are two types of functions which are used: table valued functions and scalar valued functions. What is the use of table functions? To make queries shorter? Yes. And also it can be used in different softwares. So for example, when you are doing reporting in Tableau or in Power BI, at that time you don't want to get the full table. At that time you want to get only the short table. It can be used in different systems. You can pass parameters dynamic queries. Sometimes the where clause is dynamic. What will you do? Where clause itself is dynamic. You can make using this where clause as dynamic, right? Guys, don't you think using table valued function, where clause can be made dynamic? Yes. Based on an output of a function, based on the calculation that you are doing, then you can display the output. Are we clear? What are functions? What are conditional statements? Case, when to use? We can ask user to pass parameter in the select statement. Is it possible? What are we doing here? In the select statement only he is passing the parameter, right? He is passing a parameter in the select statement here. Okay, so the next concept that we will be learning is stored procedures. We can create our procedures and store them. Example, if someone comes and say that, Arif, I want you to update the table. You should write a DML command inside the code. As you did for here, commission hike, I want you to update the table. I don't want you to return any data. I want you to update the table directly. Can you do that? Using a function, people say that, Arif, how is it possible? It has to return some value, but I don't want any return value because I'm not using it anywhere. The requirement is give me an input of employee number and I will update the table accordingly for you. I don't want any output. I just want you to do some task, do it and close it. Stored procedure. It can return some value also, but not officially. What is meant by stored procedure? How we write it? The syntax is same and the example also is same. And here we go. I'm showing you a very basic stored procedure. Here we go. I'll explain line by line. Just pay attention. The question that I got is create a SP, that means create a stored procedure to take input as employee number. If the commission is null, then update commission to 200. Else if commission to increase by 10%. What am I doing here? I'm updating the table. I'm not giving you any return value. I'm updating a table. So the syntax remains same. There is no change. Begin and end will be there. The syntax will be same. There will be always a begin and end. Only the difference what you see here is what? You don't have returns. Do you see any return here? Returns data type, do you see? Do you see any return keyword? You don't see that. We don't have that. But the logic inside what you write is everything same. See, what am I doing here? I'm creating declare a float. Then I'm using the same input here, but just rather than storing that in a variable and returning it to the output query, I'm directly updating the table here. Yes, we can directly write update table command. Let me execute that and show. Then we'll see. I'll just write sp underscore commission hike. Execute. Now where you will see it? Stored procedure. Here that procedure will be visible for me. Can you see this? Stored procedure. Now how will you execute it? Select star from EMP. Now if you see, commission for Jones 7566 is null. If I want to run this procedure for Jones, I would say execute exec execute, or you can tell full word also execute. Exec also will work, execute also will work, and then you have to write sp underscore commission hike, and then just pass the number of employee 7566. 7566 is the number. Now if I execute this line, it will not give you any result. It will just say one row affected. Now if I run this query, you will see 200 will get populated there. 7566. Can you see that? Now if I pass an employee number who already has a commission, like 7499, Alan is 300. What do you expect, guys? If I execute this line, what will be the updated commission for him? 330. Execute. One row affected. 330. Now people will say, Ari, what if a person employee number you are passing which is not available in the table, like this? 0 rows updated. It will not do anything. If that condition matches, then only it will take action. Otherwise, it will just execute and just go back. Now, you can't write functions to do an update statement. You need stored procedures. Now, every time you don't need an output, right? In the real world, every time you don't need an output, you want a specific action to be done and exit. Okay, I'm doing it. Stored procedures. Stored procedures and functions are almost the same. Only the difference is stored procedures are used to program your larger code to do specific actions. One after the other, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. You can code it and keep it, which can automate a lot of your processes, data processes. Whereas functions are used to just take an input, give an output. Stored procedures are bigger than functions. Can we write this? The way of writing, the syntax is same. No change. In this case, in place of update, we are using stored procedure. In place of update, sorry, I didn't get that. Stored procedure is not like a function. See, function should return an output, but stored procedure is mandatorily returning an output. It's not returning any output. Then how can you tell it's like a function? The syntax is like a function, but operation is not like a function. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
What do you guys see in this file? Tables and data inserted into the tables. Correct? One is a customer table, and another is, if you come down, it has orders table. Two tables are there. Now what I want you to do is select your database, and click on New Query. Right click, New Query. We know everyone how to open a new query, right? And from that text file, copy everything, Control+A, Control+C, paste it here. Correct? Copied everything and pasted. And then I'll just hit execute. Let's see what will happen. In a new query window, I copied everything from there and I pasted it and executing that script. So what I can expect after this script is executed? Two tables will be created in my database. One is a customer table and another is orders new table. We'll see what will be the result. See, executed successfully without any issues, nothing. Now, how will I check the data inside that? Select star from customer, select star from orders new. If I run this first command, I can see 1590 lines. In the orders table, I have 1590 rows. And here I have 20,172 rows. Now this is a huge data for us to work on. Yes, we'll be doing some examples here. We'll be creating some stored procedures. We'll be writing some SQL queries on this just to get some understanding on stored procedures, how to write complex ones, and how to write some complex queries. Because I'm doing a lot of insert in the rows, 20,000 or 22,000 rows I'm inserting in the table. Definitely it will take time. We don't insert rows usually like this manually. In the real world, data is not inserted manually like this. Data flows from system to system with various tools. We don't insert manually like this. For exercises, we are loading it like this. In the real world, data will flow from various tools into the system with the help of various softwares. We don't do manual inserts. You see the table structure here for orders table. For customer table, this is a structure. You have customer ID, customer name, date of birth, marital status, date of first purchase, gender, and yearly income. There's a structure of customer table, and the structure of orders new table would be this, where we have multiple columns. Okay, as we have the data loaded here, let's do some real world examples. Select star from customer. I have these many customers. Now, if I see, I don't have the age of the customer. I don't have the age of the customer. Okay, guys, the ask here is, I'll write select star from customer. Select star from customer. And then I'll connect to this database. And I will drop down here and tell B 26. Execute. This is the table I have. Now the type of question I got here is write a query to show list of customers, age, band, and count of customers. And the age band would be like this: 0 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, so on till 90 to 99. Question is clear? Now, for this, what I want you to do is create a function to make your job easy. Create a function to take input as age and return the age band. In that, if you do this, then your query will become very simple. Is the question clear to everyone? What is the ask? I want to say how many customers I'm having in the each band of age. Now for that, what you can do, you can calculate the function. You can create a function which will accept age and give you the age band. I'll give the structure. I want you to just write the logic. I'll just remove this part. I'll not write anything here. The input should be @ what? Date of birth. Because we have date of birth as a column. Returns varchar of 10 and @ age band is the return I want. Now this part, in this line what you will write, I want to know that. And the function name also I'll change. Age band. See, 50% of your work I have done. Because we know that this structure what you see for a function is common for any function you write. Am I correct? See, I got a solution which says if else. It is doable using if else also, if @vh, where we have done vh, begin. Okay. And here we have used declare @vh, which is what? Age integer we have used. Correct? And then another variable created @vh band. Nice. So the input is taken from the date of birth, and then I'm creating two variables, vh band, varchar of 10 and integer respectively, and I'm setting vh is equal to year of get date minus year of date of birth. You can use that, or you can use date diff also. Any methods that we have learned so far. Then if else. Okay, you can use if else also. You can use if else also, or you can use case statement as well. Whichever you feel convenient, you can use it. Now let's execute this using if else. Let's see what will happen. So now, if I try to execute this, what will be the result? It says that Arif, you have a error here, @age. So what you have used, @vh, that is. declare v age band. Where is v age band? Age underscore band. Okay, I'll remove the underscore. Just underscore was creating that error. Again, declare @age. Where is @age? Okay, I'll remove because you have used everywhere age. Okay, this makes sense. Must declare @age. Why? Set @age. @age. Now I don't have any issues. Perfect. Now the final output query with customer age band as a temporary table, common table expression, customer ID, customer name, date of birth, and DBO age band. From customer, he has used this, and then he has pointed to the same table from age band, count of star, from customer age band, which he has created above. I'll just give alias name as count customers and then group by this. I'll just execute. Correct? So where is my customers? Which age group my customers are more? I can say order by to descending. Between 40, I have 40 to 49, I have highest customers, which 293 customers. Yes. See, different style of writing that different people have, but the answer should be same. See, whenever you have a column name which has a space in between, SQL will not recognize that column names. In order to make that look like as a column name, you should either use double quotes or you should use square bracket. We don't use anywhere else square bracket. Square brackets are used only for the columns. We don't use it anywhere. So if people will try to use square bracket here instead of the normal brackets, it will not work. See, one more style of writing. Select dbo.age band, directly pass date of birth as age band, count of this, and group by. This also is possible. Two different style of writing the query, but output is same. So are we clear how to write functions in SQL and how to use those functions in your SQL queries? Okay. Now what I'm trying to do, I'm adding a new column in the table, EMP. And I will do select star from EMP. Okay. So everyone, please see here. I have a job, which is a current job, and I have a new job column. Now it's the promotion time. Now I have to give appraisals. Create a stored procedure to update employee new job as follows. Employee should be more than 40 years of experience. Employee should not be resident. And if employee is department number 10, his new job would be VP Ops. If he is from department number 20, his new jobs will be VP Research. If his department number is 30, his new job will be VP Sales. His new job would be VP Account. Take input as EMP number. I have added a new column. I have added a new column here in this table, employee table, which is new job. And then I want to create a procedure which will take input as the EMP number, and it will check the experience. It will check if he's not a president. He will check the department number also. Based on that, it will give the output. And the structure of the procedure will be the same. Copy this. And I'll come at the bottom. I'll paste this part here. I don't want any of this code in between. The structure would be here. SP, promotion, employee number, declare which all variables you want to declare. You can declare accordingly, and you can. And your code should be written here. The structure is still the same. Structure is still the same. What logic you are writing, how you are writing, that will decide what will be the result. Okay. Now the time to show the solution. Can you see the solution from line number 642 to 668? How many variables I have created? 4. And in order to do this solution, I need 3 inputs from the table. One is the job, existing job, that I will load into @job. Existing department number that I will load into existing @department number. Hire date, which is again this one. Now what I'm doing, I'm writing a if condition. If the person job is president, not equal to president, then only you try this. And also his experience should be greater than 40. If these 2 conditions satisfied, then only you enter into this begin and end. If this condition does not satisfy, come here and print that employee with the employee number that is not eligible for promotion. Clearly just type it and exit. If he is eligible for promotion based on this condition, then you set new job based on this case statement. Is it nice, properly indented? To read also, it is making sense, correct? Even you should also practice writing the code like this with proper indentation, guys. If you write your code with proper indentation, reading it will be very much easy. Because see, how I usually do indentation is like this. I will always keep this into same line. I will always keep begin and end in the same line. I will always keep case and end in the same line. I always try to keep like this. That will make sense, right? If I keep one block, if I keep the same indentation, it will be good. People who work on Python, you may relate this easily, correct? In Python, it's more of indentation that you should follow. Here, indentation is not mandatory, but it is very helpful for me to understand my code and read it. So one by one, you have to load. Now people will ask, Arif, why you are writing 3 times select statement here? Yes, that's how you do it. In a single statement, I can't load multiple values in one variable. One variable, only one value. In one variable, you can't store the entire table also. Can you store in one variable entire table? I can't store. So how many variables you have, that many times select statements you should write. Do it slowly, guys, line by line, then you'll understand. Set command. Set @job. You're telling you do like this, equals select. Okay, let me do one thing. What will be the result of this? I'll tell you an example. what you are writing here. Set declare. Let me show you an example. Declare @ department number equal to integer. I'll just make it as 30 for now. @ department number, I'll not do anything. Integer. Keep it like this. And I'll just write a print command, emp number, declare department number equal to this, and then I'll say @emp number equals 30. I'll take emp number 7499. I'll take 499. It will be integer. 2 variables I'm creating with help of declare command. And then I'm doing as your command, what you have done. I'm using the same here. And then dpt number I'm using here. Okay. Correct. And now I'll try to say print @dpt number. Now if I try to execute this, what is it telling? Sandeep? Error. Now what I'll do, rather than using set, I'll say select equals department number from here. Now I'll try to execute. Did I get the output? I didn't get the output what you asked for. So what do you infer from this? Apple is APPLE only. APPLY is not apple. Correct? It's a syntax. Every programming language will have a syntax and we have to follow the syntax. Did it make sense? Fine. Great. Concat is what it will concat the name. It will show as a sentence. Example. I'll execute this and show. I'll create this procedure. Procedure is created. Now I will write select star from emp. Yes, it's concatenation only. Now, who is president here? King 7839. I will write sp underscore promotion 7839. If I execute this, can you see it? It is concatenating constant string with a number from the variable and again a constant. Simple as that. Now, if I pass a valid number like 7499, it will say again he is not eligible for promotion. Then who is eligible for promotion? 7839. 7839. Select star from emp. I want to see the person, email, emp number, any number. Okay, I'll take 7369. 7369. Execute. He is also not eligible. Why, guys? Why I'm getting for every person not eligible for promotion? They should be eligible for promotion, right? What am I missing? See, select star from employee. It is not updating anything here, but this person have joined in 1890. What is the mistake I'm doing? Very silly mistake I have done. If condition is and or. I'm using not equal to. That means and only will work. I'm using or condition there. If I'm using equal to, then it would have made sense. Very simple mistake I have done, intentionally done. Sometimes happens. In 20 lines of code, only one silly mistake I have done. Now see, it got updated. One silly mistake I have done. I have swapped hire date and get date. That's the most common error that any developer can do. Agree, everyone? Always it should be the lesser date. Intentionally I had done that. No one highlighted. That's fine. We are learning. But the idea here is to show you that even a single word in this big procedure can make you spend hours in fixing it. Correct, guys? If you don't notice that, then no one will understand, or if that's a error. So if you don't add this statement here, then your code will just execute and leave off. Correct? See, if I don't add this here, so will my code will throw any error, guys, if I create this procedure? It's correct. And then 7839. Who is this one? Now if I execute this, it will say executed successfully. Now if I go and check, you'll get confused. President, I don't see any job only here. Correct? See, I'm executing it. It is telling execute successfully. What does that mean for you? That means the person has been promoted. So now it's not an error. It's not an error. It's just like you have to show some information at that point. So what I did, the main purpose of adding this code here is to tell that if a person is not eligible for promotion, then I will display a message saying that he cannot be promoted based on the set rule. See, one row affected 7369. Okay, that's fine. But 7839, 7389, right? President 7389 is not eligible for promotion. Trust me, guys, when you go to job, you will find minimum 100, 200 lines of codes that will take days for people to just read and understand. Yes, but these are the stepping stones for that. And guys, trust me, the more you practice, the better it is for you. The more you practice, the better it is. As in every example, I'm trying to show you how a single bracket, a single comma, a single word, a single function will give you a headache. You think that, okay, my code is perfect, but somewhere or the other place, just one word or one bracket, it will be throwing some error. That you should be very careful. So this is separately executed. That is a execution of the procedure. 7389, there is no employee only. But if you are telling a message that 7389 is not eligible for promotion. The message is little bit misleading, right? It's misleading. It shows that employee is there, but he's not eligible for promotion. Now, the homework for you is modify this procedure in such a way that if the employee is not available in the table, then it should display invalid employee number. You can do that. Can you take this as a challenge for a homework? Can you modify this same procedure to display invalid employee number if the employee number what I'm giving input is not from the table. Note it down. We will do that. Now, if you are interested, I will give you one more ask. Will you try this also? I'll give you one more ask in the same procedure. I hope people had made a note of invalid employee number. One more ask is, if I execute this procedure once, he is telling employee promoted as VP research. Now, next time when you run the same procedure, and if the new job is still the same by mistakenly, if you have run this procedure, then also see he has been promoted again. So now he was VP research only and he got promoted to VP research again. Does it make sense? If by mistakenly, if the job and the new job is same, at that time, what will you do? I want to display a message saying that the new job and the existing job is same. That would be interesting to see. Like this, it will keep on improvising. Try this also. But important is employee number invalid that you try.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
So now what we did is we have written the stored procedure to take an input from the user and do the commission hike, correct? Commission hike stored procedure, but we are taking an input from the user of the employee number. One very important thing that people will ask me here is, if you have written this procedure to take a input from the user of the employee number. Suppose when you do commission hike, you do it only for one person or you do for all the persons in the company? All the persons, right? Any logic that you apply, you'll not do only for one person. You'll do for everyone in the company. Appraisal, promotion also, you do for everyone. But here, the logic that we have written is only for one. Now, if you want to apply for that for every person in the company, if you want to apply the same logic for every person in the company, then what we have to do? We have to modify a logic a little bit and loop the rows. First, in a right manner, if I see, I can't keep on writing this execute 2564, execute 7369, execute for 7899. I can't do that because here 12 people we can write one by one. But in the real world, hundreds of people will be there. Can you write every line execute 1, execute 2, execute 3, execute 4? Can you do that, guys? Not possible, right? The code only should take care of that. This code, whatever you're writing here, the code only should take care of that. Means first it has to take first row from the table. For example, this is a table and these are the number of rows. The code should be written like first row is fetched and then at the end it has to go back, fetch the second row, execute this, go back, fetch the third row, go back, fetch the fourth row, go back, like this. That will solve our problem. One at a time, if I fetch from the table, one row at a time if I fetch, process it, update it, go back to the table, fetch second line, process it, update it, go back to the next line. This should happen till the end of the table. So we'll be writing a procedure which will have that features today. And those concepts are called loops and cursors. What is a loop? Loop, we know that loop is a formula that will do some operation repeatedly. Okay. Cursor is nothing but a variable of table type. RF, yes. Variables can be of table type also. So for how many types of variables we have seen? We have seen variable of integer type, decimal type, character type, varchar type. Correct? All these variables we have seen. We have not seen a variable of a table type. That means what? A variable that can store output of a query. Cursor, we can allocate select star from EMP where department number equals 30. When I say this, cursor allocate this query means what? The cursor will create a temporary table which will have all these lines from this query output. Then on top of that cursor, you apply loop to process one by one. Okay, guys, that will be the solution to do our procedures which will process rows one by one. So two concepts. One is cursor and the loop. Loops are nothing but while loop, which will execute your code repeatedly, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. To proceed and execute one after the other, we need a variable to store the data. Whatever type of query you write, based on the query output, how many number of records your query will give, that much is the size of the cursor. We'll do example, then you'll understand. Or if you're just explaining concept now, let's do an example. Then you'll understand. Let's do an example and see this, everyone. Okay. Because guys, cursors are very important when you automate your codes on the real world tables. Okay. Let's see. First, let's learn loop. What are the basic loop command? Basic loop. Have a look. I will write here loops and cursors. I'll just add a comment here. Now, what am I doing here in this small code? I'm declaring a variable @count equal to 10. Begin, end. While count not equal to 0, begin, print, concat the number output is @count. Then set counter -1. It will go back here. It will check while, okay, it's not 0. Come back again, execute. Again, it will go back, come back, execute. Till how many times this loop will run? From 10 to 1. 10 times this loop will run till it gets 0. Correct? Let's see. Can you see this? Guys, are you seeing the loop here? How it is working? Declare variable, begin and end. And in that begin also, I'm writing while begin and this is the end. And this end is for this one. So now again, I'm telling indentation is important. Which begin will execute first and which begin end is where. Can you try this? Small code of loop, very, very basic example. Okay, now let's see cursor. So we know now how the loops work. Let's see a cursor. So cursor has various stages in its cycle. Okay. Now, various stages of a cursor life cycle. What is meant by a cursor life cycle? Cursor variable is not like any other variable, guys. Cursor variable is not like any other variable. So you will declare it as like another variable. You will declare it, but if you want to use it, the data from it, can you use everything together, guys? Is it possible that a cursor which has a table of 100 rows, can you use all the 100 rows together and manipulate them together? It's not possible. SQL will not work like that. Am I making sense, friends? What I'm telling? When you declare a cursor which has 100 rows in it, can you process all the 100 rows at once? Or you have to take one row at a time? So one row at a time we have to process. We can't process all the rows together. So for that we have to follow a process. We have to open the cursor. After declaring the cursor, we have to open it. Once you open it, you have to fetch. Whenever you write fetch, it will pull the first record from the cursor. It will bring the first record from the cursor. And then it will start a loop. Loop while at fetch status equal to 0. What do you mean by that? As soon as you pull it, it will set a flag. Whenever the fetch command is executed, this flag will set either to 1 or 0. Fetch is a command which will get executed on SQL server, which will set a system variable. That's the reason you are seeing at 2 times there. If is a user variable, how many times you write at the rate symbol? 1 time. But it's a system variable, it is 2 times at the rate. Now at fetch status is equal to 0. That means what? It says that data is there. When the cursor fetch does not result any output, then the at fetch status flag will set to 1. Is that clear? What at fetch status system variable shows there? So flag is set to 0 if there is data in the table. If there is no data in the table, it will fetch to 1. If it is 0, it will come here and it will process all your records. And then it will fetch the next record. It will go back. It will keep on doing the loop. When the flag will set to 1, at the end of the last line in your cursor, and as soon as it sees at fetch status is equal to 1, what it will do? It will exit the loop, close the cursor. Because you have opened the cursor, that means you have to close the cursor and you have to deallocate the cursor. As I've told, it's a temporary table, so you have to deallocate must and should system variable. Does the cursor mean? It's a variable which holds a table inside it based on the query that you write. I'm telling you the steps here, but I'll be doing one example, simple example I'll be doing that will give you more clarity. 694 is all your code, whatever you write, all your code. If, else, select, update, whatever you are doing, that code will be written there, your user code. I'm giving the architecture of how to write the cursor. So this is where you write your actual user code. Actual user code, you will write it here. So with this, I'll show you one example. I'll show one basic example of cursor. Please pay attention here. I'm creating 2 variables of type integer and varchar. Employee number, employee name. And I am creating one more variable of name called emp cursor. Now declare emp cursor of type cursor, like you do int varchar. Here you have to tell what type of variable it is, cursor type of variable. And for select. So what do you mean by this? Friends, what do you mean by that? Line number 703, 704. That means, Arif, you are creating a cursor which is holding all the records from the employee table where department number is 30. Agree? Now, once you declare the variable, next is open the cursor. Once you open the cursor, fetch emp cursor in these variables. Means what you're doing? Whatever the value from the cursor, fetch emp cursor into these variables, the variables that you have created, which are having two columns. If you observe, guys, you have two variables and your emp cursor also has two columns. Correct? Your cursor has all the columns from the table, or it has only two columns from the table. So your cursor has only two columns like this. Everyone? Does this say that my cursor is having only two columns? What if I want to add more than two columns? Okay, write that column name. EMP number, ename, job also you write. How it maps cursor columns to variables? Can you see this? Fetch emp cursor in the same sequence. You have to follow the sequence. You cannot move the sequence. Whatever sequence you are creating a cursor, the same sequence you have to map. You can't change the sequence. You can't. See, when you are filling some water, you want a container. Can you fill some water without a container? If you want to drink water, you want a glass to hold it. Then you can drink it. If you're cooking, you want some vessel to hold some water to use it. Similarly, in cursor also, you have to take the data from the cursor into singular variable, because I'm not going to process all the columns at once, because every column has its own use. Sequence should be matched. Once you match the sequence, now EMP number and ename will have what values? The data from the table, first row. This value and this value are fit here. Correct? After line 708, what does EMP number and ename holds? Do they hold all the cursor in itself, or one value where there is the first line from the cursor or the first record from the cursor? I have done the diagram. All values. It's first record. I have done the diagram, guys. Is diagram not helping you to say what values are there in this table? Only the first. There are multiple values in this table. In this cursor, there are multiple values. But the cursor will have, after this fetch statement, the cursor will have only the first value. Okay. Once this value is fetched and these variables got the value, then the at fetch status flag will be set to 0 or 1. The data was there. If the data was not there, it would set with 1. Yes. So now that means this condition satisfied. Now it will go in the loop. In the loop, what it is doing? It is printing that employee number and employee name. After it prints, it will go to the next fetch. And before ending, it will go back and check. Now, when you do this fetch, what it will do? Every time when you execute a fetch, guys, it will go to the next line. Keep in mind. One time fetch is executed, it will execute first line. Now, second time when you execute fetch, it will pull the second line. So that means 5 times if I execute fetch, guys, will it fetch the same line, or every time when you write fetch, it will fetch new line? This is important. Every time when I hit fetch, it is fetching the new line. When you reach till the end of the table, that means this fetch will reach here. If this fetch reaches here, then what will be the flag status? 1. Flag status will be 1. It will exit the loop. It will print. This is the end of the table. And then it should close the cursor and deallocate the cursor and exit. If the steps are clear, shall we execute this and see once if it is working as per my expectation or no? This is a very basic cursor, which is doing what? This cursor is doing what? Very basic operation. printing employee number and employee names. It is just printing. It is not doing anything. It is just printing. Have a look. If I execute this now, this entire procedure, invalid object name EMP because you are connected to wrong database. Correct? I will change this database. B26. Execute. And why only 5 people? Why not 14 people? Okay. If I add department number 20 and execute, names are different. Department number 10, names are different. If I don't write the where clause, now people will say, Arif, can I do it in reverse order? Okay, right? Order by EMP number descending. Can you see that? Your order of execution should be adjusted based on your cursor only. There is no way that you do here. The way you store the data in the cursor, in the same sequence, it will get executed. That, guys, is the sequence correct? First we learned the loop. Okay, what is loop? How the loops works. Then we learned what are the stages of cursors life cycle. Then we combined loops and cursors both so that it will make sense and display what we need. What is the use of this cursor? To store the employee number. Why can't we do this without cursor? If that could have been done without cursor, then cursor would have not been introduced. So whenever you keep this in mind, whenever you want to run a program on each and every record in your table, then compulsory you have to use cursor. If you're taking an input from the user and then based on that you are executing your code, then you don't need a cursor. But if you're not taking the input from the user and then want to execute the program for each and every record in the table, at that time you need cursor. So please make a note of it and remember that. Okay, so now have a look. I will take the procedure what we have done previously, which is a procedure which we have done earlier, this procedure, correct? So have a look. Using cursors, I will not modify any logic. Guys, I will not modify any logic anywhere. Only thing that I'll do is I will add a cursor wherever it is needed. Now, first of all, do I need this input here? I don't need this input. This input should come here, comma, come here. Declare. This input comes here. Guys, I'm taking the existing procedure only and modifying it. I need to create another cursor, which will be this. And I will paste it here. If you want, you can write it in single line also, but I prefer writing in multiple lines. Now, in this procedure, will I be taking any input from the user, or user will just execute and I will execute from the first row till the last row? From the first row till the last row. Okay. Now, EMP number and ename I'm storing in the cursor. But in this case, is it EMP number and ename, or it's EMP number and commission? EMP number and commission. And similarly, commission is float here. So cursor is done. Next, what? If you have done this, then what is next? Open emp cursor. First, you have to open it. Before looping it, you have to open it first. First, EMP number and commission. But where did I allocate that first? However you want. It depends on how you write your fetch statement. See, fetch emp cursor into @ emp number, comma, @ commission. Correct? First I open the cursor. Now I have fetched the cursor. I don't need this line now. Yes, fetch the sequence matter. In what sequence I have created my cursor? In the same sequence I have fetched them. In line number 725, what is the sequence of creation of your cursor? In the same sequence you have fetched them. Not in what sequence you declared them. Not in what sequence you declared them. You declare anywhere you want for the other variables. Now, once you do the fetch, what is the next step to check? While at fetch status equals 0. Then what you have to do? Begin. Begin. If this, then begin again. I'm not doing any changes in the code. Guys, pay attention. I'm not doing any changes in the code. I'm just adding wherever I need to add the loop. Now, updated. After this update happens, then what I'll do next? If this is done till here, next is what? Fetch again. Fetch this. After the end of the if statement, I have to fetch the new line. Begin. Inside the begin, that fetch will come. And then end. Then close emp cursor, emp cursor. Then deallocate emp cursor. Now, did you see anywhere I have modified my logic, or in the necessary places only I have added my cursor statements? In the necessary places only I have added the cursor statements. Now I will create this as a key CUR so that it will be like for all tables. Now create this implementation. Now begin and end, where you have written? You have written one begin here, but where you have written end for it. See, if you execute this, it will say that Arif, incorrect syntax near emp cursor. This line, you have done a begin, but you have not written an end here. This is the benefit of writing your big indentation properly. Now execute. Done. Before you do it, let me run this and show. First, select star from emp. Null. Many places there is null here. Can you see? Many places there is null. Now come back here and just say exec your this. Do I need to pass any parameter here? Do I need to pass any parameter or argument to this procedure? No, right? Execute. Can you see this? One row affected, one row affected, one row affected. Number of lines, number of rows affected. Now do select star from emp. Wherever it was null, it has populated 200, and wherever there was value, it has populated 10% hike. Isn't it really cool method? In the real world, you write the code which will do your operation on any number of lines. Function is not like mandatorily you have to use it in procedures only. For proper examples, you can use that in the functions also. If your function output is not at the row by row level, it's an aggregated value. At that time, it will. Okay. Okay. The task that I want you guys to do now for me is, if you see this program that we have written, we have done this. Now the same procedure I want you to write with cursor, but there is another clause in it. You have to do it for a particular department. You have to take the input of a department number now. So if I say SP promotion cursor department number, so promotion should be applied only for the people in that department. Is the question clear? Code will be same. The parameter will change from employee number to department number, and it will have a cursor inside it. Can you modify this code to do that for me, friends? Okay. So now write a procedure. My question is, write a procedure to update new job, take input as department number, and apply the same for all the people in the department. Procedure is same, logic is same. I just want you to take the department number also as input rather than the employee number and use a cursor here. Before doing this, you can just write a command, say update emp set new job is null, so that your table will be clean. I'm just inputting a value here. So in the where clause, it will affect, not in the update command. It's null everywhere. Now, please modify your procedure to do this operation. Everyone have that procedure with you? I have given the code also. Now the procedure is there on the screen. I want you to modify this. Okay, we'll try. Now, this EMP number will become what? Department number. Okay. And now this department number, I'll change it to EMP number because I want to swap it. Correct? First change is what I did. Department number, EMP number, I swapped it. Now I don't need this all. I don't need this. What I need to declare a variable of cursor type. I need to declare a variable of cursor this. Here we go. Where is my code? Here we go. I'll create a variable of this. And now, what are the inputs that I want here in this cursor? I want EMP number. I don't need name. I want what? @job. Sorry, job. I want job. Then what I want? I want hire date. I want these three values. Job, hire date. I want these three. From EMP, I'll just remove this order by. And in the where clause, I will write where department number equals @department number. Till here it is making sense? This is where we decide what should go in my cursor. Till here it is clear? Till this line? Simple. Now I'll just go down and I'll say fetch, open. Open what? Emp cursor fetch emp cursor into @EMP number @job @hire date. Correct? Next, after this, After this, what I'll do, next step is while at fetch status equals 0. While fetch state at equals to 0. Begin. If there is a begin, then there should be an end also. Correct? There should be an end. Have you written this begin and end? People who are saying it went into an infinite loop, have you written this begin and end? No. Just before the end, you have to do one more fetch. One more fetch from this. So what all did I change? What all did I change? I didn't change anything, Arif. Now I'll try to execute this. Saved successfully. I'll run that first and then I'll show you. Now sp underscore cursor department number 20. sp promotion cursor department number 20. I'll pass. Execute. Can you see this? Only the people of that department. And then do select star from EMP now. Select star from EMP. Only department number 20 people got updated. Where it is null, he is not eligible for promotion. Now change that to 10. You'll see department number 10. Why you were getting infinite loop? What is the key here? What is the key that you have understood? Indentation is creating the magic. Correct? If you properly indent your code, it will be very easy for you to track where you have missed. You don't need any debugging tool also. Agree? Indentation is very, very important. It's interesting, right? How many of us can think that cursors is really creating a magic whenever you want to do bulk operation at once? Definitely cursors are helpful, right? In that situation. And always try to write your code with proper indentation, guys. Always try to do that. Guys, are you seeing that? Is the indentation looks exactly in a straight line? Do you see my indentation exactly coming in the straight line for every begin and end? So make an habit to write like this. You have to write close, begin, before this end, you have to write close and deallocate. Close, emp, cursor, and deallocate, emp, cursor. So I'll write this, execute these two commands so that my cursor will get closed. You shouldn't be getting Bharat. I executed this alone. Execute this alone first and then execute your code once again, because that's what I'm telling, right? If a cursor is not closed, you cannot open the cursor. If a cursor is not deallocated, then you cannot declare the cursor. That's the reason. If you remember, I have told that statement. So always write that. Okay. Tell me here, guys, what changes will you do here? Where did that stored procedure go? I modified the existing one. Okay, I'll bring that original one back here from here. I have the backup of the code. Here we go. I have the backup of the code. I'll bring that original one back without the cursor. ESP underscore cursor. Without the cursor, I have it here. Okay, so which part did you change? So now these are the cursor, not the cursor one. I have that in my text file. I'll just open the text file that we used yesterday. From that, I'll bring the code. This is the one we did yesterday. Correct, friends? Yeah. So where did you add the line to say that employee is not from the table? Which part did you write modify your code to say check whether that employee is there in the table or no first? I'll just add a if statement here. If exists let's see, if exists, select EMP number from select star from EMP where EMP number equals @EMP number. Or you can say simple. If an employee number does not exist in the table, so do you think these parameters value will get populated? If employee number does not exist in the table, do you think this parameters value will get populated? @job, hire date, and department number? Because because I have a default clause in my table which will by default add @job. Okay, if @job is null, is not null, I'll write a begin clause. There are multiple ways, again I'm telling, to write this, but I'm doing at this point of time what I'm thinking it can be done. I'll just give some spaces here. Begin and else print invalid. Correct? Everyone? We'll try this. I just added an ifs clause. If it is not null, then only I'm doing it. Otherwise, okay, let's try. 3, 2, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you see that? It's not doing anything else. 7499. One row affected. And any number who is not eligible for commission, who is not eligible for promotion, what is the number of some? Tell me an employee number, guys, who is not eligible for promotion in the table. To just check that as well. Select star from EMP 7839. Okay, 7839. I'll type 7839. Can you see that? I have just written this @job is null. Yes, because what you are doing here in this statement, what you are doing for that employee number, if for that employee number, I'm just storing job @job. If the employee number itself is not there, then what will be your variable value? If employee number is not there in the table, will it result any value like 1, 2, 3, 4, or it will result null? Okay, that is what I'm taking as a condition, because I know that job cannot be null in the existing table because I have a constraint. I have a constraint in my table. Default, if a person does not enter any job, it will automatically update clerk. Correct? So there is no employee in the table without a job. Correct, everyone? So you have to think, I didn't do anything, guys. I just added this line and this line. I just added this part. Now, one more thing. If a person is already in the same role, where will you add that code? Where will you add that code? Here. If @job is equal to @new job, begin and cannot be promoted to same position, else begin and end. Now see, no one can understand this. What you are writing here, they'll think. If I just indent it properly a little bit, then it will start making sense. Correct? Now let's execute this also and check. I'll just add that line of code, promoted. Where is that? I'll add this line also here. Now I will execute my procedure. Completed successfully. 7839. Not eligible for promotion. 7499. The employee is promoted to a VP. And then again, if I execute this, again it's telling VP. And then if I add 1, 2, 3, 4, promoted as VP accounts, execute this one more time. It is telling promoted as VP account. That means my inner if is not working properly. And if I write a person which is outside 72 like this 2654, it will say invalid. This is not getting executed. Why? This begin is where it is end, here it is end. So now, am I doing properly this clause? I should display, for example, select star from employee. If I do select star from employee, if I do the job and current job, because I'm not updating the existing column job. So guys, I'm not updating the existing job. I'm just updating this job. So it will never be same. So what you should do, you should update not new job. You have to update what? Job. You update job, that means the original column will get updated, and next time when you run, it will throw that error. Now I'll execute this procedure one more time. Then I'll show you all the 4 correctly. Here we go. 2356 is invalid. 7839 not eligible for promotion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Employee promoted for VP accounts. Execute at the same time. If I execute this same time, what I should get an error now? Let's run the table and see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. VP accounts, VP accounts. What should be the error now? If I execute this same one more time, it should show error or it should update? Error. cannot be promoted to same position. Now we got an idea how we keep on adding the new features to the code. Everyone, if you understand the flow, is it difficult? If you understand the flow of the code, is it difficult to write? Where to write is important. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay. Next topic we will learn is about triggers. What do you mean by triggers, guys? Any idea? Have you heard the term called trigger in SQL? Functions, procedures, and trigger. Functions, you call the functions. Procedures, you execute. That you are doing something. That means you are initiating that work. Functions, you call. Without you call, it will not get executed. Procedure, you should execute it. You should explicitly write a command and then it will run. But triggers are automatically fired. Triggers are fired. You should remember it. So when you say triggers are fired, automatically it will get fired. Functions are called, procedures are executed, or procedures are invoked, and then triggers are fired. In what scenarios? In what scenarios triggers are fired? Example, if someone is trying to update the data in the table, if someone is trying to delete the data in the table, if someone is trying to insert the data in the table, now everyone will not have rights to do that. But even if you have given the right to them, then also you want to take a backup of whenever someone executes something. For example, think if someone tries to delete the data in the table, in the backend, you want to sense that a person is trying to delete the data in the table, and before deleting the data in the table, you have to take the backup. If you could do that, that would be a really nice feature, right? Because functions cannot do that. Your procedures cannot do that automatically. Because whenever someone is trying to execute data in the table, manually you have to call the procedure. But you should be knowing when a person is trying to insert the data in the table for that. But the person who is trying to insert the data in the table, will he tell you and then try to insert the data in the table? Or will he tell you and then try to delete the data in the table? So that you go and run the procedure so that it will take backup? Or you will tell him, oh, hold on, I'll take the backup, then you delete it. Can you tell like that? In the real world, can you tell? If someone is trying to delete the data in the table, can you tell him, hey, hold on, don't delete it. Let me take backup first, then you delete it. But there should be something, automatic action taken when someone tries to delete the data in the table. Automatically backup should be taken. Or automatically, I should tell him, no, you can't do this. Those are triggers. So have a look. I'll show you a very basic trigger. I'll show you a very, very basic trigger. SQL triggers. What I'm trying to do here? Only this is a trigger. Create or alter trigger dbo.myFirstTrigger on this table. On this table for what action? For insert, update, delete. So what do I mean when I say this is, I'm telling fire this trigger when you see someone is trying to update the data in the table. Whenever someone is trying to delete the data in the table, when someone is trying to insert the data in the table, you fire it. And internally, what it is doing? Internally, what that trigger is doing? It is just displaying a message. It is not doing any complex work. It is just displaying the information message. I will not tell. I will not tell to display it. Automatically, it will display. Have a look. I will create this trigger. Created the trigger. B26. I will create the trigger. And next, what? The trigger is saved here. See, in the programmability, triggers. I have to refresh it. Refresh. Programmability. Database triggers. It should be displaying here. I'll check that. Why it is not displaying data? But it will be there. I'll check. Not connected. What do you mean by not connected? Okay, the database was not connected. Next, have a look. When I try to insert the data in the table, what is this message, guys? So far, I was getting only one row affected. If you try to insert the data in the table, what you will get without creating the trigger? Try inserting the data in the table. You will get that message or you will not get that message. If you try to insert the data in the table, will you get this message? Without creating the trigger, I'm telling Dipendra. Without creating the trigger, will you get that message? Come on, everyone. But why I'm getting that message? Why I am getting that message? You have modified the table. Why? Why you are not getting? Because I have created a trigger on that table only. If I go and try to insert in the department table, will it give me that error? Insert into DPT values 50 test, comma. Have a look. Am I getting that message here? No, I'm not getting that message. I'm just getting not affected. But only when you try to insert this data in the table, I'm getting it because the trigger is defined. Trigger on insert. If I update this new job, one row modified. You have modified the table. Delete. You have modified the table. For all the three actions, I'm printing this message. Automatically is fired. Am I executing the trigger or trigger is automatically getting fired? Can someone tell me? Am I executing the trigger or trigger is automatically getting fired? Automatically getting fired, right? Then just imagine what beautiful things you can create in SQL with the help of triggers. If someone is trying to do some action on a table using DDL or DML commands, it is enabled now. It is enabled. Now, trigger is an object which you can enable and disable. Have a look. If I disable it and try to update, I'll not get that message now. I will not get that message. Why? Because you have disabled. You have disabled that. Enable. And now if I try to update, I'll get that. Okay. Now the question that I have now. Read this question 2 to 3 times. What I want to achieve there. Create a DML trigger to take backup of deleted row from the employee table along with deleted on and deleted by values. What solution I want to build using the triggers? Basically, I'm trying to build a solution. I'm trying to build an audit table that will record someone has deleted the data, who has deleted it, when he has deleted. This is really very important in some databases, which can be implemented using triggers. To do this, first we need to have a log table created. I need to create a log table. I'm trying to create a log table. I'll run this command so that I can create a copy of the employee table first. dbo dot log table first, copy of the employee table. Then employee log will have all the records. I'll just delete everything from the table. And then I'll add 2 new columns. So this is the structure of my log table. So rather than writing a command, create table, all different columns, I did a shortcut. What shortcut I did to create the table? Select star into is a shortcut key where I can create the table by copying the structure of another table. We have seen that earlier. So what all columns do I have in my table here? I have all the columns available in my employee table. Along with that, I have 2 additional columns here. What is the use of the 2 additional columns? To take backup, I'm taking. Backup, I'm taking. It's not like I'm not taking backup. Backup, I'm taking. But along with backup, I'm adding 2 new columns there. That will be fun to learn how we can do that actually. Have a look. Create or alter trigger based on this particular table, trigger name I'm creating, and on this table. So for which actions? For which actions I'm tracking? Delete and update. Delete and update. Now have a look. As soon as someone tries to delete any record from the employee table, insert into employee log table, which I have just created now, it will try to insert that data in that table, and the values will be the data which got deleted from deleted. What do you mean by from deleted? So whenever you run your delete command, guys, whenever you run your delete command, everyone, I hope you are listening to me. Whenever you run your delete command, deleted is a temporary table which gets created to store just recent value which got deleted or updated. And when I say that, deleted means the record which you deleted from the table, and you are trying to insert the data into this table and these values. Let's try to delete a record from the table and check. Let's create this trigger created. I'll take this line. Deleted is a table which stores an internal table of SQL Server. An internal table of SQL Server. What do you mean by internal table? Who created that table? SQL Server itself creates that. Internal table of a table which will store the most recent updated values or deleted values. Okay? Did my statement make sense? Just now what statement I told? What is a deleted table? What is it deleted means? From deleted. I don't see in the table list a table name called deleted. But where the table is coming from? It's a system table or internal table of SQL Server which holds what? Which holds what? Recent deleted rows or recent updated rows. Okay? Now, if I write 7369, now if I execute this line, which are the 2 tables will get affected by this command? Which will be the 2 tables which will get affected? Employee and employee log. But am I working on employee log table? Am I doing any changes on employee log table here? Then how employee log table will get affected? From the trigger. Am I executing the trigger? No, trigger is getting fired. One row affected on employee table, one row affected on employee log table. Select star from employee log. Can you see this? Deleted on, deleted by. Correct, right? And 7369, will it be there in my employee table now? Select star from EMP, where dbo.employee. I don't have anything here. Did I truncate it? Let me just insert the data in the table. Select star from EMP. Okay, I have it. I was not executing the right command. And when I execute this, it will not have anything because that particular employee is not there in the table, but that has been moved. Let's work on update. Let's work on update. Select star from EMP. What will I update? Let's update the job of 7499 Alan from salesman to clerk. Update EMP set job equals clerk, where EMP number equals 7499. If I execute this, again, two tables will get updated. In which table I will have job as clerk and which table I will have job as salesman? Definitely employee table you have updated. That means employee table should have job as clerk. But employee log table will have job as what? Salesman, which was my previous job. Can you see that? I took a backup. If someone wants to see what changes has been done on record of Alan so far, I can do this. I can see. Are you guys really understanding what magic these triggers are creating? You do any change now in the table, you make some value null, it will get recorded here. You change a job, it will get recorded here. You change department number, it will get recorded here. You change commission, it will get recorded here. Any operation you do, delete or update on the table, it will get recorded here. So that this is one of the beautiful application of triggers. Now, am I restricting any operation here in this trigger? Or I'm letting the operation happen and I am taking a backup of that operation. But you can also restrict the operation also. We will see that, how to do that later. Guys, I have one more trigger here. Can you try this? And tell me what is happening. When you create this trigger on the table, what will happen if you try to delete the data in the table? Here, what I'm doing, I'm not telling for insert, update, or delete. Instead of that, what type of trigger I'm using here? Instead of delete. Now people will ask, Arif, like that, like instead of delete, do you have instead of update or instead of insert? No, there is no trigger which is called instead of update, instead of insert. There is only one trigger called instead of delete. Updated value is there in your table, is in your employee table. Why you want to go and check in the update deleted table? The value which you got, which you updated, is there in your employee table. Come on. You want to see the updated value, the value which was previously available in the table, it got inserted in the employee log table. and the new value that you inserted in the employee table, which is anyhow there in the employee table, right? Both the values you have, before update and after update, both you have, but they are in different tables. What else you expect from triggers? What it should display? What do you expect from triggers? It has stored your old value before you did update in the log table, and after you did update, the new value is there in the employee table. So previous value and the new value both are there. Okay. Now select star from employee log. Can you see this? Salesman is there. My previous value was salesman. Current value is clerk for 7499. Now I'll change his job from clerk to VP accounts. Now when I do this, I should see in employee log for 7499 two lines. Two lines, not one line. Two lines. Select star from employee log. Order by deleted, delete on descending. First, he was salesman, 7499. Then he was clerk. First job was updated at what time? 2114. Second job was updated at 2134. Just now I have updated this and it got captured here. And the latest value will be available in my employee table, which is VP accounts. Latest updated value. Isn't it the latest updated value? It is showing me time also here. So the log table says that employee 7499 has been changed the job 2 times. For salesman from to clerk from this time to this time, and the latest one is in employee table for VP accounts. Isn't it the latest one that I did? If you see the timestamp, it is 9, 2136, 2134 has the latest one. Is this was updated? Yes, because you have two triggers. You have two triggers trying to work. Now, if I create this trigger, guys, this is very interesting. Please pay attention. Now, if I try to delete this record from the table, now how many triggers are created on employee table for delete operation? How many triggers are there? Which are those? One is DBO delete log, DBO, this log, and also the first one, which is information trigger. Information, that is my first trigger. I'll just disable this trigger. I don't want this trigger anymore. Disable my first trigger. I don't need that. Now tell me, for delete operation, how many triggers are there which are active? 2. Execute this. You cannot delete the data from the table first. This trigger got triggered. Now it is telling 0 rows affected. Now go and check your log table. Do you have anything there? It's not there. That means my trigger is working fine. It did not delete anything, so it did not insert anything. Correct? Now hold on. Now Arif, you're doing mistake. Have a look. 7369 is not there in the table. How can you delete it? Now delete the data which is there in the table. 7499. This is what the real test is. 7369 was not there only in the table. Now the data is there in the table now. Execute this. Now it is telling 1 row executed. Because 7369 was not there only in the table. You try to delete it, nothing happened. But now go and run this table. It still will not have anything. Will still not have anything. But did that line got deleted from the employee table? Select star from employee, where employee number is 7499. It's still there. That means it did not affect anything. Even if the record is there, it did not affect. Even if the record was not there, it did not affect. So that means we can restrict the operation on the table. Also, we can do additional task based on the operation on the table also using triggers. Okay, friends? Okay, I'll just disable the triggers. Everyone, please pay attention. We will learn what is meant by exception handling now, or error handling. In short, I tell it as an error handling. What is meant by error? Error can be anything. Error can be anything which is against the system rule or business rule. Is my statement correct? Error can be anything which is against the system rule or the business rule. And if system rule is okay when you say error, but what do you mean by business rule? Error which are not actually the errors as per the system, but as per the business, it is not acceptable. Which is not acceptable. Those are called exceptions. So the code that we are trying now is both error handling and exception handling both. Now what I'm trying to do is not a system error. It's a business error like that. I'm trying. Now have a look. I am trying to insert this data in the table. Okay. Guys, I'm trying to insert this data in the table. Now every SQL code, please pay attention. Every SQL code will have two blocks. One is a try block. One is the catch block. Every code where you want to implement exception handling, it will have two blocks. One is try block and one is the catch block. How it is executed? Your code start with a try block where it will try to run your code, your program, your procedure, your function. If it catch any error, if it encounters any error in the code, then automatically the complete control is passed to the catch block. Automatically. Any line after that will not get executed only. Any line after that will not get executed only. As soon as it encounters an error on line number 872, will it execute 873? As per my statement, will it execute 873? No. It will immediately go into the catch block. Now let's see how it works. So to make you understand how my code is flowing, I have written print, 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 to understand which part of the code is executing and which part of the code is not executing. So it is telling that, Arif, your statement only is not correct. First pass the correct statement, then error will come. Now try to execute. Can you see that? This line says that it executed this inside a try block. Okay, it went inside the try block, it executed this. But why I don't see inside try block last line? Why this line is not available here in the output? Because the previous line, it caught an error. It caught an error. Then immediately the control was passed to the catch block. And the line that you see here is inside catch block, first line. Fantastic. And it is displaying error message. Perfect. Error number. Perfect. Error state. 1. Error severity. These are all flags that SQL Server displays. After that, it is executing this line inside the catch block. And finally, it is outside the catch block, end of code. So what is the learning here in this part? So whenever we encounter any error, immediately the control is passed to the catch block. Now if I add here this one and try to execute this, did got executed? Perfect. Inside try block, yes, executed. One row affected. After that, print got executed. Now why did not any of the line from catch block got executed? Why I don't see even a single output from the catch block? In the output, I don't have any line. If there is an error, immediately take some other action. This can be controlled. This is called error handling or exception handling. Okay? And these are the system errors. System errors. These are system errors, which system generated errors, because I have added on the table a primary key constraint. That's the reason it is a system error, because table does not allow. What is meant by business errors? We will see that example also, which is not a system error, but I am forcefully throwing error. Forcefully throwing error. We will see that also. Okay, have a look. I'll use the same system error now as a user defined error. Have a look. What I'm trying to do here, just read it. What I'm trying to do, read it here, this code. Begin try block and try block. With print, how can we combine text and variable display? What I'm trying to do here, actually I want to execute my procedure, but what I am telling that I'm restricting my data from 18 hours to morning 6 hours. Between this time, I don't want my code to be executed. I'll just say you cannot run this code during the non-working hours. What I'm doing here, if the time is between this, I will raise error. As soon as I raise error, the control will be passed where? The control will be passed here in the catch block. Correct? If my time is not between this range, then this begin and end would skip, and then this would execute. Friends, understood the flow? Understood the flow, everyone? Let's try to execute this. Can you see that? Could not find the stored procedure, commission hike cursor. Okay. Search for commission hike cursor. Where is my commission hike? SP commission hike. This one with cursor. I'll try to execute this now. Can you see that? It got updated all the records. But Arif, why didn't throw this error? I'll say make it as 23 hours. Example. If I try to execute between this time and this time, can you see that? Arif, what did just happen? You just changed the timing. You didn't change anything else. You just changed the timing. Don't you think, guys, using this type of code, you can restrict even between what time and what time your code will not get executed? Even if the person has full privileges, you can control even the timings also during what he can run and during what he cannot run. Correct? Yes. Have you ever thought SQL can be this big, this sophisticated, with lots and lots of practice? What you can do using SQL? You can do most of the thing that a business needs. I didn't do anything. I just wrote 2 blocks, and then I tried to do a if statement. If this condition is true, then execute this, because I don't want to run my procedure between this time. And then If this is not satisfied here, then execute your actual code and then go outside. Isn't it nice? How we can do exception handling. Cast function is what I'm doing. Get date is a time function. Date function, date and time. Cast function will convert one data type to other data type. Get date is what? Output of get date is date time or just date? Date and time both. But I want just time part from it. I want just time apart from the date. So I use cast. Okay, so you want to take large data set. Okay, you have a table here. I have given you a table, customer table, which has 1600 lines. I have given a orders table which has 20,000 lines. So what code you are writing here, you can write there also. Promotion, you can write there also. You can write exception handling there also. You can create procedures there also. Do you have orders new table and customers table with you? So that is not real world data. Procedures, functions that I have created that you do in real world only, right? You create functions in the real world. How to create functions? You have learned it. You had date of birth, you didn't have age. That's a real world exercise only, right? Promoting the employees from current role to next role, it's a real world exercise only, right? Triggers to restrict or take backup, audit logs, a real world exercise only, right? So don't you guys think that's a real world exercise, guys? If this is not real world exercise, then what is real world exercise? In the job, you are going to do this only on SQL. You have data in one table. You will do all the transformations on the data. Transformation, when you say all the logics based on the business, that business will teach you. And then you either store the data in multiple tables or you combine the data in the one table and you store it. Yes. And that's what we did. Isn't it real world use cases, guys? Exception handling, error handling, triggers, user defined functions, stored procedures, cursors, real world actual work only. Don't think that we are doing just for learning purpose and these concepts are not be used in the actual work. What you are learning here is the actual job based programs only. In job, you will write 200 lines, 300 lines code, but the fundamentals will be the same. Does that make sense? So what you are doing now in the sessions, these are real world exercises only. What you will be doing in your job. This is actual work. In actual work only, how I work on the SQL development, this is what we do.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Now, we'll start with a couple of exercises. So we'll be seeing topics like we'll be seeing what are temporary tables. Then you have not seen still the concept of transactions, correct? What is commit? What is rollback? We have not seen that. Then you have not seen about the security, grant, rollback, revoke. We have not seen that. Then along with that, you will be seeing pivot, unpivot kind of functions. Indexing. Indexing is not a topic which will take a lot of time. We'll do that. And along with that, I'll be showing you views also. What are views? What are the different types of views? Again, show this. So these are the topic. But before that, how we'll be using SQL in our day-to-day life? What kind of questions we will get, correct? based the exercises, what all we did in the class, those kind of questions only we will get. How we use SQL in our day-to-day life as a data analyst, as a data scientist, what we use to do SQL with. I mentioned that data will be there in the tables. Data collection, I will not worry about the data collection. SQL, my data analyst job is not to worry about data collection. Once the data is there in the system, shaping the data is in my work scope. What do you mean by data collection and data shaping? There is a difference, right? Who will take care about data collection? Who will take care about the data collection? Application development team, correct? The application who develops the application. Like they are the operations team. They develop the application, they design the front end tool, they collect the data. My job as a data analyst, as a data engineer or a data scientist, to shape the data as I want to see them into my analysis. That can be done using views, that can be done using stored procedures, that can be done using triggers, that can be done using functions. Now have a look. I want to see select star from customer. Can you see this? This table? What do you think is not good in this table? Primary key? Primary key is customer ID. That's okay. Gender. Guys, more important is gender, marital status, gender is correct. Date of first purchase is not in correct shape. See that? Now, there is no, it's not incorrect. It's correct only. Arif, how can you say it's correct? Do anybody know what is meant by epoch time? Do anybody know what is meant by epoch time? When I say epoch time, have anyone heard about epoch timestamp? So have a look. epochconverter.com. It's a Unix timestamp. Unix timestamp. I copy this. Copy. Come here and paste. I pasted that time here. Timestamp to human. So that time, what you saw in the SQL server is this. Copy. Paste it. Yes. Because the server was deployed on the Unix system. That's the reason it is collecting the dates based on the Unix timestamps. Correct, guys? Because the data was deployed on the Unix systems and that system has collected the timestamps in the form of Unix. That's how Unix system works. And now, as a data analyst, as a data engineer, if I want to do analysis on first day of purchase, means I want to see which year, how many customers I acquired, which year, how many customers 2016, how many I acquired, 2015, how many I acquired, 2017, how many I acquired, which columns do I need? Definitely date of first purchase I need, right? Out of 1600 customers, I need to know which customers I acquired in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. Now you know how to create procedures. Now how this calculation works. So the timestamp is calculated, Unix timestamp is calculated as number of seconds passed from 1/1/1970. If you add these many seconds to this date, then you will get this. Number of seconds passed from 1st of January 1970. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by number of seconds passed from 1970? If I ask you, tell your age in terms of seconds, what will you do? You will tell from your date of birth till today how many seconds passed, you will tell, correct? From your date of birth till today, till this moment, how many seconds passed, you will tell as your age. Now this is reverse. I am giving you a number of seconds and you tell me what date it is. Now, what I want you to do, I got a requirement like this. Create a new column in the table customer create a new column the customer table as date of purchase, first purchase underscore human. First task is this. Next, update the first purchase values, first purchase values as human time stamp. So what method will you use to do this? This is a task that you got. What implementation will you suggest for this criteria? First, people will say, Arif, let's create a function. Create a function to calculate epoch converter a function. Second, people will say, first you have to insert a column. Definitely, I'll say that as a 0. There is a pre-work. Add new column. Using what? Using which statement? You decide. Add new column, which this one. Create a function, then create a procedure to update all the values of the new column. Correct, guys? This is what I want to achieve the final result. This is what my job is as a data analyst. Data sometimes will not be in the right shape. I have to do this. Ultimately, the goal is I want a new column here, which will be natural time of this. And I have given you the logic. What is the logic, friends? How we interpret from this to the natural human time? I have given you the business context. Correct, guys? Again, I'm telling number of seconds passed from the date 1st January 1970. Okay, 1970. Okay, I'll just write my first command. What? Alter table customers, add. I'll use always underscore. Whenever you want to create a column with the spaces, guys, always use underscore. It'll be easy. This is date time. Perfect. Select star from customers. You have this now, null. Next, what? It has created a function which will be giving me this information. Create function to calculate epoch time. Create or alter function. Epoch converter. At epoch is the input that I'm taking, and it is a float number. Okay. Returns date, time, because the data what I'm trying to enter in the table, it's date time. This is date time. Cast. date add, seconds, epoch to this date. 1991, are you sure? 1970. As date time. Create this function. Select star from customer. Still it is null. Now only one update system is required. I don't even need to create a procedure here. I don't need even to create a procedure. If you want to update it for one time, you don't even need the procedure. You just write, what is that command? Update table customer set date of first purchase equals dbo dot epoch converter, and take the column from your table, which is nothing but date of first purchase. Again, I'll just take this, and the table information is given in terms of single quotes, close the bracket, without the space, date of first purchase. Guys, update table, do we need table keyword? (1590) rows updated. Now do select star from customers. Isn't it a solution that I built? Yes, you have it now. In future also, whenever you are getting a new customer, just run this command. Now, whenever you are getting the new customers, run this command. Automatically, it will update all the values there. Correct. This is a simple solution for that. In future, whenever a new customer is added into the table, how should I directly update? Automatically update. How should I automatically update the date of first purchase human? And so what will you add? You add a new customer. Guys, you add a new customer here. But will you populate date of first purchase as per your need? Or you wait for a record to be inserted in the orders table to populate that value here? Think in the real world as if you're designing a system, for your analytics. So this is not the job of the developer of the application. The developer of application is just to track the records. But why am I needing date of first purchase? Why do I need? If you go and ask to your person who developed the application, they will say you that, why do I need date of first purchase? Okay, the person who is giving me the order, I'm just tracking that in the orders table. But tracking date of first purchase is purely for analytics purpose. Agree, everyone? Purely it's for analytics purpose. If I want to understand in which year how many new customers I'm acquiring, it's purely for analytics purpose. And now to design that, what do you suggest? For that, you have to think first. When does my customer is inserted in the table? Example, I'll insert a new record in the table with my name. Insert into customer. Insert into customer. Column names would be, I'll just go to the tables. Columns would be customer ID, I need to give, comma, customer name, I'll give, date of birth, I'll provide, title status, I'll provide, I'll not provide date of first purchase, I'll provide gender, I'll provide yearly income also, I'll provide. Values would be this. Customer ID, I'll write AR 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, comma. Name is within quotes Muhammad Arif, comma, date of birth, I'll pass it as 1991 hyphen 09 hyphen 21 hyphen. Marital status is M. Then date of first purchase, I'll not add. Gender is M. Yearly income, I'll just add 120000, which should be in single quotes. Insert. One row affected. Select star from customers. We already have that command. Oh, do we have select star from customer? I already have that command. I'm at the bottom. Here we go. Now, when do you capture? When will you capture the record here for the date of first purchase? Guys, I hope I'm making sense and not overwhelming you guys. That's the reason I'm going slow. Just to implement one situation, it will take you even days to implement end to end. See, the situation here I come across now is, first, you have to think in this way. Track the entries in the orders new table. Orders new table. If any existing customer books an order, do you have to update that here? Existing customer for which you have already updated, do you need to update date of first purchase for him? Or if no, there is no need for that. No, right? No action is taken. No action. If any non-existing customer books an order, then update the customer table for that customer's record with date of first purchase. Assumptions in SQL, there will be some assumptions always. Assumption is, we agree that before booking any order, customer should be part of customer table. Assumption, I assume, so that I need not worry about that whenever I book any order, that customer will be there in this table or no. I need not worry. I'm sure that whenever a customer books an order, his data for sure will be available in the customer table. That has been taken care by DBA designer. Now tell me, what do you suggest? What do you suggest is the solution here? I'll show you. Select star from orders. New. Now people will say, Arif, there are so many columns in this table. There are so many columns in this table. So how many columns we should enter? I don't want you to enter all the columns. I just want you to write row ID, add row ID, add order ID, and add customer ID. That's it. Or add the order date. 4 columns. Other columns, I need not you to worry about it. So just add this, 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 this. Rest of the things will not worry about, because if you try to insert all these columns, then you will spend an entire day for that. Correct? I don't want to do that because I don't have any restrictions also on this table to do all that thing. So what solution do you suggest here, friends? Create a trigger as soon as a new order is created. Then the system will check if the date of first purchase is already populated in the customer table of that customer who created the order, else populate the order ID. If that customer is already there in the customer table, will it again go and populate? No, right? So rather than checking date of first purchase, check the customer is available or no in that table. Customer should be there and the date of purchase should be populated. Now, I'll not worry about all those things. I'll just worry about if that person is first time entering the data in the table. In the orders table, it is his first order. Rather than going and checking in the customer table, no validations are done on the customer table. Validation is done only on orders table. Because I have assumed here, right? What is my assumption? That every customer before going into orders table, it has to be part of the customer table. Now that means the solution that you will build, whenever a customer tries to book an order, automatically his date of first purchase will be populated. That means for all the records, previous record, you are assuming that it is there. Then what we will do? After you do this, after you design the solution, we will delete all the records from the orders table and we will update the date of first purchase null in my customer table and do a fresh load of all the records in the orders table. Then we will test all the date of first purchase is getting populated or no. That is what your new solution is, right? So you are designing a system now, and your system should work whenever you add a new record in this table. Auto update should be performed on customer table while a new customer orders some product. Technically, it means SQL terms. What solution will you use? Let's design this. I have given you an assumption. First, what you have to do. Second, what you have to do. Third, what you have to do. Tell me. Yes. If any order is booked by that customer, then ignore. So create a trigger. Create a trigger on insert. I want you to just create a simple trigger that will sense if any customer for that order is there. Okay, let's do it in small increment. If you are getting confused with the full requirement, let's do it small increment. I'll tell you first step what you have to do. Say, implement this. See how I'll break the bigger problem and show you in the small problem. First, what you have to do for me is create a trigger to display a message when a new order is booked, saying as new customer booking order. This message I want if the new customer is booking an order, else existing customer booking order. Can you write a trigger to just do this line number 958? Rather than displaying, second part would be rather than displaying, going and updating it. Agree? So the requirement is just forget about this entire. Forget about this. This is a final requirement. I will take you till this point by breaking this into small pieces. First implement this, then we'll implement the second step. Now what code will you write for that? Can you see what trigger I have built? So guys, what am I trying to do here? Can someone tell me? Is my logic correct? Basically, whenever a new order comes in the table, I just check how many orders are there for that customer ID in the table already. Yes. At this point of time, this solution came to my mind. And you may do it a little bit differently. If this query gives me 1, that means what? That means what is the solution? What is the result? What is the inference from that? If it gives 1, what is the inference? If it is given 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is the inference? And before that, you understand the trigger is executed for insert when I say this trigger is triggered after insert is done. Yes, this trigger is done after insert is done. If two orders are inserted, one after the other only it will insert, right? One after other only it will insert. Every transaction is independent from each other. So can you insert two transactions together or one after other only it will go? It's SQL. Every transaction is independent from the other transaction. How the DBMS system works? Every transaction is independent. You enter 10 transaction. You enter 10 insert statement. Every insert statement is independent from the other insert statement. If you insert 10 records also, 10 orders also, first is separate, second is separate, third is separate, fourth is separate, fifth is separate. And this trigger is fired every time you insert a record in the table. Deleted means the record which is deleted. Inserted means the value that you have inserted just now. I have told yesterday in the last session. There will be two tables I have told, guys, everyone. Whenever you use triggers, two system tables or internal tables will get created. Whenever you update anything, basically what it is doing, guys, update means what? Delete existing value and insert a new value. That is what update, right? Internally, friends, correct? So you can check updated value means new value. Before update and after update, what were the value? So if you're writing an update command, before update, you will get in deleted table. After update, you will get in inserted table. In that case, you can fetch before update what was the value and after update what is the value. Both you can fetch. So that will give more power now to compare what was previously there in that table on that particular cell and what is after the update going in. You can do that. Insert into orders new. What are the columns that I want? I want to add only two columns. I'll not add other columns. I'll not add other columns. Orders new column. Customer row ID I'll add, comma. I want order date, comma, customer ID. That's it. I'll pass this. Values. Row ID would be for me, row ID is float. I'll just say a random number, comma. Order date is get date. Get date, comma. Customer ID is, what is the customer ID that I have inserted in the table? This one. So before that, I'll show you select this command. Select count of star where customer ID equals this. Do you see any records for that customer in the orders table? Okay, no records. Perfect. Now when I try to insert, based on this trigger, what message should get displayed? New customer booking order. I got it. I got the result. Okay, Arif, let's do some existing one. Okay. Select star from orders new. I'll take some existing customer ID, RD, copy and paste it here. Now what should be the message display? If my solution is correct, what should be the message that it should show? Existing customer booking order. Correct? I have see count of star. I have 19 orders booked by that customer. Okay, Arif, try. I have 90% of my solution is done. Only instead of printing, you have to write update command. That's it. Instead of print, just write update command. Your answer is done. Now you have automated. Whenever a new customer insert the data in the orders table, you will see the magic in the customer table. Isn't it actually nice? Just a trigger can create this magic for you. Now you guys got an idea how I get requirement and how I convert that into solutions. Now here, to give you an example, I am inserting only few rows in the data, but in the actual world, I have to write each and every column in the insert. Here, for inserting the data in that particular columns only will be around 50 lines for me. After that, designing the trigger will be around 20 lines. So if you see the full-fledged solution, at least 100 lines of code it will be to insert each and every value in the table. At least 100 lines of code it will be. Logic is important. I'll say update. Do I need to do anything else? Existing customer working an order. Do I need to do anything? No action. No action. I'll say less than 1. Less than or not equal to 1. Equal to 1. Remove this. I don't want this anything now. I want only this thing because no action you are telling. Equal to 1. Update. Customer. Set date of first purchase human. Directly date of first purchase human I'm editing. I'm not adding the epoch time. Guys, because in the orders table I have directly in the form of human time, right? Order date is already in human time. Okay. Date of first purchase set human equal to what? Order equal to select. Okay. What I'll do here, I'm doing select count of orders I'm doing. Similarly, I will create another 2 here also. Another variable at the rate customer ID, which is nothing but varchar of 20, comma, at the rate order date, which is date time. And rather, as I added this in here, I will add those 2 values also there. Count of at the rate customer ID is equal to select customer ID from inserted is equal to customer ID from inserted order date equal to, which is the order date from inserted. Now what I'll do? Update this at the rate order date where customer ID equals what? At the rate customer ID. Isn't it my solution? Execute. Done. Created. Now what I'll do? I'll do a little bit of testing. Delete from orders new where customer ID, this one, ID I'll just add, delete from orders new, where customer ID equals this. Orders new, this is. One row affected. Add this here. Before updating the value here, I'll say select star from customer. So what is there here? Is there any value here, friends? Date of first purchase human, is there any value here? No, right? Fingers crossed. Fantastic. I got my solution. Okay, let's scale it. Update customer set date of first purchase human equals null. Done. Cleared everything. Truncate table orders new. There is no data in the table. Yeah, that is coming from system, right? That is coming from the system. I don't care about that field. That is coming from the system. I'm bypassing that now. If you want to populate that also, you add another update statement here. We have not automated that part. If you want to do that, you write another formula to insert the value in the form of epoch time also. But do I really care about the epoch time now? Now, as I'm building a solution, do I really care about the epoch time now? No, I don't care. If you want to add epoch time also, just add another update statement. That's it. Okay. So now I'll go to my insert script. Where is my? So table is there. I'll take some of these orders new records here. See, I'm taking these orders new record from here. These records I want to insert in the table and see the magic in my actual table. Before that, I'll show you I don't have anything in my orders new table. Select star from orders new. I don't have anything. No rows. That means any customer who is inserting an order in this table, that should be there in that table. Customer. My assumption was customer database is built beforehand, before taking the orders. Assumption is my setup as per the assumption. Now, initially when we built, we given an assumption. Is my setup as per the assumption, friends? Bring this here. From here, come down. Shift. Copy. Everything. Go to a database. Select this database. Tell new query. Paste these records here. Execute. Now, every customer who is booking an order now, which are the two tables should get updated now? Which are the two tables should get updated after this bulk load? It will take more time compared to the earlier now. Let it run. Meanwhile, you are executing your code, let it run. Then we'll check the result. See, just one exercise will take more than an hour to do if you do these real world examples. And tell me, guys, any of the concept that you have not learned before, I have used that concept to solve this problem. Correct, friends? So this is how you should learn the things. This is how you should learn the thing. This is how you should implement. Let's see what we have built. Select star from customer. Isn't it cool? Every record in my customer table have got a value here in this now. And also you have so many nulls. What do you mean by nulls? Let's say no orders were placed by those customers. And now in future, if any new person comes and try to insert a record in my table, it will automatically update its first date of purchase. Currently, if you see in the orders table, select star from orders new, it is a combination of product table and the sales table, correct? Do you agree? Is it a denormalized table of product and the sales? If you closely observe the orders table, it is a denormalized table of product and sales. So if I say normalize it, what will you do? You will bring out the columns from the sales table or related to the product table and build a new table, correct? So now the task is simple. If you understand the question, it's only one query. It is only one query if you understand the question. Split the orders new table into in sales and product table. Product table should have following columns: product ID, name of the product, subcategory, category, and then unit price and discount. I want a new table. We'll have these columns in the new table. How will you design it? It's a one-time effort. It's a one-time effort. When I split this, then whatever changes we do in that table, automatically it will take the calculation from the two separate tables. I don't want these columns in the orders table. I want these columns only in the product table. Basically, I am normalizing the table here. Basically, I'm normalizing the orders new table. That's it. And guys, after training program also, you should keep on thinking like these ideas. Just take the data from internet. Like this, start thinking on the ideas. Okay, what do I want to see? Can I do this? Then start building your codes. That's how you can do it. And the examples, most of the examples that I do in the sessions are on the fly comes to my mind. Some definitions, some basic codes I have already kept and written that I'll execute so that we can spend more time in explanation. Internet, you'll get many from the internet. So these troubleshootings you should learn. See, learning the code is not a big thing. Hmm? Learning the coding, SQL is not difficult, guys. The way we took the approach, did anyone feel that learning SQL is difficult? Before starting the program, you were thinking learning SQL is difficult. But after learning, you are feeling that it's not difficult. But after learning, implementing is where it takes lots of efforts. This one you should have realized today. Implementing the bigger solutions is where it will take a lot of time. I don't say that also is difficult. Implementing also is not difficult. It will just take lots of time because you have to write functions, you have to write triggers, you have to write procedures and concentration also. Because if you divert from that code any point, then you'll get lost. And then to track that, it will take again 1 hour, 2 hours for you. Just last week only happened with me. I was trying to write a code for some of my requirements. And from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 days I worked on it. Some of the exceptions I was not able to handle properly. Some of the exceptions in the business scenario I was not able to handle. I have written 150 lines of codes. Then also it was not working. Saturday I sat and I did the same solution just in 50 lines. First attempt, what I did, it was 150 lines, but I was not able to handle some of the exceptions. I learned from the way I was writing the code and I improvised it. And then I simplified and I've written the same code in just 50 to 60 lines. And that's common, especially in SQL, that is very common. Because the more you write, the more you will learn the better methods. The more you write, the more you practice, the more you learn the efficient methods to write. The syntax will be same, but the way you handle the data will change. Okay, then.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay, so what method did we use to split these tables? Here we go. Select these columns. Now let me just execute this. Run B26 and then execute. See, one query that has created one table directly for me. Guys, I haven't created any table. I haven't created any table manually. So select into. Select into is a shortcut way to create the tables for you. Let me just refresh my table and see what's the data available there inside it. Now, I want to understand from you guys if this query is correct. Let me go and see in the tables. I can write direct select star from products new. Can you see this? Now order by 2, I'll say. Order by 2. Do you see duplicates? So guys, do you see duplicates here? Duplicates are there. So how will we eliminate those duplicates? So let me just drop this table first. Drop tables, product, new. Product, new. And I'll write a simple clause here, select distinct. Correct? Distinct of these. Now then also, you will see some records. See, now rather than 22,000 records, I have just 11,000 records. Let me try to write the query, select star from product new. I'll get this order by. Still there will be a duplicate. What is the reason for getting duplicates here now? Example this. It's taking distinct of all column, yes, but discount is given based on the order level here. Discount is not given at the product level. Correct? So the discount, how it is decided in the company, in the sales, is not based on the orders table. So can we keep, it's not based on the product. It's based on what? Based on a particular order. Because for different orders, different discount is being given. So I can't add discount column here in this table. If you want to keep unique values of the product names here, then you can't keep the discount value. So now see, I'll just say drop table product new, and I'll say discount, remove it, and then give 6,000. Now you'll not see any same product repeating twice. So see, it's here. Different is there. Product code is different. Even though the name is same, but product ID is different. So in this way, what we do usually, this is used to create backup tables. Select star into. I wanted you to learn this select star into. Many times we do. Where to find the unit price. So in the orders table, you have select star from orders new. You will see sales amount and quantity and discount is there. Sales amount, quantity and discount. So let's try to add additional column here. Select star comma sales divided by quantity So now I'm getting 150.384. Just hold on. Does the discount have effect on this number or no? We will check once. Order by product name. Order by product name or product ID. Order by product ID. Okay, have a look. Now, do you think the discount has effect on this number? If you want to get what is my unit price, this is the same product ID. If you see, you are seeing different unit price. Why? First one unit price is 21.192 and other two are 52.98 because the product first sales has the discount. 60% discount was given. So how will you give me the sales amount? How will you give me the sales amount before discount here? How should I modify my formula to get my sales amount before discount? Before discount, what is the unit price. Add discount to sales, remove discount given from sales. Okay, how? What is the formula for that? The values are calculated without discount? No. See here. These three orders are same product ID. These three orders are given for same product ID, and first order with discount. That's the reason I'm saying 21.192, but other unit prices are same. See here also discount. This is same. For all these is same. This is this one. This all three is same. All this one is same. This one is same. See, I can see that. So wherever you see a discount, you'll see that 2 1, but divided by 10. Yeah, I did divide by 10 only, right? I got 21, but I want pre-discount. The number that you see here is post-discount. Unit price is post-discount, guys. I want pre-discount. Now you're telling that in the sales amount, which is 60%, sale multiplied by 0.6, sale minus or sale plus? Sales plus this number, sales multiplied by discount. Why? But am I getting the value here anywhere for others? Other values are getting incorrect now. If I change that value, the other values will get incorrect now. This example, if you write this query and see, I have same products and the unit price for all these three should be the same, which is 52.98. Or I was missing brackets. It could be. No, I'm not. It's not because of the brackets. Then what am I missing there? So total discount amount here, the discount is in terms of percentage. If you are asked to calculate discount in amount, what will be your formula? Sales multiplied by discount. You'll write it. Let's see if this gives me the total discount amount. Okay, 127 is the discount. No, we are doing wrong math. What would be the right formula? Because the sales amount that you see here is post discount. That should be pre-discount. Sales plus sales multiplied by 0.6 divided by quantity. That will give me my discount. Okay, this will give me pre-discount. This formula will give me pre-discount. Let's see. Pre-discount sales I want. Sales plus sales multiplied by discount divided by 100. So are you following the BODMAS rule here? Must specify select from orders new order by this. So your number is 60. Before giving 60% discount, the amount was this much. On what amount, if I give 60% discount, I will get 211.92. On what amount if I give 60% discount? Let's see this. Okay. So that means on this amount, if I give 50% discount, I'll get this number. So wherever I don't see any discount, the amount should be same. Correct? And here I'm giving the discount. And here the amount is like 60% again. And the amount is this one. And the quantity is 1. It will be easy for you to identify this. Because this will be 40% and this will be 60%, 100%. That sounds good. And now for this complete number, if I divide it by quantity, if this whole number, if I divide it by quantity, will I get unit price? Will I get unit price? Execute. Here we go. Unit prices are same. Sometimes it's pure math, right? The solutions are pure math sometimes. Unit price, pre-discount. And now I want to move this column into this table. How will I move that? Bring this and add product name as unit price. Or just don't write the name. We can't write the names. Distinct of this into product new. Drop the table and then execute this. An object column name or missing query. Select into verify each column name has a name. Okay. As unit price. Nine 221. Select star from this table now. So basically I'm trying to denormalize. So did you get a realization now? Sometimes denormalizing the tables is not that straightforward with what data you get. Because the data sometimes in the denormalized table, it is manipulated or calculated. You can't bring out that value straightforward. Okay, so this is about taking the backup of the table and how to we split the data when the data is tangled or manipulated already. Just an example which should take the query is small, guys. What you realized here? The query is small, but the effort that will take to solve that is more. Correct? The solution is only this much, but the effort that took is relatively more. Okay, now what are temporary tables in SQL? Okay, now guys, what do we mean by temporary tables in SQL? CTA also is on temporary table only. And if we have done temporary tables, then what else we are learning? It is not stored in the DB. They don't use memory, is it? Okay, I'll show you. I'll just refresh this. My product new will be available here. See, product new is available. Okay, let me write hash product new. That's it. I'm just adding hash. Create one table. Created. Refresh your tables. Refresh the tables again. Do I see anywhere here? You guys try and tell me. Do you see the table in the tables list? But it says 283 rows got affected. Now if I write select star from product hash product new, I'm able to see the data. That means physically the table got stored, but where? Correct? See, if I go to system databases, tempdb and temporary tables, it is stored here. It is stored there. It is stored there. People will say, Arey, why it is getting stored there? What's the use of getting stored there? It's a physical table only. But why it is getting stored there? Can anyone? No, I didn't close the session still. Now I'll close the session. Guys, if you can see my screen, this table is available here. I'll close my SSMS and I will restart my SSMS. I just closed my session. That means close my SSMS and I'm restarting my SSMS. My SSMS has opened now. Connect to database engine. Connect. The same server I have connected. Databases, system databases, tempdb, temporary tables, gone. The table is not there. That means what? The temporary tables will be there only till your session exists. And why do we need them? So many times when you are writing complex SQL codes, guys, you need to store the data intermittently for some time, temporarily for some time, so that your queries may run faster. Happens, right? Many times. People say that, Arif, my query is taking a lot of time to run because I have 4 joins, 5 joins condition. Correct? Everyone in the real world? The more joins you add, the more time your query will take. And that output you want to use in some other procedures or functions. At that time, what we do? We store the data into the temporary tables. Exactly. So that I need not worry about, when I exit, I need not worry about closing, deleting the table. I need not worry about deleting my table. Automatically, when you exit, your table will get deleted. When you come back again, you can create it. See? Invalid object name order is new because you are connecting to the master database. I do this mistake many times. I'll not connect to the right database. Okay. Table created. Refresh. Temporary tables. You have it again. So there are 3 types of temporary tables. 3 types of temporary tables. One is available till query execution, which are CTE. Available till my session ends is hash temp table. And one more is there. Available till all active sessions on the database. Hash temp table. What do you mean by that? In your company, when you go and you work on one database, multiple people will be working parallelly. Agree, everyone? multiple people will be working parallelly. And hash temp tables will exist till all those connections are available on the database. If any given point of time, all those people will exit from the database, automatically that temp table will get deleted because it's a shared temp table. Hash temp table will get stored in the table till all the active connections are disconnected from the database. Make a note of this. Does it make sense? At query level, at one session level, and at multiple session level. At different levels, you have temporary tables that you can use. If you don't want to store the data only, we can find in the same location. Yes. Try creating that. You will find in the same location. Okay, I'll tell you once again. Hold on. This is one session that I have connected to this database. And let me create this. Please pay attention here. I'm creating hash table now. Execute. Created 2 tables. Refresh. Temporary tables. I have 2 tables now here. Now have a look. Right click. New query. New window. Let's try something now. Execute. Invalid object name. Orders new. Okay, let me just connect. So why am I forgetting? B26 is my database. Okay. It's already there. So what I'll do, I'll write this query. Incorrect query I have written. Hash. I have the data. Hash. I have the data. Single hash. I have the data. Why? The table which I created with double hash is accessible in the both the sessions. But why the table with the single hash is not accessible in both the sessions? Understood now? Double hash is accessible to multiple sessions for multiple users. But single hash is accessible to only one session. Yes. Nice, right? Isn't it nice? How we can use temporary tables? Now, let's go and create views. What do you mean by view, guys? Any idea? What do you mean by view? I'll say, have a look. The same columns I'll use here. And I say, create view product for details as from orders new. Why is it not working? Create view product details as incorrect syntax near product ID from orders new. See, silly mistake I do sometimes. I didn't write the select word only. Okay. Okay. Happens, guys. Even I do mistakes. And they do very, very silly mistakes. Okay. Guys. Now, have a look. I'll write select star from product underscore details. What had just happened? What is happening? You are seeing that you are just executing this, but internally this query is getting executed. And views are virtual tables. These doesn't occupy any space. Unlike the temporary tables, guys, unlike the temporary tables which occupy space and physically sit in the database table, but the views will not occupy any space and you will have a view now. See, it's a view. Now, what difference between CTE and a view? Yes, CTE is just within the query, but this you are storing this now. You are not storing CTE anywhere. View will be permanent. Tomorrow also you come and run this view, it will internally run that query. So views are permanent. And if what is the benefit of view then? So guys, I have written this query. Tomorrow, if you want the same query to write, will you write it again? Will you remember? Sometimes I have done 5 tables joins, 6 tables joins, and every day I have to run that query. Will you remember that query every day? Will you remember that query every day? So what if I say store that query inside SQL? Just store the query, don't store the data. Just store the query inside SQL. And rather than coming in tomorrow executing this query, you execute this query. It looks like you are executing this, but internally it is executing this for you. The query is still executed on the table only, but it looks like you are executing only select star from product details. Does it make sense? The benefit of views now? So that you need not remember the complex queries. Fair enough? What is the other benefit? Security. Security. Think you have your users across the world. Many users are there. And the data is very sensitive. Will you give access to everyone to see every data in your table? The data is sensitive based on the region based. Will you give access to everyone on the database table? No, right? If I can't afford giving that. So I will create views like this. Product details of category, where category equals furniture. Product details, furniture. Have a look. I'm doing that same thing. Create a view, execute this. The query got stored. Now tomorrow, you come and execute this. It will just give you the filtered data. It will not show the entire data in the table. It is just giving you 1,944. Arif, that's nice. Okay, let's create another view, which is another view for another category, office supplies. Create another view for office supplies. Execute. Select star from this. Now this query, if you execute, you'll get only that data. Let's say we created this view, so it is always have the same data or new data entries, other. Yes, views will get auto-updated because it's a query definition, right? It's not physically storing any data. When you run that select star from this view, it will go and get at that point what is the data in the table. Now, once you have this view created, give access to specific users. We can delete the view, drop view view name. Same as table. And now, rather than giving access to the people on your base table, now what you can do, guys? Rather than giving them access to the base table, what you can do now? You can give access for them to these views. Everyone will feel that the data is only that much in the table. So that means you are not only reducing the complexity of the view by creating the views, reducing the complexity of the queries by creating the view, you are also enabling security by creating the views and giving access them to the relevant people. Agree, everyone, with this statement? So these are the two benefits of views. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some security part. Everyone, if you see on the right hand side, you will have multiple folders. Below the databases, do you see security? Do you see security part, everyone? There are multiple logins which are available here. Now you'll be seeing few or many. Now, first I need to create a new login for my new user. Guys, first we need to create a new login for my user. So how to create a login? Just right click on the logins. Do you see new login option there? Okay. Now I'll click on new login. It will give me a prompt. Give a username. Arif user. I'll give a name. You give your name or anything. And now I will say as SQL Server authentication. That user, he has to enter a password before he enters the database. I'll just give a password, random password I'll give. I'll just give user 1234. User 1234 I'll give. Whatever you want, you give. Don't do anything. Just give the username and give the password and tell me if it is done. And click on OK. Don't do anything. Just click on OK. Do you see your name showed there in the list of logins? The people who are working on the browser version, you may not be able to do this. People who have physical SQL server installed on your machine, only those people can try this. Are you able to see Arif user there or your name, whatever username you have given? Okay, now I'll click on connect database one more time. Now this time, what is the username should I use to connect as a new user? The whatever name you have given. Arif user. Under the server security, see here, you have security under server also, not the database. First, to let user run the query on the database, you have to onboard him on the server first. Now, I'll add the username that I have given. Everyone, you are there with me? I'll add user 1234. I'll add the name, login, and password. If I try to connect, it will ask me change your password. Every time when a new login is created, first time your password will show like this only. Now give another password. I'll just give another password here now. I give another password and now I'll click on OK. My password has been changed and automatically a new connection has been established. Can you see this? This is for my owner and this is the new login. So two different people have connected to the same server now. Two different people have connected to the same server. Can you also see two different usernames there? If you guys are not able to do, then totally fine. In your company, you are not going to do this. This will be your admin people who will be dealing with this. SQL Server administrator will be dealing with all these things. For you to just have an understanding is important. If you guys are not able to do this, don't take stress, guys. Trust me, this is not SQL development. This is an administration part, which I'm showing you how to create logins and how to set up the security. That's it. Okay, so now have a look. I have this window. I'll just close this session. I don't want this session. I have one session for Muhammad Fahim here. See the name, Muhammad Fahim. And another session for this user. I'll create new query. SQL query 2 for Arif user. Now have a look. Databases. All the databases name will show. And if I write same query here, where is that? Select star from products new. See, if I execute this query here, I'll be able to see the data. If I execute this query here, because master database. Okay, change the database. B26. The database is not accessible. Why? Why not accessible? Come here back. On the database, come to my user, owner of this. On the database now, here, permission meaning permission to do something. Permission missing, yes. Security, users. I don't have any users now, correct? Now, can I add any users for this database? New user. What is my SQL server with login, username, Arif, user, login name, Arif, user. Default schema, which schema I want him to connect. Okay, let it be default schema. I'll leave blank for now. Arif user, login name as Arif user. I have given Arif user. In the database, I have created that user. Invalid object name. Still, I'll not be able to select. Now it allowed. Earlier it was showing permission missing. But after I created that user, why? It started showing me this. It allowed me to connect now, right? It allowed me to connect to the database now. Same login name should be used. Otherwise, it will not work. Now, on this database, if I try to execute this query, the select permission was denied on the object product new. Correct, friends? Everyone is getting this now? First server level, then the database level, then the object level. Now, if I try to give him access to this, select for this query, can he execute on this at least? No, for this also no. So what should I do now? Let's write a command. Grant select on this to whom? To Arif user. Done. Now, isn't it cool? This particular user, now he cannot execute query on here. He cannot execute query on the base table, but he can execute a query on this. Don't you think this is a really nice feature to implement if you want to set up security for different users to see their own data, not the other data? And now I have just granted him select. I have not granted him anything else. Now he can't do update, he can't do delete, he can't do truncate, he can't do anything. For every operation, you should give create, alter, drop, truncate, delete, drop, truncate, delete, update. All these you have to give specifically to the user. Yes, you can control individually what he can do. For some people you can give update, but you can revoke them from delete. For some people you can give insert, but you cannot give them delete. So every command level you can control. Every command level you can control. Now you want to revoke from that user now. Revoke, select on from RF user. Done. Run this query. Gone. Guys, understood what is grant and what is revoke? But as a developer, I will not be doing it. As a developer, I will not be doing it. This will be done by admin people of your company. This will be done by admin. And you are seeing that example right now here. My user is not able to execute the data on the base table. Can you see this? This is a base table. He can't execute, but he can execute on this. And he see only 1944. That gives us a clear idea. Why am I creating view? Even though it's not physically stored, but my user can access only the data what he is supposed to see. Select star from countries. Do we still have this table that we created in the beginning? Now, have a look. What am I doing? I am running series of commands. Do you see any Bangkok record here? Line for any Bangkok? Country ID, country code, and Bangkok. In this table, I don't have any Bangkok line. Please pay attention. After that, I'll give you time to do at your end. But on my screen, do you see any Bangkok line here in this table? No, right? Okay. Now what I'm doing, I'm telling begin transaction. Begin transaction. Transaction is started. Insert into table. Okay, I'll just add null, comma, null. I'll just add this one line. One line affected. I'll execute this. Bangkok is there. Okay. Rollback transaction. Execute. Select star from countries again. Where did the Bangkok go? Where did Bangkok go now? It is rolled back. Correct? So when I do rollback, it has removed that line from my table. It has removed that line from my table. Now, pay attention. Now I'll write commit transaction before rollback. Please pay attention. Now I will do begin transaction. Same. Every time you have to, if you want to use commit and rollback, always you have to write begin transaction. Begin transaction should be written. If you want to use commit and rollback, guys, ensure that you write before insert statement, there should be begin transaction. If you don't write begin transaction, commit transaction and rollback transaction will not work. Keep this in mind. If you don't write begin transaction, then commit and rollback will not work. If you don't start a transaction, then it is auto commit. There is no concept of commit, only auto commit it is. Now I'll write begin transaction. Now I'll insert it. Data will be available here. Select star from countries. Bangkok is there. Now I'll do commit transaction. The transaction is closed now. The transaction is closed. Now you can't do the rollback. It says the transaction was already closed. Till the time you don't write commit or rollback transaction, you can undo everything. You write 10 commands, you write 20 commands, you write 30 commands. Till the time you don't write commit or rollback, you can do it. And your session should be active. If your session is closed, the data will get auto committed. Either two scenarios. Either it should be till the session or the DML commands. Keep in mind, DDL commands are auto commit. DDL commands are auto commit. Keep this in mind. So in three scenarios, your transaction will get closed. Which are those? First, either commit or rollback, your transaction will close. Close the session, your transaction will close. What is the final scenario in which your transaction will get closed? Any DDL command. All the 5 rows will get removed. Commit means it's like writing with pencil and writing with pen. When you write with pencil, you have the flexibility to erase it, right? If you do some mistake. But if you write with pen, do you have flexibility to erase it? It's based on that concept only. You have the flexibility to roll back your data if you think you have done something mistake. So when you go to the companies, guys, we have update and alter for that, right? So can you give access to base table? Let's give access to the base table also to the user. Come here, write this. Grant select on this, granted. Come back to Arif user, write this query. He has access or no? To which user you have given? To which table you have given? Grant select on orders new. Oh, not orders new, products new. Products new. Or write orders new, base table. Orders new. He has the access for the base table now. He can do anything that he wants. Means he just can do select. So on which table, which column, you can control everything. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course, you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions, and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay. So what do you think indexes are? So suppose, guys, you have a textbook which has 10-12 chapters, and along with that, it's around 500 pages big. Now, if you are asked to open chapter number 5, how will you open that? Will you go page by page, or we will go to index, you'll find the page number and you'll open. So you'll go to index, and then from that, you will get that information of where that chapter starts from. Suppose what will happen if you will not have index? Definitely it will take a lot of time for you to go to that page from where that chapter starts, right? So indexes are helpful. Okay, here we go. Now, indexes are of two types. Usually there are two types of indexes. One is clustered index and another is unclustered index or non-clustered index, or you can tell as a primary index or secondary indexes. Now, why do we need index? To enhance my query execution time. Whenever you have huge data in the tables, guys, whenever you have used data in the tables, at that time, what happens? To fetch the data based on a where clause, it will become difficult. So what index does? Index is an internal table that created with the help of key value pairs. Key value pairs. It will get created on the table. You have to create. Now the index that you see at the beginning of the table is in the same order of the pages which are aligned in the sequence. Everyone agree with that? The sequence from top to bottom, how it is written, is in ascending order of the pages only. You'll never see it jumbled, so that it will be easy for you to directly jump onto that page. That is called primary index or clustered index, where the data in the table and the data in the index is in the order. Data in the table and data in the index is in the same order. There are another kind of indexes. There are another kind of indexes which are non-clustered indexes. Have you seen in some books, at the end also there will be a index available? Have you seen? At the end of the book also there will be indexes available. That will be not based on the page numbers. It will be based on the alphabetical orders. Correct, guys? Have everyone seen that? The index at the end of the book also will be available. So what is the purpose of that index? To find the keywords or example, yes. Now, is it maintained in a sequential order? Now, A, B, C, D in the same order is mentioned, page number ascending order, and the names also in ascending order it is mentioned, or it will be like A character, it could be at the last page, Z character, it could be at the first page, or in between somewhere. So there is no order maintained for that. Why? Because the table is already sorted based on your front index, not so it's not possible for you to again sort it based on the final index. Only one index, based on only one index, you can sort your data in the table, right? Can you sort your data in the table based on both the indexes, first index and the last indexes? Will you tear your book and then again sort it based on the index that is at the end of the table? Is it possible? No, right? You can't do that. So both are indexes only. But the one which is available in the first page at the beginning of the book and based on which the data is arranged in the table is called primary index or clustered index. And the one which is available at the end of the book is called a non-clustered index. And now if you see here, pk emp dot, if you run this query, select star from sys dot indexes, you will see pk underscore emp, some code is given, and it is given as a clustered index. So whenever you create a table which has a primary key in it, automatically SQL server will create an index based on that primary key. Automatically it will create. Check, run this query and check, guys. Even if you can see all the tables that I have created, see, salesperson, it is there. Customer, it is there. Orders, it is there. Come down. You have other tables, some are internal tables. For all those tables, the indexes will be available. Some are clustered, some are non-clustered, some are heap indexes. Now, why do we need the secondary indexes or non-clustered index? Indexes can be more than one in a table, guys. Indexes can be more than one, but there can be only one primary index. There can be only one clustered index in one table, and there can be n number of non-clustered indexes in any table. Make a note of this. You may be asked, how many clustered indexes will be there in one table, guys? Why? And the reason for that? And the reason for that is because the data in the table is sorted according to the index. Physically, the data in the table is sorted based on the index order to make the fetch much faster. If you have two shelves like this, and if the mapping is like this, don't you think it will be faster for you to access the data compared to mapping like this? Compared to mapping like second one, Don't you think the first is much faster compared to the second one? That's the difference. Because once is physically the data is sorted in the table, then you can't resort it. So you have to create an index which is non-clustered index. But if clustered index is better and faster, then why we need? Because clustered index can be created only on primary key. What if you want to search the data based on the non-primary keys, based on the product name? It's possible, right? Or you'll search data only based on the primary key only in the table. When the table is created, when index is automatically, it has to create manually. So primary, if a table has a primary key in it, automatically a primary index will get created. Make sense? Whenever you have a table with a primary key, automatically you'll get a primary key created. See here on the EMP table. Where is my, it's an object. Where did it go? Here we go. So it's getting created for PK only, primary key only, automatically. Now I'll create some additional on that. Select star from EMP. You have these many data now. And then I'll say create index non secondary index. I'll just give name secondary underscore ename on emp dot ename. Statement specifying key list is missing when creating an index. Create an index with key list. It should be there. See, on what table you can drop. Try. Can you see this? I have created an index, and now I'll run the query. The same query system underscore indexes, and I'll show you that index will be available here for me, where name is equal to where name equals this. Will it show or it will not show? See, non-clustered index, it is showing. Okay, guys, I created this just now. Okay, let's drop this index. Drop index. Error. Specify the table name. Incorrect syntax. It should be on. Why? Check the syntax. Why the drop is not working? Just give the table name because it has already been created. So in one table, it cannot have dropped. Now run this query, you'll not find anything. There can be only one clustered and index, and n stands for n number of columns. Will this work, or it is an Oracle server? Show indexes. It's an Oracle command. It's not a SQL server command. Let's see. Show index from. I just want to see from one table. Select star from indexes. There is an object ID. I just want to pull in the table name. Execute sp help index. There is a procedure. @job customer. The object customer does not have any indexes, or you do not have any permission. Oh, okay. EMP. Here we go. So this query you can use to find out all the indexes. So now I'll just create one index here, created, execute this. I'll see 2 indexes. Make sense? So you can write this command. Basically, it's a stored procedure, which is system stored procedures. I have not written it. SQL server has this inbuilt, which will take input as the table in this format only, and then it will give you all the indexes available on that table. So there can be 2 types of indexes. One is primary index and one is secondary index. Now people will ask that, can we write a select query on an index? Will it be possible to write? Answer is no. It's an internal key value pair table which is created by SQL Server, and it is used for internal purpose. You cannot see the data inside the index. You can use it, you can drop it, but you cannot see it. Primary index is always created by system only. No, you can create it by yourself. See, customer doesn't have any index now. Customer doesn't have any index. Correct? Now I'll write create clustered index on customer index customer pk underscore customer on customer table on customer ID. Now check. Got it? So by default, we know that if you don't specify a primary key on the table, no clustered index will get created automatically. If you want an index on that particular column, then you can create a primary index or clustered index by yourself. Now, if I create it another time, should it allow me to create a clustered index one more time? Example, if I try to create another pk customer name, and I will go and check the table, and then I'll just check the column name. Which are the column name? Okay, customer name. I'll copy. I'll paste it here. Should it allow or no? What I was explaining, the same definition is given as an error only for you. So I can create it as non-clustered index on this table. Done. Now execute. You'll see 2 indexes. So how to specify clustered or non-clustered? Like this you can do. What is the purpose of index? Any table which has huge data, and the query is taking, it's not to search. It is used to improve your query performance or improve your query fetch timing. Whatever you want to search, only that data it will show, but it will enhance the speed of getting the result back. So now practical example of the index could be, you have 10 million rows and your query is taking 5 minutes to run. If you create on that particular table index on the where clause where you are adding whatever filters you are adding on that, if you add this index, it will improve the timing of your query execution. That's it. You don't have any control over how the indexes are stored and all things. No, I really don't care about it. It just improve my performance of my query. What it does, how it does, why should I care about it? Basically, it creates a key value pair. Long answer short, it created a key value pair for your key value in the table, key and the position. It will create a list like this. Your key is 1, position is 5. Key is 2, position is 10. Now, if you have this stored somewhere, then definitely rather than directly going and searching line by line in your table, your query will go to this table and look for that key value here, what you are searching, and then find the position, directly go to that line. This is how it works internally. But you can't see that. You can't run a query and see that. It may store in only one cell. It may store in 2 cells. It will store in 10 cells. It may store any way it want. But ultimately, the objective is it will fetch the result for us. See, customer name, non-cust. So there can be definitely a duplicate customer name, right? I have created a non-clustered index here. Definitely it can store. So drop index pk dropped non-clustered on yearly income. I'll say income. It got created. I created a primary index on clustered index on which column? On which column did I create? Yearly income. Yearly income has duplicate values in that table. Now, how index is managing that duplicate values? Why should I care? Why should I care? Because internally, SSMS is managing that. Okay. Okay. Now, I want to create one table like this. Okay, let me just create this table and I will insert the data, insert this. Insert value invalid, table name, pivot sample 1. Pivot sample 1, pivot sample 1, pivot sample 1. Why? 1, 2, 0, 20, 21, 22. Okay. Select star from pivot sample 1. Okay. I have a data like this. Is the data wrong, incorrect? Data is correct. Data is correct. But the way it is stored is incorrect. Correct, guys? Is the statement correct? What I just told? Because if you store data like this, you cannot do aggregation on it. You cannot run any queries on it. Agree? Aggregation means sum of sales. What kind of aggregation? Sum of sales, average of sales, quarter-wise sales, sales for every quarter. I want to see quarter-wise sales. On this query, can you do that? If I ask you, show me quarter 1, what is the total sales per year? What query will you write here? See what I have written on my screen. I have used this table. I have written query like this, which will give me my input table, and I want output table in the form of unpivot this value nothing but sales. I would say sales for month name. I'm telling all these values you consider as sales, and all these values you consider that as month name. I'm defining sales, month name in all these columns. This is like structure to unpivot your data. What value that I'm giving for the numbers here? Sales. What name I'm giving to the column which will have numbers is sales. And what is the column name that I'm giving for Jan, Feb, March, April, May? What is the column name I'm giving? Month name. And how many columns I'm taking there? I'm taking all the 12. Now, if you run this entire query, it will unpivot your data for 2022, all the 12 lines, December 2021, all the 12 lines from Jan to December, from 2022, all the lines from December. This is how I'm doing unpivot. And now, whatever query you want to write, you type it here. You type it here. See, whatever query you want to write, you type it here now. I'll write month name, and this is sales. Execute. I got my this value allocated as quarter. See, quarter Q1, Q2, Q3. Now, if you want to do summation of that, first you have to calculate the quarter, and then based on that quarter, you have to do summation. Correct? You can use here a with clause with temp as this, and you can close your temp, and then below you can write what? Guys, what you can write? Select sum of sales, comma, what? Year within the quotes, because year is a function, and then comma, quarter. Quarter is a function. I'll say from which table? Temp, which I've just now created here above. The table name temp here, and then group by year and quarter. Now, if I execute this everything, I don't need to add this. Execute. Column name, invalid column name in the temp. Why? Quarter. Come on, Arif. How can you miss that? Operand data type and varchar for sum of sales. Am I using the right column name? Sales. Okay. I'm using sal. Sum of sales. Because that's a character type. It is not converted into number. I can write a query. This one to convert to a number. Say a cast. Sales to what? Integer. Can I do that? As sales. How did we convert yesterday? See, even I forget. How did we convert? So I always take the cast. Okay, cast of as, not to. As int. Remove this. And then try to execute this. Let's see. Conversion failed. Value of Jan. What is showing like this? First you try this, then I'll group it and I'll show it to you. Select star from temp. It should work. First we'll say pivoting and unpivoting, then I'll show you how to group it. It's just like changing in the formatting I have to do. So guys, is it possible to do like this? Sales it is showing as Jan, Feb, March. No. How can it show Jan, Feb, March? Where are my values? Where are my values coming? I'm not taking values only here anywhere. So this is for my all the months. Values are here, but sales in this, I'm not displaying my month name, comma, sales for this month name. Here we go. I got the sales. Now I can do some more sales on top of it. I was missing just a column name. This is a part of the query. You can change it to anything. If you write star here, it will display everything after unpivoting. If you write whatever query you want here, it will show like that. First, try this much. Then we'll go to little bit complex. So I'll write this query here. I'll try whether I can do directly group by here or what. Okay, good. So I got the output like this. If you want to aggregate this, I'll tell with temp as this entire table. I'll use a temp. What I'm trying to do here, guys, CTEs. Correct? I'm trying to use CTE to get my result in an aggregated fashion. Select sum of sales, comma, year, comma, quarter from which table? What is the name of the table I should give here if I'm using CTE? Temp. Group by year, comma, quarter. It shouldn't add a comma here. Correct? I got the result grouped 2021 Q1, 2022 Q2, like that. It is grouped. So you can write any kind of query like this. So what I'll do now, I'll just take this query here. I'll come down. I'll just paste it here and run this query once again. I will insert select star into sample pivot. Sample pivot. Select star into sample pivot. This query I'm writing from this query. I'm creating the reverse. So I have unpivoted it and I'm storing the data in another table as T. Let me just execute this. Perfect. Now what did this query do? What did this query do now? It created a table, right, for me. It created a table which is nothing but select star from sample pivot. Now see, I have converted my pivot table into unpivot fashion now. With this, I converted that to an unpivot. Now think this is my table. How will you pivot this? How will you pivot this data now? Okay. Have a look. I have a query like this, and I am taking the data from sample pivot. And now this I'll change to sales. Sales. This value I'm changing to sales. Okay. First, let me run this part of the query. This is an unpivot table, which I want to convert into a pivot fashion like this. Select star from this. I have pivoted it now. Okay. Now you want to do based on your other months also, May, June, July, August. Run this. As you increase, you'll get those additional columns. September, October, November, December. So input is what format? Here the input is in what format? Straight table or unpivot format. Unpivot format. And I have pivoted this now. Try. So first, create this table. Sample pivot is created by select star into on your previous query. I'll just bring it down so that you can see from top to bottom. First create this, then check the data in the sample pivot, then do this part. So I'll just reduce the screen a little bit more so that people can see top to bottom every command. June I have missed. Okay, JVN. Execute. You will see June also here. Good. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course you will learn database normalization, transact SQL, stored procedures, user-defined functions and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
Okay, fine. So guys, you are having a hands-on session. Okay. And we are going to do some questions. So I think you guys will be having the customer table, right? That has been created, like zip code, address, city, like this one table has been created for you, right? Now, you guys have to use the same database, okay, where you have created that customers table. And with the help of that table only, we are going to create one more table, and based on this, we are going to solve the questions. Okay, guys. So everyone create this table in your system and just check whether you are having the same values in customer ID or not. Okay. So you can give the values according to the customer ID you have in your customers table. Okay. So create this table and insert six or five or six record in that table as well. Okay. Please tell me what is inner join and what is full join. Okay. Inner join help us to get the common record from both the tables, or you can say it will join two rows from two tables wherever it will get the matching values. Another, we have full join. So full join says that it is going to return the entire data from left table as well as from the right table, whether it is matching or it is not matching. It is going to give all the record as an output. Now, based on this, we have few questions. Simple questions based on join. So you guys have to make an inner join on customers and orders table. So if I show you, we have two table over here. Select star from customer and we have another table orders. So if we have these two tables, now if we have to make an inner join over here, so what will be my query? We have to make an inner join on customers and orders table on the customer ID column. So if we see both the tables, what we have common in both the tables? Customer ID, right? So whenever we want to make a join, we must have to see for some matching data in both the tables. So if we see this table, what we have as a matching column, we have customer ID. So based on this, we are going to make the join. Now, what is the syntax for making the join? Give the answer for this. Okay, so if we see this question, so it is specifying that we have to make an inner join. So if we have to make an inner join, let's say select star from customer and let's give some alias name to it, customer C, inner join orders, and let's say orders O on. Now, whenever we make join, we give some condition over here. So, on which condition? On whenever customer ID will get matched by orders customer ID, then we have to make a join. So, now if we execute it, and we will get our output. Both the tables data has been combined together and we are getting our output. Now, next question, make left and right join. Now, what will be the query for this? Okay, so first of all, if we discuss about left join, so over here, if we write select and select star from customer, and over here, if we have to make left join, we have to specify left join orders O, and let's say I'm giving customer C on C dot customer ID equals to O dot customer ID. So now if I'm going to do this, we will be able to make a join over here. Same order, if we have to make a right join, we have to write select star from customer C, and over here we are going to make right join orders O on C dot customer ID equals to O dot customer ID. And over you can see one matching record is not present in the customers table. So we are getting null in my left table because right join says that we are going to get all those records that are common in both the table, but we are going to get entire record from the right table. So over here we are getting all the records from right table, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 30 as well. 30 data is not present in my customer table. So I'm getting null over there. Same if we see left join. So over here we are getting entire data from left table, but we are not getting the data in right table because from right table we are going to only get the matching record. Now, if we are doing update and in that update, if we are not going to give the where clause, in that case, what will happen? Yes, you have, if we want to reverse the changes, we can only reverse when we are initiated a transaction. Now, full join over here, first see. So full join says that we are going to get the entire data from both the tables, whether the data is matching or it is not matching. We are going to get the complete records from both the tables. So what I can write over here, select star from customer C and over here inner join orders O on C dot customer ID equals to, sorry, O dot customer ID, and over here we have to mention full, not inner, by mistake, full join. And once we're going to execute it, see, we are getting the entire data from both the tables, and it is irrespective whether the records are matching or not. Wherever the record is matching, we are getting the data from both the tables. And if the data is not matching, we are getting the record from that table, and from the other table, we are getting the null values. Now, over here, we have to update the orders table and we have to set the amount to be 100 wherever customer ID is 3. So over here, my amount value is already 100. So let's say I'm going to make it as 1, 2, 3. So update orders, and over here we are going to write set amount equals to, let's say 1, 2, 3, where customer ID equals to 3. So for now, if I'm going to execute it, one row is getting effect, means if I'm going to see the table, so over here we will be finding that one record has been updated, or you can see, yeah, third, and we can see amount has been updated to 1, 2, 3. Now, over here, let's say if we have initiated a transaction, or right now, if I'm going to write rollback, it will not do anything. See, the rollback transaction request has no responding begin transaction. So basically, rollback we use to undo the changes, but we can only use rollback when we have initiated a transaction. For example, let's say I'm doing begin transaction, and over under this, what I'm doing, update orders and set amount equals to 1. Now I'm not giving the where condition over here. So if I'm not giving the where condition in update command, it will come, or you can say it will update the entire records of that particular table. So if I execute it for now, see, all the 8 rows has been affected. So for now, if I see the orders table, and you can see all the amount values has been updated as 1. So if I need to reverse this, what I can use, rollback. So once I'm going to execute it, see, command is completed. And again, if I'm going to see the table, you can see amount has been changed to their original state. If in the place of rollback, if I have committed it, so means the changes that has been done in this particular transaction will get committed, means the changes that has been done will get permanently fixed. Okay, so for changing them, we have to initiate the another transaction. Okay, so you can use transaction while using the update or delete command. It can help you a bit. Now, give the query for this first question. You have to use the inbuilt function and you have to find the minimum, maximum, and average amount from the orders table. You need to write a single query, and a single query you must get all the values. Okay. So over here, if we need to find out minimum, maximum, and average amount, so we have to use an aggregate functions over here. So we have three aggregate functions for solving this question, that is minimum, maximum, and average. We have two more, count and sum, but we don't need them over here. In this question, we need three, minimum, maximum, and average. So we'll be writing select. First of all, let's say if we need minimum amount, so minimum. So minimum amount as main amount, then maximum amount as max amount. Then if we need the average as well, so average and average of amount column as average amount from orders. Now if we execute it, we will get our minimum amount, maximum amount, and the average amount from the table. Now, user defined functions. So now you have to create a user defined function which will multiply the given value by 10. So over here, you have to just create a simple calculation based function. So tell me which function you are going to create over here. Okay. So we can do this question by two ways. Either we can return the value directly in return statement, or what we can do, we can initialize a variable, and with the help of variable, we'll be returning the value. So if we just discuss the first way while declaring a variable. So let's say if we need to create a function, so create function multiply by 10. And over here, it is mentioned that this function is going to accept the value, means it will multiply the given number with 10. So if we need to pass the number inside this function, we need to give one variable over here, or you can say we have to pass one parameter. So at the rate, well, integer. So now, if we are going to multiply integer by integer, what we are going to get? Returns integer only, right? Whenever we are creating function, we have to specify that what type of data a function is going to return. Because function over here is always going to return some data. Okay. Now, as begin. Now, over here, first of all, let's declare one variable. Declare at the rate result, that is integer. And now, if we need to modify the value of this result variable, what I can do? Set at the rate result equals to at the rate number, sorry, not number, value multiplied by 10. And in the end, returns, so not returns, return at the rate van and end. Now, let's execute this code. So it has been executed successfully over here, right? Now, if I need to call it, I'll be writing select dvo dot function multiply by 10. And over here, let's say if I'm passing 20 over here, so I will must get 200 as an output. So we are getting 200 as an output over here, right? Same order if we have to do, and let's say if I want to call this function for a table, so what I can do, select, let's say amount, comma, tbo dot, and let's pass this value over here. And at the place of 20, I am passing amount as updated amount from orders. So we can use this part to execute my function for the table. Sorry. You can see I got the updated amount from my table. Now, the same function I can create without declaring the variable as well. Let's say if we are having this function and let's say we are pasting over here and the place where we have declared a variable. So if we have a just one statement in this function, right, that is value multiplied by 10, that is doing the main work for us, right? So what I can do, I can remove this entire variable declaration thing and we can return the value directly multiplied by 10. So this is also will be the correct answer. Okay, you can give the value directly without declaring the variable. Okay, so you can use any of the approach while solving this question. Now, these type of functions are known as your scalar valued user defined function. Okay, so this part is clear to everyone. Now, third question, give the structure will be same, but you can give your own data in the tables. Okay, as the question was just to create the tables with some structure. The structure was mentioned and data you have to insert by yourself. Now over here, what we have to do, we have to use a case statement over here, right? So if I need to use a case statement, so a case statement is used to compare the multiple conditions at a time, right? So let's say select case. So over here, if you see the case has been defined in this question as well, that we have to check if 100 is less than 200, greater than 200 or equal to 200. And then we have to print the corresponding values, right? So what we can do, we have first case when 100 is greater than 200, then let's say 100 is greater than 200. Second case, when 100 is equal to 100, then 100 is equal to 200. So over here we have mentioned select, then we have given the case statement, and now over here we have defined our first case that whenever 100 is greater than 200, then what we have to do, then 100 is greater than 200. This output is going to get displayed on the screen. Next, when 100 is equal to 200, then 100 is equal to 200. Now, if you want, you can give another when condition, but it's not necessary. So what we can do, we can give the else, that if all the conditions that we have given in when if all the conditions are going to fail, then in the end, what we have to do? So else 100 is less than 200. And that's it. Now, once I'm going to execute it, I will get my answer. 100 is less than 20 because first it will check the very first condition. If it is going to get failed, it will jump on the second condition. If this is also going to get failed, it will jump on the else part. Let's say if the very first condition is also only getting satisfied, that is 100 is less than 200. And over here, what we have given, 100 is greater than 200. So now if I execute it, I must get 100 is greater than 200. So if I execute it, see, my condition got satisfied on the very first line. So it will have just printed the very first line and has not checked the second or third and just simply printed the output on the screen. Okay. So now this is known as your case statement over here. Now, fourth question. So now give the answer for this fourth question. Using a case statement, you have to find the status of the amount and you have to set the status of amount as high amount, low amount, medium amount based upon the condition. So whichever table you have created, like whichever values you are having in amount column, based on that, create three conditions based on high amount, low amount, medium amount, and give the output. Now, what will be your query for this? So over here, if we see, we have this amount table, sorry, orders table, select star from orders. Now, if we see this, now in this we have amount column, right? So let's say I'm giving condition, let's say select, and I'm selecting amount column, and let's say give case, and first case is when amount, let's say I'm giving greater than 2500 or let's say greater than or equal to 2500, then high amount, and when amount between 1500 and 2500, then we have to give medium amount, and else we can give low amount. Now, and if we need some alias name for it, so end as status from orders. Now, once we're going to execute it, we are going to get one more column over here that is defining the category of the amount. Okay. Now, over here, create a user-defined function to fetch the amount greater than the given input. Means, let's say if I'm passing 200, so I must get all those amount values which are greater than 200. So now what will be the query? See, question over here depends this. Let's say you have this orders table, right? Select star from orders. This is my orders table. Now in this, let's say if user is passing or we are passing the value 500 in the function, right? So I must get entire details, or you can say if you are only fetching amount, that is also correct, no issues. But if you are fetching all the details, that will be great. And you have to get all those details from orders table wherever amount is greater than 500. Means let's say 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yeah, this 3, 4, 5, 6. So total 4 rows as an output you must get over here. Okay. This is what you have to do. Okay. So over here, if we see, we have to create a user-defined function to fetch the amount greater than the given input. So let's say if I write a general query, and if we have to find out the orders wherever amount is greater than 500. So what I'll be writing? Select star from orders where amount is greater than 500, right? And if I'm going to execute this query, we are going to get all the data wherever the amount is greater than 500, right? Now the same query I have to enclose in the define function. So what this 500 is my parameter, means this value can get changed again and again, and based on that my output will also get changed, right? So this is my parameter that we got over here. So if I have to create a function for this, what I'll be writing? Create function fetch by amount, and over here we can pass at the rate input, that is integer. Now over here returns table, because this is your table valued user defined function. Table valued user defined function. Now over here returns table and begin. So over here, do we need begin? Yes, in table valued function, do we have begin? No. So what we have over here, we can directly write as return, and inside return we can give our query, that is select star from orders wherever amount is greater than the amount that we are passing, that is input. And that's it. Execute it. Function has been completed. Now if I have to write select star from, as it is a table valued function, so while calling it we write select star from, and we can write dbo dot fetch by amount, and let's say if I'm passing 500 and execute it. So we will get a table as an output. Now you can apply the where condition as well in this particular function. Let's say select star from this function where customer ID equals to, let's say, greater than 1. So we can query this particular output as well that we are getting from this function. See, so we are getting our condition wherever the customer ID is greater than 1. So if I give 2, I will get only those record wherever the customer ID is greater than 2. So you can apply your query analysis, so you can use this output that you are getting with the help of function as a proper table, and you can query that data as well. Okay, just like this. Let's say if I'm writing select star, and if I need to get on which date the order has been placed, so what I can do, date name over here, let's say I need a day, so weekday, and over here we can pass order date. So you can see I'll be also getting the weekday on which day the order was placed. See, this order placed on Friday, this order placed on Monday, and third order placed on Saturday as weekday. So you can treat that function as proper table. Okay. Okay. Now, one final question. We have two table over here, customer and orders. So over here, your task is that you have to create a user-defined function in such a way that you will get, you have to pass customer ID, pass customer ID in function, and get entire detail of that customer with order details. Okay. Your function will just accept the customer ID, and based on that, it must give the entire detail from both the tables. Now, what will be your query? So over here, see guys, first of all, if we have to write a basic query, what will be my basic query? If we just forgot about creating a function, and if we ask that you have to just create a query or you have to write a query that will give the entire detail of that customer with orders. Okay, yes, with inner join and customer ID equals to customer ID, correct, Dipendra? So we'll be writing select star from customer, let's say customer C, and we are going to make inner join as we have some unmatching data as well. So let's say give full join or no worries. Let's give inner join from orders over here from customer table. Let's say we are making left join because we have six customer records, right? So start from orders where O on C dot customer ID equals to O dot customer ID and where let's say C dot customer ID equals to 1. So what I will get? I will get the entire record of customer ID 1. Alright. Now I have to enclose the same query in function, right? So what I have to write? Create function get by customer. And over here, let's say at the rate ID integer returns table as return. Now over here, I have to give my same query that I have written over here and replace this one with at the rate ID. Now, still if I'm going to execute it, see what will happen. I'm getting error, right? Now, why I am getting this error actually? If we see this output, what we have, customer ID, customer ID. It is repeated, right? So now if we are creating a table, so in a table, we can't have repetitive columns, right? And as I showed you earlier, if we are using creating a table valued function, so we can treat that output as a table, right? So and we are querying that table as well. So we can't have a duplicate columns, right? So if I see this particular output, so what I'll be needing? I'll be needing entire table of customer and we already got customer ID. So we don't need customer ID again. So what I can do? C dot star means from customer table, I'm selecting the entire records, but from orders table, we are selecting order ID. Then we are selecting amount. And then we are selecting order date. Now if I execute it, see command is completed successfully. Now if I write select star from dbo dot fetch by customer, and over here if I pass one, you can see I will get all the details of, okay, just a minute, spelling mistake, okay, it's get by. So execute it, see, we are going to get all the details of first customer. Okay. So this thing is clear, guys? Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers SQL Course training. Through this course you will learn database normalization, transact SQL stored procedures, user-defined functions and much more from the top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of database management with SQL.
So as you can see on my screen, I'll be using the MySQL Workbench tool to perform all my queries. And I have already created a database, that is, I have already performed the queries to create the table and insert the values in the table so that we do not waste any time in implementing those queries, right? So I have a table sales over here, and this is my data. I have my sale ID, I have my sale date, and I have an amount column, right? So let us see how our database looks like. So as you can see over here, this is my database and I have my sale ID, sale date and amount columns, right? So let's move on to our first question, which is write a query to find the total sales amount for each month of the year. All right. So in order to do that, first we need to understand the question, right? So the question is asking us to find the total sales amount. So intuitively, you should know that you will be using the sum function somewhere or the other in the query. And then we need for each month of the year, right? So somewhere we'll be using the month function as well. So let's go ahead and perform the query. But before you see the solution, do try to implement the solution by yourself. Alright, so whenever we write these reserved keywords, they should preferably be in capital letters. Although SQL is case insensitive, but it is usually preferred to, it makes the query look neater, right? So we select the month from the sale date. Now we do not need the entire sale date. We are only looking for the month of the year 2023. So we are going to give the condition 2023 later on, right? So let's call this month, and we also need the sum of our sales. So we're going to say sum of our amount. We'll call it total sales. So I'm giving alias names for each of my columns so that my database looks neater, right? And we are taking all these columns from table sales. Now comes my where clause, where my year of my sale date is equal to, you guys must have guessed it, 2023, right? And now we need it for each month. So we also need to group our result by month of sale date, and we should also order it to make our query look neater, right? We'll order by month because we have given an alias name month for this particular column, so we can just order it by month. So let's go ahead and run it. So as you can see over here, for month 1 I have 500.75 as my total sale. For month 10, I have 200.50, and for month 12, I have 150. So as you can see in the database, wherever my year is 2024, the month or that particular sale is not included, right? So this is how a basic query in SQL looks like. Now we'll be moving on to our second question, and this is the particular database or the tables created for the second question. One is customer and the second one is orders. So my customer column has customer ID, customer name and the city. So these are the details of the customers. And then I have my order table, which contains the order ID, the customer ID, the order date and the order amount, right? So now my question is to find the names of customers who have placed an order after January 1, 2023. Again, this is a very basic question and it is going to have a very simple query if you understand the logic, right? So in order to understand the logic more clearly, let me just show you the tables, and let me also give you a basic introduction to the concepts of joins, right? So now I have my customers table over here and my orders table over here. So whenever we have two separate tables and we want to get the answers from both the tables, we will not do it separately. Rather, we will perform something known as joins, where we join the two tables into one common table and then perform a query, right? So now over here, as you can see, I have customer ID and customer ID over here as my common column, right? So once I find the column which is common in both the tables, I can easily perform the join based on that column. So this is an example of that particular instance. I have taken my customer ID as a common column
and as you can see I have 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, right? So my customer 1 is Alice, customer 2 is Bob, customer 4 is Robin, and customer 3 is Charlie, as you can see. So this is how the tables get joined, and it gets very easy to perform the queries later on, right? So now what we're going to do is we are going to perform the joins first. So we're going to select. Now we need to find the names of the customers. So now we're only going to select the customer name, that is C dot customer name. From my table customers, and I'll give an alias name for my customers table as C, so that I do not get confused whenever I'm accessing a customer ID column, which is both common in the customers and the orders table, right? So once I give the alias name, I can simply access the columns using the dot operation over here. So I'm going to select the customer name from my customers table, and I am going to join with my orders table. I'll call it O, and I'm going to join it on O dot customer ID equal to C dot customer ID. Right? Now my second condition is who have placed an order after January 1, 2023. So I'm simply going to give a where condition over here where my O dot order date is greater than 2023 01 01. Right? So let's run it, and you can see I have my customers who have placed an order after January 1, 2023. Let's cross check with our tables. So let's check the order date over here. So this is January 1, 2023. So this is the year 2024, this is the year 2023, this is the year 2022. So this should not be included. This is the year 2024. So again, this order was placed on January 1, 2023, but our question says we need to find the orders placed after January 1, 2023. So again, Alice Smith will not be included. We will have Bob Johnson who placed the order in 2024, and then we'll have Robin Smith who placed the order somewhere in October in 2023. Charlie Davis placed the order in 2022, so we cannot include him. And then Tom placed his order in 2024. So again, he's a part of our answer. Right, so I hope this is clear. So you guys must have noticed through this second question, we covered two major concepts, that is join and condition. Right? Whenever we want to apply these two concepts in the same query, this is how our syntax is going to look like. So moving on to the third question, we have our employees table, which contains columns employee ID, department ID, and the salary, right? So our question is, we need to find the second highest salary for department 101. Now, if we were to find the highest salary, we would simply use the function max. Now, but here we need to find the second highest salary. So again, this becomes a challenge, but again, it comes in easy questions because this is a very commonly asked interview question. So in order to solve this particular question, we will be using something known as subqueries. And do not worry, it is not that difficult. Once you get a hang of it, it will seem really easy. All you need to do is follow the right syntax and the right logic, right? So let's get started. So we will select. Now what do we need to find? The second highest salary for department 101. So we will only select salary, right? So let's target maximum salary as second highest salary. This is my alias name again. I'll be getting this from my employees table. Now this is only the first step. Now here I'm only getting the highest salary, but I need the second highest salary. Now if I were to run this particular query, I would get 7500, which is over here, as you can see in this particular database, the highest salary, right? But this is not what our question was about. So we need to give another condition that where my salary is less than, now comes my subquery. Now here I am going to fetch my highest salary using my max function again. So I need the maximum salary, but that maximum salary should be less than my highest salary. So this max salary is going to be my second highest salary, right? So I'm going to fetch my maximum salary from employees, right? And now my second condition is it should be for department 101. So now this maximum salary should be from department. Let me just check the column name, otherwise I will get an error. So department ID, where my department ID is equal to 101, right? So this particular subquery is going to return the maximum salary for the department ID 101. But I need the second highest salary for the department 101. So my logic basically over here is to give another where. Okay, I have already given one where condition. So in order to give two where conditions, we either use and or, right? But over here, both my conditions are necessary. So I'm going to use and I will give my second condition as same as this one. So let's run it. So now I have 5100. Now let's cross check this. So my department ID is 101, 101, 101. So it is 3 times, right? So I think the highest over here is 55000, and then we have 48, and then we have 51000. So as you can see, my second highest salary for the department 101 is 51000, which is our answer over here. So that means our logic is correct, and whatever syntax we have used, that is also correct because we did not get any error. So basically in MySQL Workbench, you get your action output over here. If your query runs successfully, you get a green tick, or if your query has some sort of error, you get a red cross over here, right? So I hope this question was very clear because this is a very commonly asked question. So moving on to our next question, we have our products table, we have our sales table, and in the products table, we have a product ID, product name, and the price. Clear? Then we have a sales table. It has a sales ID, product ID, and a quantity. Now you can see over here, we have product ID as a common column, right? You can see over here, product ID in sales and product ID in products. Now our question is to find the names of all the products that have never been sold. This is again a subquery based question. So now this should be very easy to implement because you guys have already got the logic. So I would suggest you pause the video and implement the solution yourselves and then come back and watch the solution here. So now this question can be performed in 2 ways. Either you can perform a join operation and then through the entire table you find whichever products have not been sold, or you can use the subquery method. So we will go ahead and look at the subquery method. So as you can see over here, I have my product IDs 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And over here, I have my product IDs as 1, 2, 1, 4 and 1. So as you can see, not all my product IDs have been included here. So it is pretty evident that there are some products that have not made a sale yet. So that is exactly what our fourth question is about, right? So what we need to do is, we need to find the names of all the products. So we will simply go ahead and select the product name from products, right? And simply give our where condition where our product ID is not in. So this question uses the not in operator. So not in is basically the opposite of in. So not in is pretty intuitive to understand. It is basically saying that the product ID should not be in our condition that we're going to specify after the in keyword, right? So it should not be in. And now we're going to select our distinct. Distinct is basically all the different product IDs that are available. Now where we're going to select it from? We're going to select it from our sales table. Select distinct product ID from sales, right? So now whichever product ID is not in our sales table, we are just going to return that. Simple enough, right? So let's go ahead and run it. Okay, there's some error. Okay, so it is just not in, not is not in, right? So that was the error in my query, and I'm sorry about that. So once we fixed it, all right, so we have a tablet and smartwatch. Let's go ahead and map their product IDs. So tablet has a product ID 3 and smartwatch has a product ID 4. 3 and 5 should not be included in our sales table, and as you can see, they are nowhere there. So this is how we know we've implemented the right logic. So every time you implement a query and you run it, you should always cross-check your output with the logic that you've implemented and the answer you find from the tables manually. So moving on with our fifth question, we have our table order, which basically contains the order ID, the customer ID, and the order amount. Now our question here is to find the IDs of the customers whose total order amount exceeds $1,000 or any currency per se. So mainly over here we'll be using group by and having, right? So since we need the total order amount, you can intuitively think that we'll be using a sort of aggregate function, which will be sum over here. And we will also be using a condition where we'll be saying that our sum amount should be greater than $1,000. Now we need to find the IDs of the customers. So now for every individual customer, we need to find the total order amount. So in order to do that, we will go ahead and implement our select. We need the customer ID and we need the sum of the order amount. Order amount, and we'll give an alias name as total order amount. Alright, now we're selecting this from my table order, and since we need the IDs of all the customers separately, we are going to group our query by the customer ID. Now we need to give the condition that the total order amount or the sum of the order amount for each customer ID individually should be greater than 1,000. Alright, let's run it. Right, so as you can see, this is our output over here. So we have two customers respectively with 101 and 103 customer IDs, having the total order amount as 1100 and 1770. So as you can see, we have implemented the right logic and we did get our answer as well. So now let's move on to our sixth question. So for our sixth question, we have our table products and we have our table stores. And we have a third table over here, which is sales. So unlike our previous questions, in this question, we'll be dealing with three tables, right? So we will also learn how to join three tables together and get the queries respectively. So in our products table, we have our product ID, we have a product name and a category ID. Then in our stores table, we have a store ID, a store name and a city where the store is located. Then lastly, we have our sales table, which has a sale ID, product ID, store ID, quantity and the sale data. Right. So now our question is basically to find or to get the total quantity sold for each product in the laptop and table category from stores located in Los Angeles during the year 2023. So now in order to solve this particular question, let's break it down into simpler terms. So first let's look at the main terms over here, which is total quantity sold for each product. Right, so from these two terms, we know that we need to find the aggregate or the sum of the quantity column over here, and we also need to group by the product ID, right, because we need it for each product. Then we also need a condition where we segregate the laptop and tablet category. Then we need another condition specifying that these particular categories should have been sold only from the stores located in Los Angeles. Then our third condition is going to be the year 2023. So once that is clear, let us go ahead and understand this in a little more detail. Right. So as you can see over here, we have our products table having product ID, product name and category ID. Now you can see over here product ID is a common column in products and sales over here. Store ID is a common column in stores and sales table, right? So over here you can see sales table is our one table connecting these two other tables, right? Now in order to perform a join between these three tables, we're going to have our sales table as the common table between these two. So the order does not matter, but we will have to first either join the table sales and products or sales and stores, and then we can join the third table with these two tables, right? Or the first two tables. So after performing a join on these two particular common columns, this is what our table is going to look like. So we have our sale ID, product ID, basically all the data from the above three tables, right? So now that we have understood the basic join logic for the three tables, now let's go ahead and implement the query for the particular question. So we will not complicate things, rather we will just follow the order of the question given to us. So we need the product name first, product name, that is from table products, so we'll call it p.product name. Then we need the sum of our quantity. Quantity is from sales, so we'll call it s.quantity. Alright, and we'll give it an alias name, total quantity sold. Alright, now we are getting this from table products, giving an alias name p. Now we'll perform a join with our table sales, we'll call it s, and we are going to join our tables on s.product id equal to p.product id, right? So now we have connected a sales table and a products table. Now the next thing we need to do is connect a stores table as well, right? So moving ahead, we will perform a join on stores. I'll call it st, and I'm going to join it on store ID, right? So s dot store ID equal to st dot store ID. So our joins are complete over here. We have joined the three tables and we have mentioned the total quantity sold for each product. Now to find each product, we need to give our group by condition, right? But before that, we also need to specify that the categories need to be laptop and the tablet category. And we also need to specify the stores and the year, right? So we will go ahead and give our where condition. So we need where our product dot. So now our product name is either going to be laptop or it is going to be tablet, right? So our first condition is satisfied over here. So now our next condition is that our stores need to be located in Los Angeles, right? So I'm going to give my second condition is my st.city is equal to Los Angeles. Moving on to my third condition, the year is supposed to be 2023, right? So my sale date, so my s dot sale date is equal to, so my sale date needs to be 2023, but as you know, this is not the complete date format, right? I have my month and my day as well, but since I only need the year over here, so I'm going to use the year function over here to fetch the year from my sale date, and that year is supposed to be 2023. Alright. Now all these conditions have been implemented except for one, each product. So lastly, we are going to group by our p dot product name. Alright, so we have the total quantity, we have our each product, we have laptop and tablet, we have stores from Los Angeles, and we have the year 2023. So I think all the conditions have been implemented. Let's run our query. So the total quantity sold is 5 and we have laptop. But is this correct? So let's go ahead and check. So first let's look at all the sale dates containing the year 2023. It's 1, 2 and 3. Alright, so we are only going to look at these 3 particular rows. Alright, so now we need to find the city as well. So city over here is New York, so this is cancelled. So we are only going to look at these 2 particular rows. So as you can see, we have our output laptop and the quantity sold is 5. So basically we do not have any tablets being sold either from the stores in Los Angeles or the year 2023. Alright, we just have laptops and the total quantity sold is 5. So that is our answer. Moving on to our 7th question, we have our employees table over here. And in the employees table, we have employee ID, employee name and the manager ID. Alright. So now our question is, again, this is a very interesting question. So now you have to find the names of the employees along with the names of the direct managers. Now, this is a very interesting question, as you guys must have already realized. So now basically we have only one table. We have our employee ID, we have the name of the employee and we have the manager ID. So basically as you can see, the employee ID 1, Alice, is not having any manager. So maybe we can conclude that this particular employee is at the top position, or maybe he's the CEO of the company. So that is why he's not having any sort of manager above him. Then we have our second employee, Bob. He is reporting to Alice. Then we have Carol also reporting to Alice. So basically Bob and Carol have the same manager who is Alice. Right? Then we have fifth employee, again having the same manager ID. So basically David and Emma both report to Bob. Right? So similarly we need to find the managers. Let's go back to our question. We need to find the names of the employees and the names of their managers. So now you guys must be wondering that we are not given any sort of manager name over here. But if you look at the table closely, we have the managers in the table itself. They are also employees over here. Right? So that is why we have created 2 tables of employee over here. So basically we're going to perform a left join over here and this is what our table is going to look like. So we are going to perform the joins on manager ID of our table 1 and employee ID of our table 2. So basically whenever we have our manager ID equal to the employee ID, we are going to join the tables on those particular points. Right? So say for example over here I have my manager ID as 1 and over here I have my employee ID as 1. So basically over here I'm going to have my employee name as Alice. Right? Similarly over here I have my manager ID as 1 and my employee ID as 1. So I'm going to have my manager as Alice. Similarly, we're going to do that for the rest of the manager IDs or the rest of the rows as well. And this is going to be a final table. And as you can see, we have the name of our employees and we have the name of our direct managers as well. So we just have to retrieve the data from this particular table in order to answer our question. So let's go ahead and implement the query. I hope the logic is clear. So if you guys understood the logic, do try and implement this particular query by yourself before looking at the solution so that you guys have a better idea of how these kind of queries can be implemented. Right? So let's go ahead and implement this particular query. So basically we're going to select our employee name. We'll call it e.employee name. And we are going to select our manager name from our manager table. We'll call it m.employee name again because we do not really have a manager name column. Rather, we are going to fetch our manager names from our employee name column itself. Right? Now we're going to do this and we'll call this manager or manager name. We'll fetch this from our table employees giving the alias E, and we're going to perform a left join on employees, giving the alias M on E dot manager ID equal to M dot employee ID. So that is it. This is all that we have to do. And as you can see, Bob reports to Alice, Carol also reports to Alice, then we have David and Emma reporting to Bob, and moving on we have Frank and Grace reporting to Carol. So this is the exact logic that we wanted to implement, and as you can see, Alice over here does not have a manager like we discussed. So that means a query is syntactically plus logically correct, right? So on that note, let's move on to our 8th question, where we have a table customers and a table orders. And we have a third table again called payments. So our customers table is going to have customer ID and the customer name. So we have 3 customers over here. Then we have our orders table maintaining all the orders, that is the order ID, the customer ID, the order date and the order amount. Then we have a third table which is payments, which contains the payment ID, the order ID, the payment amount and the payment date. Right, so once you have understood the 3 tables, now let's go ahead and look at the question that we have at hand. So we need to write a query to list the customer name, the total order amount and the total payment amount for orders placed in 2023. So now the basic approach I would follow after looking this question and looking at the tables or the data set that I'm given, I will simply go ahead and list out all the things that are mentioned in the question before implementing any sort of logic, right? So I will go ahead and select customer name, total order amount means the sum of order amount, and total payment amount is again the sum of payment amount, right? For orders placed in 2023. Now I do not know which table these 3 particular columns come from. So now I'm going to go ahead and look at that. So I have my customer name from customers, order amount from orders and payment amount from payments. So I will go ahead and give the alias name for each of them, O dot order amount and P dot payment amount, right? Now in order to understand the very first table I'm going to access my columns from, I need to find the common table between the 3 particular tables that are given to us, right? So we have our customers, orders and payments. So as you can see, I have my customer ID over here and customer ID over here. I have my order ID over here and order ID over here. So basically orders table is our common table which is connecting the 3 particular tables together, right? So basically I'm going to use my orders table to initiate the query from orders O, and I am going to join with, now I can join it with any table in any order. So since I have already accessed the common table in the very first go, I can now access any other table using this common table, right? So I will go ahead and join my customer C on C dot customer ID equal to O dot customer ID. Then I'm going to join my payments. Yeah. Now I'm going to join my payments table. Call it P. And I'm going to access on P dot payment ID equal to O dot payment ID, right? So these are basically foreign keys that are connecting the tables. Now that I have joined the tables, I have accessed these particular columns that we want to display in our query. Now is the time to give the conditions. Now we need to give the condition that our orders should be placed in 2023. So I will just give my where condition. So now our payment table and order table are actually going to be joined with order ID and not payment ID. Alright, so this was an error on my end. I'm sorry about that. So now we need to give a condition where the year of our O dot order date is equal to 2023. Right? Now we missed one condition over here, a very important one, which is each customer's name. So we forgot to implement the group by condition over here. We are going to group by C dot customer name. Alright, so let's run it. So we have an error. Okay, we misspelled customer somewhere over here. It's CUST customers. Alright, let's run it. There. So basically we have the total order amount for Alice as 250, and this one has already paid the entire amount. Bob Johnson has also cleared his dues. So Charlie Davis has also cleared his dues. So as you can see, this is a very practical implementation of real world scenarios where a simple query can be used to find out all the customers who have their dues uncleared or are still left to pay, right? So this is how a simple SQL query can help you make really big analysis, right? Moving on to our 9th question, we have our books table and we have our borrowed table. So in our books table, we have our book ID, the title of the book and the author ID. Then in our borrow table, we have the borrow ID, the book ID and the borrow date. Alright, so the question here is basically write a query to find all the books that were not borrowed in the last 6 months. Again, this is a very practical and real world sort of question where we'll be using a really good logic and a really simple one per se and implement this. So first let's look at our tables here. So we have our books table and we have our borrow table, and we have our book ID common in the two tables. So we are going to join the tables, or you can say the borrowed table has a foreign key referencing to books, which is the book ID, right? So this is another way of saying this. So this is what our joined table, or after joining the two tables, this is what it's going to look like, right? We're going to have, so as you can see, book 1 was borrowed twice, as you can see over here. Book 2 was borrowed once, and 3, 4 were also borrowed once, whereas 5 was not borrowed at all, so that is why it is null. So according to this table, we should have Moby Dick as a book that was not borrowed in the last 6 months. Then The Great Gatsby was last borrowed in 2022. So this should also be counted. Then we have Pride and Prejudice, which was borrowed in 2023. So this should also be counted. Then we have To Kill a Mockingbird, which was borrowed in 2023 as well. So this should be counted. But again, we have To Kill a Mockingbird again, which was borrowed in 2024, and that is in the month November. So if we were to consider the current date, it is 2024 11/8, and this book was borrowed just 3 days. So the previous entry should not be counted, you can say. So this book is not going to be included. Then we have 1984, which was again borrowed just a few months back in 2024. So this is again not going to be included, right? So now that you have understood the logic behind the query, let's go ahead and implement it. So we're going to have to display all the book titles. So we'll call it b dot title from books B, right? And then we are going to perform a left join, because we want all the books, even the books that are not there in the borrow table, we want to include those books as well, right? So we are going to perform a left join so that all the books from our books table are included in our join table. So we're going to perform a left join on borrowed. We'll give an alias name BR. Alright. We're going to perform the join on B dot book ID equal to BR dot book ID. Alright. So now our condition is books that were not borrowed in the last 6 months. So now we need to give our where condition, where my book ID should not be in the subquery that I write now. So I am going to select all the book IDs from borrowed and give a condition that my borrow date should be greater than my current date minus the 6 months. Alright, so this is my condition over here. Current date is basically the current date. So minus interval 6 months is basically specifying that I want to subtract 6 months from my current date. Right? So I have given the condition that my borrow date should be greater than the 6 months back from today. Right? So if the current date or the current month is November, my borrow date should have the month greater than June. Right? So if the borrow date, that is basically the books were borrowed after June, that means they were borrowed in the 6 months period from today. Right? So they cannot be included in the not borrowed in the last 6 months category. Right? So that is why I am specifying a condition not in, and I am selecting all the books that were borrowed in the last 6 months. Right? So this will help me find all the books that were not there in the last 6 months. And then I'm simply going to give my other condition, or my second condition is going to be where my borrow date is null, right? So books that have never been borrowed will also be included in my query result. So br dot borrow date is null. Alright, so let's run it. Okay, so there is a spelling error over here. It is C-U-R-D-A-T, not C-U-R-R. So as you can see, we have Pride and Prejudice, The Great Gatsby and Moby Dick like we discussed, right? These 3 books have been included in our query result. So these kind of questions where you have to subtract the date, you have to use this kind of syntax, or another function you can use to subtract the date is add date, right? So you can either use add date or you can use the current date minus the interval of whatever interval you want to minus. It could be 6 months, it could be 1 year, or it could be 6 days as well. Right? Moving on to our 10th question, which has the table departments, employees and salaries. Right? So in our departments table, we have our department ID and the department name. In our employees table, we have employee ID, employee name and the department ID. Right? And then in salaries table, we have our employee ID, salary and the effective date. Right? So as you can see, our employees table is the common table connecting our department table and our salaries table. Right? So now our question is to find the total salary expense for each table for the latest salary records only. Right? So for each department, there are salary records. Now for the latest means the maximum date, right? Out of all the salary records, out of all the dates, we need to find only the maximum one or the latest one. And we need to find the total salary expense for each department regarding that particular date itself, right? So our query is going to be something like this. We need to find the total salary expense for each department. So let us also print or also include our department name. In the query, and we will have our sum of our salary, right, as total expense We'll get this from our salaries table. We'll call it S. We'll perform a join on employees E on S dot employee ID equal to E dot employee ID. Then we'll perform the other join on departments. Call it D on E dot department ID equal to D dot department ID. Alright, so the joins are clear. Now we need to find the total salary expense, which is over here. For each department, we also need to give a group by condition for each department, right? So let's look at the department table over here. So we'll group by department ID itself. Department ID. Alright. Now before this, we also need to give a where condition where we need to find the total salary expense for the latest records only. Latest salary records. Latest salary records is, say, for these two particular entries over here for department 101. I have the entry of 2023 and 2024. So over here in this case, I'm only going to consider this particular entry, which is the latest salary record. Right? So this is what the question is trying to say over here. So for this particular logic, we're simply going to give the condition where our S dot effective date is equal to, we're going to perform a subquery over here. We're going to select our maximum effective date from our salaries table, and we are going to give a condition where employee ID is equal to E dot employee ID. So now in order to understand this particular subquery that we have performed over here, we are going to look at the table in just a few more minutes. But before that, let's run our query. I'm sorry, the name of my table is employees underscore. Alright. So let's run it again. Here. So we have our human resources having 62,000 as we discussed over here. This being our latest salary record. Right. So as we discussed, this is the logic that's been implemented. Now before moving on to the next question, let's quickly look at what was happening behind the scenes when we joined these two tables given based on the conditions, right? So we have our effective dates bifurcated over here. So now as you can see, for each department, we have a particular salary associated. So now our effective date over here is basically our latest salary record, right? So we have joined the table based on this condition. So now in order to get a better understanding, let's match our query result with our table over here that we get after performing all the joins and implementing all our conditions, right? So as you can see over here, for department name human resource, I have my salary as 62,000 and this is my latest salary records over here. Right? So after giving the conditions, my effective date over here is my latest salary records. For engineering, it is supposed to be 80,000. For marketing, it is supposed to be 55,000. And for finance, it is supposed to be 70,000. So now let's look at our records. We have 62,000, 15,500, 55,000 and 70,000. So apart from engineering, we have all the records matching over here. So let's go ahead and look at our query. So you can see engineering has the department ID 2 and this department ID 2 is being accessed by 102 and 104 employee IDs, right? So employee ID 102 and 104, as you can see over here, this and this, right? So these both are going to contribute to the engineering department. So that is why the sum of 75,000 and 80,000 has been displayed over here as 1550, right? So now I hope that was clear. Let's move on to our 11th question. And for that, I have created a separate database, as you can see over here. We have our two tables for 11th question, which is products and orders. So products table is going to have product ID, product name, and the price. And then the orders table is going to have order ID, product ID, and the quantity. Right, so our 11th question basically wants us to find the names of all the products that have been ordered more than 5 times across all the orders. Right, so now we have our orders table over here, which is keeping track of all the orders that are being placed by the customers. So what we need to do over here is we need to find the names of all the products that have been ordered more than 5 times across all the orders. Right, so now this question can be performed in two ways. It can either be performed using joins, which we have been doing till now, or it can also be done using subqueries. Right, so here we do not need to join the two tables and then find our particular answer. Rather, we can directly perform subqueries and apply all the conditions that are mentioned in the question. So I will show you the query approach. You can go ahead and implement the join condition yourself. So for the subquery method, we're going to use our product name from products table, where my product ID is in. Now here comes my subquery clause. So now I need to find the product name of all the products that have been ordered more than 5 times, right? So I need to find all my product IDs. Since product ID is a common column in both the tables, I can simply access my product IDs that have been mentioned more than 5 times over here. Sorry, the quantity needs to be more than 5, right, of all my products. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count the quantity, that is I'm going to find the total quantity of all my products, and then I am going to return all the product IDs that have the quantity more than 5. Right, so in order to do that, we're simply going to use our select statement, and we need our product ID from orders. Now over here we need to group by our product IDs using product ID. So now our condition is that the sum for all the quantities should be greater than 5, right? So this particular query should give me the desired answer. Let's run it. And here we have smartphone, tablet, and headphones. So let's go ahead and cross check this. So I have my product ID 1 being ordered just once, right? So it is 2. My product ID 1 is laptop. So as you can see, laptop is ordered only twice, and hence its total quantity is less than 5. It is not included in our result. Then I have my product ID 2, which is ordered 20 and 3 times. So it is ordered 23 times. My product ID is 2, smartphone, which is included. Right, so you can cross check your answer like that, and you can be 100% sure whether the logic you have written or whether the syntax you have implemented is correct or not. Right, so in our case it looks correct. You can cross check further and comment below if there is any error. Right, moving on to our 12th question, we have our table employee. And in our employee table, we have our employee ID, employee name, and department ID and salary. So now what we need to do is we need to find the names of the employees who earn more than the average salary of their respective department. Now over here, first we need to find the average salary of each department, and then we need to find the names of the employees who earn more than the entire average of that particular department that they belong, right? So this particular query can be implemented in a very easy manner. employee's name. So we are finding all our employees' name from our table employees. We'll call it E1. Alright. And then we're going to use our subquery and we're going to give a condition where our salary is greater than, and we'll implement a subquery over here. We'll select average salary from our employees table itself. We'll call this employees table as E2. Alright. Now the condition is either we can use group by, right? We can use the group by clause, or we can use this clause E2 dot department ID is equal to E1 dot department ID. So basically it acts like a group by clause, but instead of implementing it twice over and over, we just do it with this simple line. So this is basically going to find the average of the salaries department wise, and this is the condition that helps it do so, right? So if we implement it, it's employee name, right? Let's also print the salary. Okay, so let's also print the salary to get a better idea. Okay, right. Oh, what if I wanted to print the average salary over here? So I also will have to implement the group by clause. So I will have to group by my department ID, right? So these are the average salaries for these particular employees, right? So this is the other way of implementing it, but this is our solution over here, right? This is going to be our answer. David Brown, Emma Stone, and Rob Davidson. Alright, so this was all about our 12th question. So now let's move on to our 13th question, which contains the table sales. Now this sales table has a salesperson ID, it has a sale amount and a sale date, right? Now what we need to do is we need to write a query to find out the rank of each salesperson's sales for each product based on the amount, with the highest sale ranked as 1. Now what this question is basically saying is, so now we have the salesperson 1 and we have 2 entries. Okay, for now let's just consider these 3 rows, and we have 2 entries for salesperson ID 1. Right, now what the question is saying is that we need to rank the sale amount based on the highest sale. Now over here the highest sale over here is 5,000. So this is going to have rank 1, and then 4500 is going to have rank 2. Right, so this is a very good implementation, or a very good example of using the rank function. So let's go ahead and implement it. So let's display the sales person ID, and let's display the sale amount so that it is easier for us to cross check. And then let's implement our rank function, right? So now rank has a mandatory syntax where you need to use rank, or it could be row number, or any sort of syntax like that. Wherever we use the window functions or the ranking functions, we need to use the over clause along with that. Like we need to have the over followed by the previous function. By our sales person ID, and we are going to order, basically sort, like we're going to rearrange in descending order. This is also supposed to be capital. So it needs to be ranked by the sale amount in descending order, right? We'll give an alliance as sale rank, and we're fetching all this data from our sales table. But as you can see over here, I'm getting an error. So this is mainly happening because my SQL is an older version and it does not basically support the rank function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my entire query on an online compiler. Okay. here. So as you can see, this is my result. I have all the salesperson ID 1, and I have given the rank 1, 2, 3, 4 based on their sale amount, right? 5,500 gets 1 because this is the highest. Then we have 5,000, then 4,500. So this is basically arranged in a descending order, right? So this was all about question 13. Okay, so this is also how you can check your SQL version minus 5.5. So basically rank functions are usually supported in SQL 8 and above. So if you are using an SQL version 8, you will easily be able to perform the rank functions and all the new window functions that are available. But if you're using an older version, you will have to use an online compiler or maybe update your SQL version. Alright, so moving on to question 14, we have a table daily sales. Alright, so now in our daily sales, we have a sale date and we have our amount. So now our question here is that we need to calculate a 7-day moving average of daily sales amounts. Now say instead of 7, we had a 3-day moving average. Alright, so first we would calculate the average of these 3 particular rows. Then we would go ahead and move to these 3 rows, and then we would go and calculate the average of these 3 rows, and so on. So this is basically a window function, or you can say a moving average, right? So in order to implement this particular query, we'll be using our select statement. So we have our sale date and our amount. So we'll display that using star. Then we'll go ahead and display the average of our amount over. Now this is our window function over here. We'll be calculating our average over order by sale date. Now since we need a 7-day moving average, we are going to calculate our 6 preceding rows, right? So row 6 preceding means we are going to start from the 7th row, right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is where we're going to start, and we are going to consider the 6 rows preceding our current row. Then we are going to go ahead and move to the next row and consider the 6 rows preceding it, right? So this is what it basically means. But as you can see over here, we have an error again. So we are going to have to implement this also on our online compiler. But let's complete our query. Let's give it an alias name. We'll call it moving average from our daily sales. I will just copy and paste this on my online compiler so that you guys are able to see the result. Okay, I'm sorry, it is rows. Right, so this is your moving average. You have the average for all these rows. You can also go ahead and cross-check the answers. Then lastly, we have our 15th question. That is the last question for this particular video. So you can see this is a somewhat different question than what we have been doing till now. So basically, we have to write a query to classify each student based on their score. Alright, so now the 3 categories are high if the score is 80 or above, medium if the score is between 50 and 79, and low if the score is below 50. Alright, so these are the 3 categories, and we have a table student where there is a student ID, there is a name, and there is a score. Alright, so I have already written the query for you guys over here. So basically we're going to implement the case statement. So whenever we're using the case statement, the most important thing to keep in mind is the syntax, right? If we have the right syntax, the logic is pretty much, in general, very easy to implement, right? So we are already given the condition. We just have to implement the case statement, and we have to specify all our conditions over here. It's like using if-else. Alright, only the syntax is different because it's SQL. So where our score is more than 80, we are calling it high. When a score between 50 and 79, then medium, else low. End as score category. Now, as score category is our alias, and we are extracting all this data from students. So let's run it. And you can see we have a neat table indicating the categories of each student based on their scores. Alright, so this was it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it and also understood the major concepts that we intended to deliver through this video. If you guys liked it, do hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you and see you in the next video.